Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, welcome into round 4 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Will Fabiano Caruana defeat a struggling Magnus Carlsen like he did last year here? And will the brother and sister duo continue leading their respective sections? We're in Stavanger and the chess starts right now.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Humpy, Tingjie, Anna Muzychuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? That's a great question. Sometimes you got to play like a Viking in order to get it done. Welcome into 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. It's round 4. You see beautiful Stavanger, Norway before your eyes. It's been an amazing week outside. It's just the start of an amazing tournament inside, really. We got so much more chess ahead, but maybe no round more pivotal than the one that's going to get started right now. The players are getting set to file in, and we are bringing you in here to our live studio. Upstairs from where the players throw down on the board, we throw down up here with all the action over the next several hours. Thanks for being with us. International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Danny Wrench. We've got a lot to talk about here today. There is so much chess ahead, and I'm gonna let you, David, just quickly say what's on your mind before we jump in and preview.
Wow, so much. Can Magnus bounce back? Can world champion Liren bounce back? Can the family duo keep their lead? So much to go on.
Anna, you're just the one thought on the top of your brain here before we jump in.
My one thought is that India woke up to an incredible piece of news. By the time Praggnanandhaa beat Magnus Carlsen, it was like 1, if not 2 a.m. in India. Imagine waking up and seeing that 18-year-old Praggnanandhaa beat the world #1 and his sister is leading Norway Chess Women.
Well,
what?
You're assuming they sleep when these events are happening. I don't know that anybody was sleeping when that round was going down, because if you saw what was happening with Pragg, I'm not sure that you could have turned it off, right? Praggnanandhaa got it done yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. Of course, that was the big news. We've got so much to jump into and preview what we think might be some of the biggest matches, the biggest news at the end of the day today. But before we do that, let's remind everybody of the unique format, the amazing chess, and all the innovation that is Norway Chess with our explainer video.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
We talked about innovation before the video took it away. Innovation has always been the name of the game here for the amazing organizers of Norway Chess. And you have it right there. It's 2 hours only with a 10-second base increment. But if a game is drawn, we get Armageddon, and we've had plenty of it so far. It makes sure that we always have an exciting day no matter what. And the scoring system makes sure that nobody is ever really out of it. No lead is ever truly safe. We saw Fabiano Caruana go from last place to now second with a 3-point that he earned in a classical victory yesterday over Liren. So as you can see there, 1.5 points for an Armageddon win and 1 point for an Armageddon loss. Unless you lose in classical, guys, losing in classical is the worst thing you can do. And that's what happened to Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Where's his mind at right now coming in facing, we're going to preview it a little bit, but he's facing Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. He lost to Fabi with black last year.
Yeah, these guys are champions, though. Magnus, he's a Viking. He will want to bounce back with a win. He's hungry. He's got a decent record against Fabi. Some wins, some losses. Yes, he got hit by Fabi in their last meeting, but it's Magnus. He'll want to get on the scoreboard, and he'll want to kind of put this record straight.
Well, and I'm going to throw our results from yesterday right on that cue, just to remind everybody that, again, as we've already mentioned, Praggnanandhaa beat Magnus Carlsen, but the guy who really didn't get enough love for his crooked number that he threw up there, Anna, was Fabiano Caruana with a really stellar and dominant victory over Liren.
It was very impressive. The fact that Praggnanandhaa managed to beat Magnus in a dominant game kind of overshone what Fabi's opening preparation brilliancy was, and how from a small advantage he ended up increasing that edge and beating the reigning world champion Liren. Fabi himself went to the confessional. 8 years passed without him going into the confessional booth, so I'm hoping that because yesterday that gave him the victory, it was part of his routine. Maybe he will go back today.
Fabi's not that superstitious of a guy, keeps it casual, but I would not be surprised if he at least makes one more visit before he lets it go, because it did lead to a great victory. You can see the rest of the scores. Hikaru got it done in Armageddon, and then every other player with 1.5 points also did that job. Moving on to the standings there for the men's division, Praggnanandhaa with a classical victory jumped also from wherever he was. I think he was in 4th or 5th, and now he's in 1st. Fabiano Caruana was in clear last place with 2 points heading into the round. He's in 2nd. Hikaru clear 3rd, and you can see the list there. Magnus Carlsen and Liren, the world champion and world number 1, in last and 2nd to last place, respectively. So it's fascinating to see. Of course, it is early, but a lot at stake here. We've been talking about it. For Liren to, at some point, feel like he can turn things around, for Magnus Carlsen, find the motivation that he sometimes seems to lack in classical chess these days, by his own admission. We're going to break down both of those storylines a little more deeply later. I'm teasing that because you're gonna want to see some of the stats and some of the different angles we can take to that. Some very big questions ahead, we think, for both Liren and Magnus Carlsen. But all right, let's jump into the women's standings as well, because I want to really pay off and set the table before we jump into previewing today's storylines. Vaishali Rameshbabu, the youngest player in the women's section, like her brother, the youngest player in the men's, leading clearly, Anna. Let me ask you the big question. Will she still be the leader at the end of today?
That is a big question, because today she's facing the most experienced opponent in her career, I believe. Pia Kramling will be Vaishali's opponent today. And as we have seen yesterday, with Fabi starting the day at the very bottom of the standings, and now he is in 2nd place, anyone can jump from the top to the bottom and from the bottom to the top because of the 3-point classical win system.
And so the shakeups are going to be very real. But did you directly answer my question? Will she be leading?
I was very
I feel like you were very political
avoiding.
about that. I mean, she's going to be having a great tournament no matter what. I think Wenjun is nipping at her heels, right? A single victory in Classical, as you pointed out, for anybody, we could have a new leader. But it's fascinating to see what Vaishali continues to do. She's 6.5 out of 7 for her last, or now 7 out of 8 actually for her last 8 Classical games, including her great performance in Toronto. So, all right, so much to get into. We're going to start breaking down today's matchups and previewing some of the biggest storylines. But to get that party started is the greatest, I think, rock band of all time, Bon Jovi, with the Chess Hits. Take it away, Jovi.
Thank you, guys. Yesterday was such a dramatic day with 18-year-old Praggnanandhaa sensationally defeating world number 1 Magnus Carlsen to take the tournament lead. Now, it might have been a self-confessed bad day for Magnus Carlsen, but he can't afford more of the same because today he is black against fellow 2800 Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano feeling confident after his classical victory over Liren yesterday. And do remember that last year in Norway Chess, it was Fabi that walked away with those 3 points. The stakes are high. And Praggnanandhaa yesterday, he finished on a high after his victory, but he needs to quickly reset because he is playing black against Hikaru Nakamura. And last month in the candidates, it was Hikaru who won their last encounter. And talking about the reset, that's exactly what Alireza Firouzja and Liren want to do after an emotional few days. No one wants to lose before the rest day. Moving on to Norway Chess women, Pia Kramnin will be facing tournament leader Vaishali. Now, I suspect that Pia will be the one trying to take control in the classical game because we know that Vaishali not only enjoys chaos, but also Armageddons. And speaking of Armageddons, that might be the approach that Humpy takes against her opponent, Anna Muzychuk. Humpy has won 2 of her Armageddons, whereas Anna, none. And it's a big rematch between Tingjie and Wenjun. It's the battle between the sword and the shield. So it's going to be very, very exciting. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Well, thank you, Jovi, breaking down each matchup. Maybe none more bigger than the one that started off that list between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, but we'll run down all of them. Jovi did a great job setting the table there, right? We all know Magnus is struggling right now, and he lost this exact matchup last year. It was in round 1 last year, and then Magnus did go on a bit of a tear after that. But he lost with the black pieces to Fabiano Caruana. We'll see what happens here. Hikaru Nakamura against Pragg. That's a fascinating one. Again, Pragg was down 1-0 in decisive games to Magnus yesterday, and he leveled that score, but he had the white pieces. What does Hikaru bring to the table here against the youngest but leading player in the field, Alireza, with the 2-0 score versus Liren? And then, as she said, Pia, the oldest player in the field against the youngest player in the field. That is a fun matchup, just in terms of talking about the generational battle and the legacy that is chess. Pretty awesome to be covering a sport where you have someone who can be doing it for as long as Pia has, taking on an up-and-coming star like Vaishali. Humpy deadlocked in decisive games versus Anna Muzychuk. We'll see who gives an inch there. And Tingjie versus her countrywoman, Wenjun. We know they know a lot about each other. The thing I love about this is I look at some of these matchups, David, and I think that I would predict a draw on that matchup. I'd predict a draw on that matchup, Fabi White Magnus. But you know what? We never get denied the Armageddon. So I don't even mind that I look at those matchups and think we might have a draw.
That's true. I mean, Jovanka there said nobody wants to lose before the rest day. But someone has to lose. There's definitely going to be blood on some of these boards, and the players unhappy going into that break. So, key round, Anna, ahead.
Very much a key round, and there's 2 boat trips scheduled for tomorrow, but I think only the players doing well today will want to show up to the boat trip. It's also interesting with day offs. I think in general the players, when you ask them if they would prefer to lose, if you can choose when you lose a game or when you have a bad day at a tournament, no one ever wants to have a bad day before the day off. Even if the free day gives you time to reset, but they would prefer that there's a game the next day so you have a chance to bounce back. So in that sense, today is even more crucial. for anyone who might be in trouble. One of those players who have been in trouble is the reigning world champion Ding Liren. What do you think, Danny? Will he find a way to make a comeback?
I mean, I feel like it's such a big question. As I feel like I'm going to answer it the same way I've answered it every time as we've discussed it. It has to start with one game. It has to start with one move, right? You can't get your career back on track, and then that's before we talk about one tournament, and then the rest of the year, and for Ding Liren, hopefully a little bit of positive momentum before he heads into the match defending his title. It is just so hard to think about it from the perspective of Ding Liren right now. Obviously, he knows he's struggling more than anybody else, and at least getting to Armageddon in this format before the rest day will provide a bit of a consolation for everyone. And I was talking to Fabiano this morning. In fact, there's Fabi right there about that. And he said, and maybe this was a bit of a biased comment, because he's like, yeah, Armageddon can be a bit of a crapshoot, feeling that way after his loss to Alireza Firouzja, right? But it's true, and I think that he says really the only thing you can't do in this tournament is lose in Classical. If you lose in Classical, that's when it gets away from you. As long as you can make it to Armageddon, providing, I guess, maybe some consolation to your point that they're heading to the rest day. At least if you lose in Armageddon, you have a little bit of a better feeling than you do if you throw up a donut in Classical. So, anyway, let's talk a little more about this matchup here, David. Fabiano Caruana didn't lose a single game to Magnus Carlsen in Classical in their 2018 World Championship match. Magnus himself has said that he thinks that Fabiano, at his peak, at his best, was maybe his closest rival, his most difficult opponent. And Fabi has the white pieces in an event where Magnus is right now struggling a little bit. So the table seems to be set for an epic battle there. Does Fabi have a chance to get it done here?
He's definitely got a chance, Danny. And actually, you mentioned the 2018 World Championship match there. They were so close in rating going into it. Afterwards, there was only a few points separating them on the Classical list. Now the rating difference between them, it's closing yet again. Fabi's on the up, Magnus in Classical, slightly on the down. This is his chance. Fabi will have that in mind. He knows that Magnus is a bit wounded. Often Magnus comes back swinging, and that will lead to an open game. That's what we want to see, at least. Maybe that's what Fabi wants to see, especially if he can land some opening prep as well, Anna.
I think the opening will be a key question. Yesterday, he managed to surprise Ding Liren in his favorite opening. And for today, I'm really curious what will be the opening choice. More so by Magnus too. Will he repeat some of the openings he played at the World Championship match? Does he have something else on mind? Who will deviate and who will surprise whom? Also, a World Championship rematch, by the way, is the board next to them, Tingjie versus Wenjun from last year's Women's World Championship, where Wenjun managed to defend her title, but Tingjie was very close to taking that crown from Wenjun. So I'm really curious how it will go today. If I had to predict, I would go with Lei winning today.
Really?
Game. Yes.
And you're calling a Classical dub or an Armageddon dub? Either way, you think Lei's going to get it done?
I think so. I think because she was so close at the World Championship match. They are really close friends. They get on very well, but over the board, there is no friendship.
No friendship, no love lost there, and it helps push each other. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad pick at all, and Wenjun knows who she's facing, right? She knows how dangerous Tingjie is, so that'll be one to keep our eye on for sure. Interesting, London, by the way, just got to call it out when I see it, even if I'm unhappy about it. Look at the Bishop of 4 move to by Alireza Firouzja against Ding Liren. A unique choice there. Pragg taking his customary somewhere between 30 and 45 seconds to kind of dial in whatever he does to get himself in the zone. A lot of chess players have that habit, and Pragg, once again, using about 45 seconds. In Italian, between Caruana and Carlsen, not a huge surprise over there. Mm-hmm. Around the horn, we've got a Grunfeld there between Pia Cromling and Vaishali, and I can't wait to see what happens there. The battle for the ages, literally the battle of the ages, and gonna be awesome.
Yeah, early days on all of the boards here. London, Grunfeld, Queen's Gambit declines. Italians. I'm not sure where to go at the moment. Maybe we just stay here.
Variety.
For now, yeah, variety is the spice of life. It's the spice of Norway. It's the last time I played Pia Cromling, I also played the Grunfeld, and she locked that game down very quickly and very convincingly. Pia Cromling. She played some very solid stuff. So interesting to see Vaishali try to fight her experienced opponent in some theoretical waters, potentially. Anna, what catches your eye at this early stage?
I was thinking of the Grunfeld too as a choice against Pia, but Vaishali has some really good preparation for this tournament. I'm not saying Pia doesn't, but I'm highlighting it because yesterday Vaishali spent like 2 minutes in the first 15 moves or so in her game against Anna Muzychuk, and it was a very sharp line that she went for. So she clearly is not afraid of entering something complex, something dynamic, and the Grunfeld is not a very solid opening, especially when you're facing a legend who knows these middle game positions rising from the Grunfeld so well. So it will be interesting to see which exact variation of the Grunfeld she's going for. Where does she want to trick Pia?
Well, a lot of times that'll be Pia's call first, right? She's got a variety of options right now as far as what most theoretically well-known roads to go to. I feel like we've been analyzing deep Grunfeld theory since the dawn of time, right? And so it's interesting. You can pause here and really take in your options if you're Pia Cramling, and she's doing just that. Okay, commits to bishop e3. Looking back up in that London system, going to be an interesting one there between Firouzja and Liren. Not exactly the line we had with Firouzja and Fabiano, but we did get this interesting position here with. Are we getting close to a transposition on that, David? I'm starting to think that it's not quite, but with h3 coming, there are lines that transpose to the kind of similar structure we had there, right?
Very similar. You're right. Yeah, if White plays h3, the bishop drops back to h5. White's queen could come out to b3, and we'll head in that same direction. A bit of mind games there from Ding. Clearly has done his homework. Firouzja, I mean, he's not that predictable with his opening repertoire, but just in recent times, he's been experimenting a lot with knight f3, b3. He's been playing the London system in classical and rapid. So good start for Ding, you would think, unless Firouzja has a new trick up his sleeve. If he repeats what he did against Fabiano, then you can guarantee that Ding has done his homework and will know his stuff. Nakamura against Pragg, very interesting branch of the Nimzo Indian. One that became very trendy last couple of years.
Should we go to that board, actually? Because that's already, I think, an opening that deserves quite some lines, maybe, that you could draw on the board and explain why it's a trending variation.
Yeah, let's jump to that clash between Hikaru and Pragg, the tournament leader right now. Yeah, essentially, let's just do a quick backtrack. We'll go right from the start. We see the Nimzo Indian, which is characterized by Black's bishop jumping out and pinning the white knight. This has been a key ingredient in nearly every top player's opening repertoire throughout the years. And after e3, the move bishop to d2, just avoiding White's pawn structure being damaged on the c3 square. This became fashionable in the last few years. I guess players were just frustrated at having to enter any long forcing lines. This is known to be very positional. White just often tries to take the bishop pair, as we see very shortly, and aims to eventually complete kingside development. But Black says, yes, you've got my bishop. I'm going to get yours in return. Knight to e2 defends that bishop and ensures the pawn structure stays intact. And now pawn to d5. And there are various moves here for Black, one of them being bishop to a6, just attacking this pawn on c4, which is slightly loose temporarily. There are ideas in the near future, for example, there we go, bishop a6 by Pragg. And I was actually going to point out one of Magnus Carlsen's ideas was to actually sacrifice a pawn recently in the World Cup by playing the move f3, which looks like a blunder to everyone at home. It looks like, whoops, you've walked into a simple double attack. Bishop takes c4 now, and queen h4 is a nice trick. Check, hitting the bishop as well. But Magnus introduced what I believe was a novelty against his countryman Ariantari by playing h4 in this position and saying, I'm a pawn down, but I don't care. I'm going to play h5, h6, rook h4, swing it across, attack your queen, and lots of opening theory in this type of position.
Fascinating line there. Honestly, it's a lot of fun when you see top players evolving or revisiting an opening that was considered to be not great, not a lot of teeth to it, but this really sort of passive bishop d2 move you pointed out. And normally in an IMSO, White is not playing for this type of transition with d5 so quickly here. It's like almost you're trying to have like a Benoni space advantage or something and punish Black's kind of cramped development on the queen side by getting d5 so early. You make that knight on b8 stuck, which of course hurts the development of the rook. So always fun, right? When you see players evolving with the help of whatever their supercomputer friends are at home. Okay, Hikaru is not interested in the pawn sacrifice attack, plays b3.
I was very curious about it, whether he would go for the sacrifice, but he chooses the more solid and more traditional approach. Maybe later he wants to play h4. It's still on the board.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that game was a bit too famous. So often these high-profile games, you see Magnus adopt an idea. You can guarantee all the top players have studied that one as well. So,
yeah. And at that point, they've looked deeply enough that the novelty effect has worn off. And so if there were some holes in it, everyone has found it.
For sure. For sure. And Pragg wouldn't enter that line or this line without knowing about that game. So b3. I studied this a bit myself. I remember b5 being the main move, purely because of Danny's point. You need to somehow eventually develop the black knight and the black rook in the corner. And White's pawn chain here slightly on the annoying side. So yeah, b5 would make a lot of sense right now. But yeah, the start of what is likely to be an opening debate.
Let's take a step back and just talk a little bit. You see Hikaru kind of sipping whatever's in there, tea or coffee, and maybe reflecting a little bit on whatever Beth Harmon chess position he's visualizing on the ceiling. But if you're Pragg, you just beat Magnus Carlsen. You know you're leading the tournament. We saw the maturity in the studio. You could just see it, with every question we asked. But I want to throw out, like, at some point does momentum get in your own head and you're like, hey, just stay present and don't think about the fact that everybody's talking about that I'm leading this tournament right now.
I think if anyone can stay calm and cool and collected, it's him, because of what he said yesterday when we asked him. Actually, Danny, it was your question about, you've just beaten Magnus. It's the first time he wins a classical game against the greatest player of all time, arguably. And he started talking about how he played poorly yesterday, that it was his worst game in a year or so. So I think he is the kind of player that is just very down to earth, but also grounded in the moment. So yesterday was yesterday, today is today. I don't think he's thinking about how he beat Magnus. I think he's in the moment. I think he has such a presence, such a mindful presence in the moment.
And David, you talk about that. It's sports psychology, right? And if you see athletes get interviewed. I mean, I actually was thinking about it last night. If you see like NBA players get interviewed after they get a big win, often their answer is kind of similar. Like, hey, well, we had a tough game. We knew we had to rebound. We knew we had to come in here and do this. And all they're focused on was like the to-do list that they knew they had to do, with the results sort of being out of their control. And there's a little bit of psychology that is so important when competing at a high level in anything.
Yeah, I mean, these days they talk about fixed mindset, growth mindset, all these things. I mean, the young players, I don't know whether they actually undergo kind of formal psychological training, but that's
actually,
what kind
David, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but actually I know an answer to that partially thanks to YouTube, because it came up a few months ago on my feed, a video of Pragg at a yoga retreat or a yoga center in India, talking to Sadhguru, who I believe has a program that's called Inner Engineering, and it's all about how you can be in the present, and how I believe Pragg's question exactly was how to deal with tension in critical moments. And it's a video, I think he asked that question end of 2022. You guys can look it up on YouTube if you're interested. Can
I sign up for it? Like, are they taking students?
I'll send you the link.
Like, I wonder, like, how many open spots are there for that class?
And that's just one video on YouTube that I was suggested randomly because I was looking up, obviously, the participants of the event. So imagine, like, how much more can there be, especially knowing how different the culture is in India, how different they are when it comes to not just physical exercise, but training your mind. I think it clearly shows on the play of Praggnanandhaa, on the play of Vaishali, on the play of Gukesh, that they are on a different level of mind training. They are not just training for chess. They are training also to never, ever let tension or stress affect the way they can think of the next best move. It's always just the next good move.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, it's a really good point. It's the one thing that kind of they have in common, these young Indian players. I mean, even Vidit has talked about that as well. Vidit 2.0, we call him, where he's just psychologically stronger. And that's, I think, historically the one thing chess players have been quite stubborn about.
Yeah.
We just say, okay, we're studying the moves, we're in the zone, we work on physical fitness, whatever, but we've never really wanted to indulge in kind of the idea that we can struggle mentally. Like you said, it can be overwhelming, the tension, and it's nice to see the new generation embrace that. That's what maybe gives them the edge, Danny.
I love it, and first of all, fascinating. Well done on the research there. I would love to actually watch that video, and it is. You see it pays off, right? It's not just hyperbole and drama we're adding to it. It's reflected on the chessboard. It's reflected when you have conversation with them. There's a depth, there's a maturity, and a wisdom that is beyond their years, like, for sure. And I think in a game that is as cerebral and as self-reflective as chess, in some ways it's even more important than in team sports psychology, because the opportunities for self-doubt are higher than maybe in anything, and the opportunities to just get inside your own head, not able to get out of your own way, are very real. And we know that some players have been more open about it than others when they've struggled with their demons and sort of beaten themselves. And Vidit, like you said, Vidit's a great example. Vidit, the big criticism on him for years, despite his talent, was he kind of cracked under pressure. He cracked game after game at times under pressure, right, despite having winning positions. And you've seen a very different Vidit Gujrathi over the last couple of years. So anyway, obviously high praise right now for all the chess stars coming out of India. Perhaps none more than that guy Praggnanandhaa. Maybe Gukesh, the birthday boy of yesterday, will be competing for the World Championship title. Will he become the youngest world champion in the history of our entire game? I mean, there's so much going on to talk about with these young players, and Pragg has indeed made his move. By the way, your B5 idea was played, so this is a fun one. We'll maybe come back to it, head on over to the bird's eye view, and make sure we breathe it in as far as where all 6 games are at. And although I will say that one could be a lot of fun to come back to quickly, because if it ends up being the most dynamic position on the board. But all right, look at that. Firouzja, similar ideas, getting aggressive on the king side quickly with H3 and G4 that we've seen before in these lines of the London. I would go over there. We really haven't had a lot of action in any of the boards from the women's section, perhaps besides late Tingjie and Wenjun, but it's kind of right now a very theoretical Queen's Gambit orthodox, and we haven't seen a lot of moves in the Grunfeld yet. So I vote we go to Firouzja Ding Liren if we'd like to check in with one more.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's jump there, and it's a sense of déjà vu, and I'm not just saying that because Firouzja represents France right now, but it's because he's got the exact same position he had a couple of days ago against Fabiano Caruana.
It's funny. I was having international master insecurity there. I didn't want to just call it. So I kept saying it's the same line, but because I don't have the games up yet, I hadn't actually double checked that. But I was like, I know it's the same line, but was there a subtle move order? Because for some reason I remembered the queen coming to B6, but maybe that was a line we were analyzing and didn't happen. But yeah, this is the exact same game Firouzja had with Fabiano. So what has he improved, David?
Nothing so far. It's, I guess, up to Ding right now, who's paused to think. We see the blue arrow up here that highlights pawn to C4 as being the best move. That was the move chosen by Fabi a couple of days ago. And odd to see Ding start thinking. Normally, if you've prepared an improvement, you rattle it out for psychological effect. You show your opponent you know what's going on. Bang, bang, bang. You get in their head, force them to think, and force them to try to innovate. But let's just jump in and show what moves did occur in that game and what we could expect, because C4 is by far the most logical move, unless Black's willing to waste a bit of time with his bishop. Queen to D1 occurred in that game, and this is where the very flashy knight to H5 was chosen by Fabiano. So we talked about 2 for 1 here. 2 black pieces are attacked, but 1 white piece is attacked. More importantly, though, the white knight drops with a check. So after captures a check, we saw this position occur in the game, and yeah, some chaos. Black lost the D3 pawn, got compensation due to the weak white king, and ultimately a draw. But Ding thinking, what's going on, Anna?
I'm very curious. I'm very curious because if you intentionally repeat the opening that Firouzja had just 2 days ago, so it's in your hands, it's in Ding Liren's control that he went for the same variation, then you know you were going to play it. You know that this is what you prepared. is he just trying to get more into the zone? What is he thinking about? And also, Fabi ended up being somewhat worse in that game and got himself into trouble. So he definitely has some improvement from that game.
Well, you hope so, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, because Fabiano was in trouble. And, David, you showed that line quickly. I think that if we want to just do it again, because perhaps this is what Ding Liren's thinking about. C4 is the best move. You see the computer blue arrow suggesting it. But just to get to that line with queen to d1, we talked about how the best way to solve a problem is to make it bigger. Black plays the crazy knight h5, makes the problems a mess. And just get to our position with g takes h5 and bishop takes h4, king f1, bishop d3. Because remember, we spent some time looking up this position, and we saw that while it was in novel territory according to some databases, most of the games that have been played here, white was aggressively playing for knight to b3 right away and trying to grab the pawn. But Firouzja's new approach was this king g2 move and a slightly more patient approach to grabbing that pawn and kind of coordinating, getting the king tucked away, which allowed white to get the g-file. I'm pointing it out because if Ding doesn't have something against that new idea, Firouzja has every reason to go for this great thing that he prepared against Fabiano, because he was in a great position. Fabiano got away with one a little bit there, and ultimately Firouzja, I guess, poetic justice was served, because he did somehow win the Armageddon game. It was a wild one. But if you're Ding Liren, you're thinking now, you got to be wondering: is he trying to avoid what Fabi did? So is he not going to play c4, or does he have an improvement on Firouzja's nice king g2 idea?
But I just don't understand. Surely, when you study an opponent, you look at their most recent games first. This was literally Firouzja's most recent white game. And whether or not it's dropping back with the bishop, switching it up now, whether it's playing c4, going straight into those complicated waters, Ding could have predicted this before the game. He could have, saved 10 minutes on the clock here. He could have already won the psychological battle, and maybe he's just double bluffed it. He's like, you're not going to repeat. You're going to assume that I have something up my sleeve. But when the opponent actually does call the bluff, he looks uncertain. And
oh my gosh, I didn't think about the double bluff, but that could be the case.
No, go ahead.
That could be the case. I've done that. I know it's a very different level of chess, but haven't we all done that sometimes when we're like, oh, I just want the opponent to think that I know what I'm doing, but actually I don't know what I'm doing. And I forgot to prepare this, but I'm going to pretend I have prepared. Or he is triple bluffing. He's bluffing the double bluff. So
you've been playing too much Avalon. There's too much Avalon going down late nights here in Norway. It was another really long Avalon session.
Did you play last night?
I didn't, but I got a very thorough breakdown from Fabiano this morning of some of the big calls. But I'm with you, David, and that's why I went back in that line to show King G2, because I was trying to add the chess context to your point. I'm surprised by what's happening. I'm surprised that Ding is taking the time he is when you already looked at that line that Firouzja just played against Fabiano, because it was literally from 2 days ago. Yeah. Or you're not going to play what is the best suggested line here, because you probably shouldn't go for that if you didn't prepare it. So it's a little bewildering, but sometimes when somebody is a little out of form, right, that can happen. We've been talking about it a lot. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I love Anna's triple bluff idea. It's like right now he's pretending he hasn't done his homework, and then he'll slowly play the next few moves, like he'll go into thought, head in hands. And if Firouzja repeats exactly what he did against Fabiano, assuming that Ding hasn't done his homework, then suddenly bang, bang, bang. It reminds me of one of my best classical wins when I played Love on Aronian, and I knew what he was going to play. He's been playing it a lot in Rapid and Blitz. I just sat there in the early stages. I had a novelty up my sleeve a bit further down the line. I was sitting there thinking like, oh, what to do? And he just assumed I hadn't done my homework. And only once he walked into it, then it was like, bam, I hit him with the novelty. And yeah,
I remember that game.
Yeah,
you're classy. I like that guy over there. He every once in a while, it's not just the accent. He busts it out. That was a great. I think I was talking about you when that happened. By the way, knight h5 now played by Ding Liren first before c4.
Wow,
interesting. Ding sitting up in his chair and. Whatever he calculated, has he has he gone, and he doesn't look happy with what he's done. Now he's shaking his head and putting his head in his hand. Does he realize that he was supposed to play c4 first? I mean, that is just heartbreaking when you see someone immediately that frustrated with themselves after a move. And we're not trying to pile up here, but just to add some context and some numbers to what has been Ding Liren's struggles since he became the world champion. This is pretty telling here, Anna. We say 1 is the loneliest number since he reached the top spot in the world, if you will. He's not world number 1, but took the world title, the thing that every chess playing kid dreams about. It has not been good chess.
It has not been. You can see him finishing in the bottom half, if not the last few places of the last couple of tournaments he played. He's currently in last place here, and he himself said in an interview that he is weaker since he has become the world champion. So it's really a heartbreaking story. It's almost as if he really didn't want. Well, I guess he wanted to, but now he wishes he didn't want to become a world champion, because things have gone really downhill ever since. Even the world championship match itself, neither players were playing their best chess. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, but one of them had to become the champion. And ever since that happened to Ding Liren, it really feels like it's the crown that is so heavy. It's a curse that he has become the world champion in a way for his career. Can he make a comeback? Can he change? Can he turn things around? I think the key question is here in Norway, because in a few months' time he would need to defend his world champion's title.
I don't know what's up next for Ding Liren after Norway. Maybe you know his schedule, David, but I'm going to let you respond to what Anna said. Do you agree with Anna that is it Norway or never?
Well, it's...
No way or never. I like it. No way or never.
I literally just ad-libbed that right now. Is it Norway or never for Ding Liren to right the ship before the World Championship? I'm serious.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, he won't have that many classical games left now before he faces off against Gukesh. And I mean, personally, I don't even care about the results anymore. I just want to see Ding enjoy it.
Yeah.
I just want to see him have fun. I mean, it just looks like he's not kind of enjoying the process anymore. Like you said, Anna, feeling the pressure, feeling the expectation. Everyone's on his side. Everyone wants to see Ding kind of live up to that crown. But yeah, I guess it's like we were saying earlier, if you get stuck inside your head, it's just hard to get out. And it feels like that's been the case for a few months now.
But I like what you said. At this point, the results are less important than everyone who has watched Ding Liren in his incredible career, who's grown to love him both on the chessboard and off the chessboard. You have a conversation with one of the sweetest, kindest human beings among professional chess players. Not to say that there aren't a lot of great people, but Ding Liren is just, you just want it for him. So I love what you said, that at this point we're all just rooting for Ding Liren to enjoy it. But we'll see if he can find some way to enjoy this game versus Alireza Firouzja, despite his body language already suggesting that he knows he may have misstepped. But all right, we're going to take a step back, get our first break of the day. You see the table has been set. All 6 games are underway. That man trying to turn things around for himself here in Norway and get his first classical win in a long time. Don't go anywhere. It's round 4 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women when we return.
Hey everyone, I'm Hikaru Nakamura and this is my Google Auto, wait, what was it, Google what? This is my Google Autocomplete. So the first one we're gonna do is right here. This is, what is Hikaru Nakamura IQ? This is a great question, obviously. I don't know the answer to this one myself. I did an online fun one on stream and it was 109 or 102. Obviously, that's not accurate, but nobody knows. What did Hikaru Nakamura study in college? That, of course, the answer would be political science. I did not actually finish, but I would have majored in that. What is Hikaru Nakamura ranking. Okay, currently number 3 in the world in classical chess, and I think number 2 in blitz, something like that. What is Hikaru Nakamura's favorite opening? I don't necessarily have a favorite opening per se, but I do like the move 1e4. How old is Hikaru Nakamura? The answer, of course, would be 35 at the present time. How tall is Hikaru Nakamura? And this one, it's generally 5 feet 7.5 inches. I don't know what that is in European standards, but it's something decent at least. How much does Hikaru Nakamura make? Obviously, I do quite well as a content creator, so I think that's all that people really need to know. How to pronounce Hikaru Nakamura? Now, even myself, when I pronounce my name, it's definitely more Americanized versus Japanese. Certainly, if I was pronouncing it correctly, it would be more like Hikaru as opposed to Hikaru, but I've spent so much of my life here in America that that's just how I pronounce it, and everyone does the same thing. Is Hikaru Nakamura Japanese? Answer obviously is yes. I am 50% Japanese. My biological father, 100% Japanese, and my mother is Caucasian white, primarily a mix of Scandinavian, if we're being really technical, but I'm 50% Japanese. Is Hikaru Nakamura world champion? So this, of course, a generic question. It depends what format of chess they're referring to. If we're talking about all forms of chess, I am currently the Fischer Random World Chess Champion. If you're referring to traditional chess, I am not the world champion. Is Hikaru Nakamura the best chess player? Now, a lot of people like to think I have this massive ego and I think I'm the best in the world at chess. I am pretty good, but definitely not currently the best chess player, and historically nowhere near the top. But I would say I do consider myself to be probably in the top 10 to top 15 chess players of all time, which is still pretty good, all things considered. Thanks to the audience, of course, for asking me these questions, and I hope that the answers are very enjoyable for everybody and they learned something new today.
We are back with round 4 of 2024 Norway Chess. Thanks for being with us. The action is just getting going. So many big matchups ahead today. International Master Danny Wrench, International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster, the Grandmaster at the end of the table is David Howell. And all right, round 4 has really only just begun. We've had time to touch in pretty deeply, though, with 2 of the big marquee matchups. Fabiano Caruana is white versus Magnus Carlsen, and Alireza Firouzja taking on the world champion Ding Liren. We can go around the table, jump over to the women's section, or complete the circle and go to Nakamura Pragg. David, I'm going to let you choose.
I think very briefly, maybe we check in on the game we see on our cameras, just to update on why Ding has maybe made a mistake.
Yeah.
And then we'll go, complete the circle.
I'm glad you said that. I'm fascinated by why the move order is inaccurate as well. And we'll let you kind of remind everybody of what exactly we're referring to when we bring up that board. Why is Ding Liren playing knight h5 worse than playing c4 earlier?
Yeah, and I've been trying to figure it out in the break, and if we just rewind a couple of moves to that dramatic moment where Ding did spend a bit of time, and then instead of the blue arrow move, instead of pawn to c4 first, played knight h5, it looks like it might not make a difference, and maybe in Ding's mind, that's what he was thinking. He looked at it on a computer, but as someone who's done a lot of computer preparation before, I know that sometimes when you're clicking the button, you're just playing through moves. You're like, yeah, it's soaking in. I'm learning this. I know the move order. And then you get to a board. You're like, wait, was it this one first or that one first? I think that's maybe what can explain the mystery of Ding thinking at this early stage. But ultimately, we saw the shake of the head. c4 first. Now, the white queen is asked a question. If she goes to a4, then black has what might have been a tricky move to spot, maybe spotting the difference here. Black can actually retreat the knight back to d7, for example. There are other moves, but now you still hit the knight, and your knight might be better placed. You'll come round, you'll gain time against the white queen later on. I think this would be at least one viable way of keeping the balance. Instead, if the queen drops back to d1, as we see, knight h5 and the game from Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana the other day, where the white king ends up on f1. Instead, the key difference might be that now, after c4, we see the blue arrow make another appearance, and queen to a4. Well, let's follow through that line. Maybe the better square for the white queen. Now the white king has options. The only way to get a different position is to play the move king to d1 now. Black's bishop is trapped in the middle of the board, still has to go to the d3 square. And I guess the reason the evaluation bar is higher is because white's king is better placed on this side. Maybe you immediately go pawn hunting, and you argue that later your king's actually going to hide over on the king side. On this flank. So queen to a4 played. Firouzja taking advantage.
Played, and I think this is key. It is key that what you described earlier, David, as the way modern chess works. We are pressing the button, the right arrow, when we are replaying the computer analysis on our.
Sometimes the space bar for the best move. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's not the same as playing out the moves on the board. It is crucial to understand how much that matters in a game like this, where we believe Ding Liren has mixed up the move order. And I just wanted to quickly show the difference if white had played queen a4 as it was in the game of Firouzja 2 days ago. So if black plays c4 in the moment where we think it's the better move, instead of knight h5, if c4 first, now queen a4 runs into pawn to b5 according to the computer. And if you take that pawn, the bishop will go to c2, and the idea is to trap the white queen.
Wow. This is even more devious as to why the queen can't go to a4 in the other line. This is kind of advanced stuff, probably a little bit deeper opening prep than most of our viewers will ever get into in their career. But I think from a storyline perspective, it's fascinating because it shows the level of footwork going on amongst these heavyweight fighters, right? And it also shows why, for those of you who've been with us the whole time before we went to the break, Ding Liren played knight h5 and immediately was, what was he? He was head in hand, he was frustrated, and maybe he had confused the move order, as you talked about, David. You get to the board and don't remember, but the moment Ding Liren played knight h5, he knew he had messed up.
You know it.
And so that's a fantastic call out, Anna, in terms of why queen a4 wasn't played by Firouzja 2 days ago against Caruana, but now that he's played it, if b5 is played, let's look at it. Oh, wait, no, the king goes to d1. That's the difference. So you can Oh, wait. Let's actually show it here. So what is the main difference then? Why isn't b5 possible with the knight having been traded?
Because now you take, and like you said, Danny, the c2 square is covered.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, but I was suggesting knight. I was suggesting b5 before bishop takes h4 check.
And does that make a difference?
To Anna's point, it actually can be played. So what's the difference here? I guess you just can't play bishop c2 because you've already given up the knight. So I guess white will save the knight, and the queen is not getting trapped. Is it knight f5 maybe? Because then you can get d5. No, this is good enough.
There's no way to trap her yet because the white bishop covers the b8 square. The black rook cannot use that square.
Okay, yeah.
a6, you're just about hiding. Just about surviving with the white queen.
Okay, wow.
Oof. This is, like you said, Danny, really advanced stuff. And you can see why Ding, at the board, trying to work it out, kind of might have missed this tiny little detail. But
and you can also see maybe that's why Alireza slowed down when Ding messed up the move order, and he was kind of looking off to the side as well, which we talk about that a lot. The players are often sort of recalling whatever's in the back of their memory brain when they're not looking directly at the board. And maybe Firouzja wanted to make sure his queen wasn't going to get trapped, right? There was enough at stake in that line that he's like, I don't want to make sure that I'm not messing up the prep either before he went for this. And now he looks like he's in a great spot.
Yeah, and Ding's hand is therefore pretty much forced. He has to save his light squared bishop. He'll walk into something very similar to what Fabiano had to go down the other day. Black will be a pawn down, but white's king being weak was the source of all of black's counterplay in that game from 2 days ago. The only reason black had compensation. Now the king still looks a bit vulnerable, uncastled forever now in the center, but I think far safer here than it would have otherwise been. So yeah, Ding starting to realize maybe the difference, and Alireza, fair play to him, spending his time, investing his time, sensing that there was a tiny difference, maybe just being more familiar than Ding. And yeah, he looks like he's taking advantage.
All right, well, let's back up. We've spent a lot of time now on just 2 games, and we're already an hour into round 4, 2024 Norway Chess. Where have you been? We're having a great time. Thanks for asking. And like I said, we can kind of stick with the men's division here before we maybe jump over to the women's games, just to make sure that we've touched on all 3. But I'll also say we really haven't looked very deeply at all on Caruana Carlsen. It is moving along pretty quickly into I feel like we've seen that Italian position so often. The little subtleties in terms of what pieces are still on the board when that structure occurs is always fascinating. But maybe we can jump around to any board that we see is just interesting.
Have we even been there? I think we looked at it on the bird's eye view, but have we shown the?
No, we haven't. Okay.
I think we are so behind today. There's so much going on at the same time.
We're having a good time analyzing chess, and honestly, that Firouzja repeat of his round 2 battle versus Caruana and Ding Liren just continuing to show struggles that players of that level just don't normally have. Grabbed a lot of our attention. So, all right, David, break down the Italian here. This structure is one we see a lot, but what are some of the subtle differences to point out from the main lines?
Yeah, so we won't backtrack too far. This was the Italian game. Actually, all the bishops have left the board just over the last few moves, so I'll just recap the last few turns. And it was here, and what is quite a well-known position. Often there are lots of slow maneuvering plans. White can just put a rook on e1, expand on the queen side with pawns, relocate the white knight over to the king side. All these tried and tested maneuvers. For anyone at home familiar with the Italian game, which is maybe the most popular opening in chess at all levels. However, Fabiano wanted to maybe keep things a bit safer. He tried to trade off black's better bishop here. The sniper, as we sometimes call it, on a7, looking down at the king side. These bishops did trade, hence white's doubled pawns. Magnus said, okay, I see you, I'm going to try and copy you. He played bishop to e6, and this is how, if we catch up with the current game position, we reach this rather odd, rather inflexible pawn structure. And other than maybe some slight differences in piece placement, this is definitely the key factor right now. Yeah, having these double pawns makes it less tempting to push forward. Normally you would say seek space, but pushing the pawn forward to d4 leaves the isolated e4 pawn just eternally weak. Likewise, if black ever pushes forward, that's a lot of responsibility. The black pawn will be weak here. And it looks like white's slightly more active with the doubled rooks. Slightly better placed queen, but maybe not enough to claim a significant advantage.
I do like the doubled rooks on the f-file, but I agree with you that this is such a tiny edge. I think in terms of the opening choice, it is one of the calmest they could have gone for.
Such a diplomat. I would have said uninspired.
It's very calm. It's very peaceful. I wonder if either of them are happier with that or unhappier with how this opening has gone. What do you think, David, in terms of their ambitions for this game, and who is happy here? Is any of them happy at all?
Yeah, what this kind of opening and early middle game tells me is that Magnus, he's in recovery mode from yesterday. It feels like he didn't want to kind of try to bounce back from that loss by going all in. He didn't want to kind of risk a second loss in a row, especially against someone so strong as Fabi. What it tells me from Fabiano is that he doesn't want to take too much risk, but he has a slightly more active position with the symmetrical pawn structure. So I totally understand that strategy. No direct attack, but happy to nibble away. Danny, maybe both players are happy in their own ways.
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, Fabi knows these positions, can we say, better than anyone in the world? I mean, pretty close to it, right? I mean, he plays these Italians, and I was listening to you break it down. The subtle differences between when it's only knights versus when there's still a bishop. There's so many fun things about this structure that can change, and it sometimes changes how aggressive a player is going to be. Does Fabi move the queen and try to start expanding with the pawns to gain space, or do you try to switch to the king side and actually use the f-file just because you're doubled over there? There are all kinds of ways to approach it, right? And I think you guys have both highlighted it well, that maybe Fabi's happy because he knows these positions as well as anybody, and Magnus is happy because it's minimal risk, not some of the sharpest versions that we can get in these Italians. He just played the move knight to d8, which is a potential slow play to bring that piece to the king side, and then we get everybody fighting it out over there. So, yeah, not the most fire on board we've ever seen between these two, but I don't think that means that it doesn't have a ton of potential. And these guys are going to be very deep in thought in terms of what they're trying to get. But yeah, I don't have a lot more to add beyond what you said. So
yeah. Feels like a lot of maneuvering ahead, and maybe we should maneuver over to another game, at least for now.
We could explain before we move on why Magnus Carlsen likes his knight on the edge of the board. We tell every one of our students not to ever do that. A knight on the rim is dim, but it's only temporary. That knight is heading toward the king side with a move like knight f7. Then potentially knight h5 as well. Both of those knights could be heading toward the white king. The question will be how Fabiano will use his time, because it takes a couple of moves to regroup your pieces. As from Black's perspective, the knight is going to take 2-3 turns before you can have them on active squares. So what will Fabi do with this time? Every step or every move is a time unit in chess, and what can he do with this? How will he proceed, David?
Yeah, good question. One phrase that Jovanka taught me was, you go back, I go forward. So black retreats, knight d8, loses a bit of time, and therefore maybe white should be stepping forward, whether that's pawn to d4, whether that's kind of clamping down, gaining some space with a5, just to try and make the b7 pawn a bit less keen to step forward. I'm not sure, to be honest. As we mentioned earlier, let's just jump in very briefly, but d4 comes with risk attached because e4 is eternally weak. Your knight is pretty much fixed on the d2 square for the rest of the game. And maybe Magnus will say, okay, I echo you. I will continue marching the knight round. And like you said, Anna, sometimes in life as well, you got to get a step back in order to come forward. The knight on d8, not great, but maybe on f7, just more flexible than it previously stood. Again, if we just jump back, for everyone at home who's new to the Italian game, the reason, it's a very small reason, but the reason white often tends to be slightly better in these positions is because the knight on c6 is misplaced. It's actually dominated by the c3 pawn. He can never really step forward, and that's why Magnus, he's gone the long way round. He's trying to step to the king side. Ultimately, I think the position is level, and the more on-form player today is the one who will likely triumph.
Or we'll get Armageddon, right?
Armageddon.
And
and we would not say no to that.
And we wouldn't say no to that. And if we get Armageddon, the game would get faster. These two guys are going to use their time, I think, wisely to make sure that neither player missteps puts a pony on a bad square or misevaluates how to change the pawn structure in the Italian. But while they take a lot of time to think, maybe we ask a question to the fans. If this isn't your speed, guess what? The Speed Chess Championship is coming back. It starts sooner than you think. The 2024 edition kicks off on June 27th, and it runs to August 9th. And then guess what? We have a live final in Paris, September 6th through 8th. Tickets are available. You can be there. Who will be there in person, right? We would say buy your tickets and see Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura and others throw down, but who knows? They may not get there, although I don't think they've ever not made the semifinals before. So probably a pretty safe bet that if you want to come see the Speed Chess Championship live in action in Paris, you can join us. Use the command SCC. It's $175,000 in prizes this year, more than ever, and it's going to be epic. So get ready. The Speed Chess Championship. I would say everyone's favorite event, but maybe that's selfish of me. I would say it's my favorite event. It's pretty fun. But all right, we've used the slow moments happening in Caruana Carlsen to shamelessly plug the fastest event of the year with the SCC, and remind everybody of another event with a very interesting format. I say we jump down to Tingjie versus Wenjun. It's a game that is progressing further along than the others. Has the makings of what could become interesting here with Wenjun playing knight h5. Are we preparing for a traditional kind of a queenside minority attack turned into a kingside attack for black on the other side of the board? What do you think about this one, David?
Yeah, it's interesting. I would say that maybe white is further along with her plans than Wenjun with any potential attack against the white king. Maybe if we backtrack just a few moves, because there's another very similar pawn structure in another game that we'll come to a bit later. But if we just rewind just 3 turns in this position, the end of some opening theory, dark squared bishops off the board. It's what we call the Carlsbad pawn structure after a tournament in Germany, I believe, from many years ago, where white has pawns on f2, e3, d4. Black in return has pawns on b7, c6, and d5. And like Danny said, often one clear-cut plan for white is to simply step forward with the 2 pawns on the queenside minority attack, because these 2 will undermine black's 3. And often the result is black being left with a isolated pawn. In the meantime, black wants to create something against the white king, and the question is how to get there. And we see b4, white already accelerating her plans, a4, and yeah, this is one of the most trendy pawn structures in chess. And right now, Wenjun, she's left with a dilemma. Which isolated pawn to accept? If she takes back with a pawn on c6, she's left with a eternal weakness on a7, isolated, and a backward pawn on c6. Whereas if she takes the other way, eternal weakness on d5, isolated pawn there. I've got to say I'm slightly biased towards white right now. Feels like she's quicker.
I wanted to say the same, David. It feels like something went slightly wrong for Wenjun, because yes, the minority attack is the typical attack you do on the queen side that Lei has just executed, but it doesn't come this fast. It feels like black has lost some time, some tempi elsewhere. Did she make any inaccurate moves earlier? How is it possible that it feels like white has gotten where she wanted, but black is not starting yet with what she would need to achieve?
I agree. It looks like a minority attack gone right for white over there. And thank you for breaking down the definition of the minority attack and the positional onslaught there, David. It's instructive to see. But yeah, I don't have a good way to take back that pawn on c6. If you take with the b pawn, I'm wondering if white just plays like a5 right away to try to free up the a4 square and continue to perform surgery over there, breaking down all of black's positional weaknesses one by one. Taking with the bishop just feels wrong. Just leaving that d5 pawn just feels wrong. But maybe that is the best. It's funny, when I first saw the position in the bird's eye view and I saw that knight on d6, I was like, that's interesting. Yeah. If you could just put a knight on d6 in a lot of traditional Carlsbad structures, orthodox, it's a good place for the knight, right? Behind the d5 pawn, controlling c4, controlling e4, and normally if black does go for a move like knight e4 and there's a trade, you can see the queen come to g5, and black is trying to use the king side to get an attack. But once we actually got here, I agree with Anna. It's like black is down time because of that, right? The knight took too many moves. Whatever happened here, black doesn't have the normal pressure to compensate for the positional weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah, do you want me to nerd out for a second here?
I want to nerd out.
Please.
Am I allowed to? If we backtrack a long way, again, this is really niche, really kind of advanced chess stuff, but one of the main lines these days in this position is to play the move c6, for example, and to retreat the black knight from f6 to e8. And it might look a bit odd, but it aims to achieve the same thing that happens in the game. For example, if bishops come off, now we see a knight on d6. And Danny mentioned, in the Carlsbad structure, for black, this is the dream. I remember some Kasparov games, I remember Petrosian games where a knight reaches this square, black is out of trouble. And black just needs 2 more moves now to put a knight on a really good square, f6. And I think black is doing fine. Often knight on d6 as well supports a trade of black's bad bishop. But if we compare this to the game, for example, in this position, it's 1, 2 to get a knight to a good square. What Wenjun did instead was to play rook to e8, and a few moves down the line, she moved her knight out the way to what isn't necessarily a great square on h5. And then look at the journey the other knight had to make to get to b8. It had to, to get from b8 to d6. It had to go the long way around. First, a capture, then 1, a knight move to d7, 2, a knight move to b6. A few moves later, 3, a knight move to c8, and then 4, a knight round to d6. So she's lost so much time with this one knight. And if you do some counting, I can't do basic maths, but if you do some counting, she's lost.
I typically have a rule on my shows: no math. So you're lucky on that. So we don't do math on these broadcasts. No, but thank you for nerding out. That was great. And I think just add one more basic point: knights thrive behind pawns, right? Knights thrive on outpost squares. They thrive in blockades. But in this case, the knight and pawn directly assault squares together. So this is a great theory for black. But then the concrete aspects of the position are that actually black is down too much time. And so you called it, Anna. You said Lei Tingjie was going to get the dub against Wenjun. I'm not calling this one at all, but I will just validate that you're on the right track here in terms of anticipating that Lei Tingjie brought her A game to the table here.
I hope I haven't jinxed it, but yeah, I do think that she's got good chances. Good start for Lei Tingjie, the runner-up of the 2023 Women's World Championship, where she didn't manage to get the title against the same lady that's sitting in front of her friend Zhu Wenjun. I think she's got a good chance for a revenge today.
Yeah, I finally did some counting there while you were talking, Anna, and I figure she's lost 2 moves. If she, I mean, the knight will go back to f6 at some point in the near future, and she could have actually achieved it by going 1, 2 with her knight from f6 to d6, then 3, 4, d7 to f6. Instead, she's gone 1, she'll go back 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so yeah, she's lost 2 tempi compared to a normal position. So yeah, your theory about Lei Tingjie maybe taking revenge for that World Championship match, more likely because she's more familiar with this type of position, clearly, than her opponent.
Looking good for Lei Tingjie, and that's also looking good for her for the event, because it's Zhu Wenjun that's currently in 2nd place behind Vaishali. Speaking of Vaishali, I think we also need to check in on her. She is leading the tournament just like her brother. Norway Chess is led by Praggnanandhaa, the 18-year-old star whose sister is leading Norway Chess Women, and today she's facing the legendary Pia Krumling.
I agree.
As you mentioned, the clash between 2 generations, actually more than, how many generations in between? In terms of their age.
Now you're asking for more math. I mean,
know,
40 years. A generation
so
is also one of those weird things that is like a revolving 10 years up and down. But yeah, I mean, a couple generations here at least. And we've switched over to Pia Krumling versus Vaishali Ramesh Babu. It is a Grunfeld. Vaishali up on the clock, as usual. And well prepared again. David, what do you think?
Yeah, this, by transposition, I think it's reached a relatively well-known, if not slightly old variation of the Grunfeld. This is one I remember, I mean, there were some famous Kasparov versus Kramnik games years and years ago. I don't think White's queen used this square exactly, queen to a4, so maybe a bit of a rare move on the last turn.
Is that Magnus Carlsen blocking our camera? Magnus, please.
Oh, Magnus, get out of the way.
Magnus, come on, man.
But either way, I don't think Vaishali's in any trouble whatsoever. In fact, by forcing means here, Anna, maybe she could even equalize completely, if not more. Forcing moves first, I guess, and maybe we jump in and show what's going through Vaishali's mind. It's all about the pawn center. If White can keep her center intact, she's better. simply. She's going to hold all the trumps in the position, but by removing White's knight, this is the downside to Pia's last move. White's pawn structure a bit ruined. Now a trade in the center, and I didn't see why not here. Why not c5? There's a pin along this diagonal. It looks like she can remove the central pawns, but maybe Vaishali in a position like this would think, okay, minimal winning chances, it's just going to fizzle out towards a draw, and Armageddon. Maybe she wants more, hence the 5-minute think right now. It looks like Pia's openings with White not really getting the edge, and she's hoping here, Pia Kramling, that Vaishali gets ambitious, because I think Vaishali can shut things down if she wants.
I wonder what Vaishali wants. Yeah. Does Vaishali want Armageddon? Right?
We'll find out this move, maybe, Danny.
Maybe we will, right? And it's funny because the Grunfeld is a weapon that, okay, it can get to some of the craziest positions out there depending on really the mood that your opponent as White might be in. But if you want a draw and they allow it, there are lines that fizzle out very, very fast, right? So it's a weapon if you're looking to take it to a tiebreaker. You know, it's a good weapon to do so. So perhaps we'll know from Vaishali in just a moment what she wants. Maybe we'll have a day like we did on day one where one of the games went to Armageddon very, very fast compared to the others. That was Ding Liren's quick draw as White versus Magnus Carlsen. So possible we could get a very quick simplification in this highly theoretical Grunfeld. But I want to back up now because the only game we haven't touched on in the open is between is one that, well, one of the players just visited the confessional booth between Hikaru Nakamura and Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu. Praggnanandhaa is leading the tournament, but Hikaru is leading the way in terms of confessional booth visits. I think I actually don't have a scorecard on that, but I think Hikaru is leading the way. Your streamer is always bringing it to you. So let's see what Hikaru had to say about his battle versus Pragg.
Ooh, today's different. I see today they actually tried to be more creative, and they mounted the microphone here to make it look a little bit better. Yeah. So anyway, all right. So back to chess, since we are here for round 4 of Norway Chess, last day before the rest day. So far, I'm pretty happy with this position. This is a line that I've looked at a bit recently. It's all pretty standard so far. Pragg's using a little bit of time. We'll see what he chooses to play here. Really, 2 main moves. Taking on d5 or taking the bishop on c3. Either one is playable, and the show goes on. So obviously, feel pretty comfortable. Out of the opening is what I wanted, and can't complain. In terms of the other games, obviously Magnus with the double black in a row here after a loss to Pragg yesterday. In a tough situation against Fabiano, I'm going to make maybe prediction is the wrong word to put, but I would just say that if we look at this game within the context of chess history, I think it's a very, very critical game. Because I'm not an odds maker or anything, but I think if Magnus loses today, there's probably, at least a 30% chance, I think, that Fabiano will be able to get red hot and maybe overtake Magnus to become #1 in the world. So a very, 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 very critical game within the context of chess history, I guess you could say today. Of course, if Magnus doesn't lose, then it's no big deal. But still, I think it's worth pointing out because you don't generally have games that have such importance like this. So from that standpoint, it should be very exciting to see. It's some kind of Italian, very slow. Magnus played an early bishop a7 with bishop e6, a little bit of a funky move order for Magnus. Obviously, Fabiano, I'm sure, is very well prepared, but it's still very early in that game, so it's going to be exciting. But Magnus, of course, today, trying to be much more solid and not take the massive risks the way that he did against Pragg yesterday when he played the classic Con Sicilian, which these days is not a great opening, I would say. Unfortunately, computers have made a lot of these old Sicilians from the 1990s somewhat irrelevant or more like dinosaur ideas these days. So anyway, Magnus being very solid, and Alireza, obviously, he's here to have fun. He's playing another London system with the white pieces. Seems to me that he's in this in-between mode where after the candidates probably tried to take a bit of a rest, wants to be a little bit more cautious and play some general fun chess, and then probably try to come back with big novelties in the second half of the year when he plays the Grand Chess Tour. So that's my perception of Alireza. Of course, for Ding, just normal game, and see what happens there. In the women's section, what do we have? We have the game between Humpy and Muzychuk, which I think is this like exchange Queen's Gambit decline, very, very slow. Vaishali and Pia Kramling, very standard Grunfeld. And then the other one is the 2 Chinese players. And I don't actually, that's the knight h5. So also another exchange QGD with rook b1, b4, a4 on the classic minority attack on the queen side. So nothing too exciting. Very, very classic style games in the women's section today. So 6 interesting games, and just wait to see what happens. But I would say from the get-go, there are no games that are like, wow, this is going to be decisive the way that you definitely felt in the game between Pragg and Magnus yesterday. So very slow start, but we'll see how the games develop.
Once again, our journalist on site, our journalist in the playing hall is Hikaru Nakamura, and he breaks the news that we were actually prepared to talk to you about today. So we're going to jump right into it and ask a question. When will we see a changing of the guard? Is it imminent? Is it happening sooner than perhaps all of us thought? To Hikaru's point, these ratings shown to you are actually the official FIDE rankings coming in. They are not even the live rankings. If you look at the live rankings, Magnus is coming in at about 28.22, and Fabiano is 28.08, roughly. There are decimal points there. So you are legitimately moments away, potentially, from what Hikaru said being true. If Fabiano Caruana beats Magnus Carlsen today with the white pieces, which, again, he did last year, we could have a new world number one, which it's been, I think we looked it up before we went live. It was 2011, November 2011, when Magnus got the world number one ranking and has never let go of it. He was first world number one in 2009, actually, but once he got the world ranking, the top spot in November 2011, he has never not been number one since then. It's been 13 years of Magnus Carlsen's world, and we've been living in it. Will that change? What a fascinating time to be alive here. And then we, of course, talk about things like Liren, the world champion, might even be falling out of the top 10, right? I don't know when the last time was we had a world champion who wasn't in the top 10. It's a more negative story to talk about. We're not going to go into that right now, but just a lot at stake in this round, Anna.
A lot at stake here in Norway, and at the same time, Praggnanandhaa, the rising star, leading the tournament, Gukash winning the candidates. It really does start to feel like a change of guards. And we thought of these young prodigies from India as they are the future, but are they the present? Is it very near future, the future?
Yeah, I know we could have an 18-year-old world champion in a few months. That's how much the guard has been changing the last few, just in recent history. And yeah, for Magnus, it's going to be on his mind, Danny. I mean, if he loses today, 4 points in it. Yeah, it's always scary for anyone to feel that chase being on, and I think that's influenced a lot of the game so far today.
And I would ask the same question Hikaru did. I don't know what the odds makers would put on that. I will answer it without knowing it, and we already made a rule no math today. I would say the odds are unlikely still that Magnus Carlsen is not number one at the end of Norway Chess, but it's not the craziest thing, especially if it starts with a loss today to Fabiano Caruana. He looks to be doing just fine, by the way, on the black side of that Italian. It is a deadlocked, very equal-looking position. But keep your eye on it, because a lot at stake, as Anna said, not just today, but in Norway Chess. We have a lot more to talk about than just who wins these events. So much going on in the world of chess right now. It feels like we stepped into like a multiverse at some point, and it's like, what are we living in here with the chaos? The best player in the world refuses and doesn't want to defend his title, right? We've got a world champion. I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this, and it's not to call out Liren, but we just talked about it. It's difficult. Everyone's rooting for him. Chess is cooler than ever. It's blown up. Like since the pandemic, the Queen's Gambit, the world of streamers, like it's just crazy to think about all the things happening in the world of chess that if you had said 10 years ago were happening, people might have said you were crazy. But this is the world we live in now. Wild times. Wild times. It definitely feels like, things will continue to be shaken up. I can't see any stability in any of those regards. I mean, the World Championship, the World number one, everything's up for grabs in the next few years alone. And these are two of the key games of the round so far. Two of the key games with the storylines we were talking about, right? Yeah, exactly. Fabiano Caruana. Could he be the number one rated player in the world by the end of the year? We know Magnus doesn't like to play classical. He only plays a few of them. What an interesting question to ask there. Yeah. And today, again, Magnus and Liren are sitting on the same side because they're both repeating the black colors. It's how it is in a round robin. Everyone will play the same amount of games with the white and black pieces, but sometimes it means 2 white games in a row or 2 black games in a row. And both for Magnus and Liren, yesterday was a very painful day to be defending on the black side of their games. Today, they need to do the same. So will they be both
unhappy or happy? It seems like as if it was a team event. Team Fabi and Alireza against Team Magnus and Ding.
Yeah, who do
They're
you
in
pick?
the same boat.
Who do you pick, Anna?
I think Fabi and Alireza have better chances for how the tournament has been going so far, the tendency. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, then the positions on the board, too. By the way, Firouzja completed the queen journey that we talked about, ultimately has grabbed the pawn on d3, and just looks to be in a similar position that he had against Fabiano Caruana, but just better. It's the same type of position. He's won the pawn. The g-file is going to be used for an attack on the king side against Liren, but the king is even safer. I will say the one thing about f6 is if your opponent's king is in the center, you bust it open, and Ding is going for it here. f6 is preparing e5, so you'd love to see that. Will we get a crazy, spicy position there? Could be ahead.
Yeah, I think it's guaranteed. It looks like a draw is maybe the least likely in the game between Alireza Firouzja and Ding Liren. Either Alireza will attack on the g-file, make use of his extra pawn, and simply win, or Ding will create enough of a mess to confuse Alireza, and it will just totally blow up in the center. White's king in the middle. So, yeah, I'm predicting that one might end in classical, but Caruana against Carlsen, a draw, a big favorite in the classical encounter here. It feels like Armageddon, by far the most likely between those two heavyweights.
And if it goes to Armageddon, we already were checking yesterday that Magnus Carlsen is the king of Armageddon, while for Fabiano, he's in the second place in this year's event and almost won last year's one. He was leading going into the final round, so he's doing well in Norway Chess usually, but Armageddon doesn't seem to suit him as much. Is he going to be more confident today in Armageddon now that he won in Classical just yesterday? Do you think, Danny, that will impact his confidence when it comes to the faster time control?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Fabi has said. I mean, even Hikaru said he's not a huge fan of Armageddon. Maybe no one's a fan of Armageddon besides Magnus. I don't know. I mean, you were talking about Magnus's record. No, Fabi likes Armageddon. He likes the scoring system too, like I shared earlier. He really just pointed out you don't want to lose in Classical. I don't think he's really in any danger of losing this one. Again, anything can happen. Still a lot of pieces on the board, but my guess is that you'll both be right. We're going to have Armageddon there, and I wonder what color Fabiano likes against Magnus in Armageddon. If he likes being in the spot where he has to go all out for the win, or if he prefers having the draw odds, that'd be interesting to talk to him about afterwards, win or lose, if that does happen. But by the way, we may get more thoughts from Fabiano than we even bargained for. He's already visited the confessional booth, I'm told. We're going to play that video when we go to the break. So subscribers, make sure you stick around for that. We're going to see what Fabiano had to say. And his visit to the confessional booth, back this thing up. We got an advantage developing for Anna Muzychuk against Humpy there. The middle board between those two ladies has caught my eye. Maybe we go there. We haven't touched on it yet. Love to see King's Castle to opposite sides of the board. Multiple games ending decisively in Armageddon. In Classical is my dream. I want more results in Classical, less games in Armageddon. Not because it's not a ton of fun, but because I love to see the big wins. Let's jump over there and see what's happening.
So old-fashioned, Danny.
Suddenly I'm rooting for Classical chess and not Armageddon. No, but a decisive result is always something we root for. And what's going on here? Computer didn't really like Humpy castling long.
Yeah, and I just want to backtrack 2 moves to show how kind of committal her decisions were, and actually how similar the pawn structure was to another game. We talked about that all-Chinese encounter, Anna with Tingjie, Wenjun. This pawn structure, the Carlsbad. White with pawn chain facing this way, black with the pawn chain facing the opposite direction. And I was just expecting here for white to castle, get the king to safety, and maybe go for a minority attack later on in similar vein to what Tingjie is doing. Maybe harder in this exact position because black's queen and bishop are lined up towards the queen side. And maybe she's just thought this position, it's dull, it's level. She wants a bit of fun, like we do. And instead, knight d2. Bit of a mysterious one. f5 signals that black wants to attack, batter, kind of this f-pawn will be a battering ram against the white center. And wow, castling queenside. She's a braver player than I am. That's all I can say. The white king's not going to be that safe on this flank later when the black pawns start marching.
She is so much braver than I ever will be in my life. And I would be terrified here looking at my king on the queen side. I think I would rather not castle than put my king there. No, that's probably an over-exaggeration, because on the e-file it was also not looking good. But I just don't understand.
Maybe she didn't like f5 from Anna, so she thinks that she can pry open the g file. Obviously, she's castling into danger, and you just highlighted that. Here come the pawns. But I'm just looking at, it was f5 that sort of tripped the wire in her brain to say, you know what? I agree. Let's do this, right? Let's go for something crazy here today. And there is something to that, right? Because even though it's easy for us to say, based on the computer liking black better, G4's coming. And if we can just start opening up files over there, it's actually unclear to me who's ahead in terms of the race here. So what if we do some quick lines? What do we think about that?
Yeah, let's jump in and show some moves. What do we think is the most natural? B5?
Yeah, B5.
Let's say.
B5, A5, both.
Yeah.
Both are very appealing.
Both look appealing. Maybe the black knight comes this direction as well, hinting at B4, hinting at just jumping in. Danny mentioned knights, pawns earlier, this type of pawn structure.
And G4.
Okay, let's say white goes.
Must be F4 is the response. Keep it closed. But then I have E4 maybe.
Then white opens the center.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say after G4 black. Ooh, do you ignore? Do you just continue play on this flank? I can see that it might take a while to get to the white king. So, yeah, playing devil's advocate there, Danny. I agree. It's not that easy for black. Okay, let's say I play knight to C4 just because...
Well, let's just highlight real quick that if you take G4, just show the obvious lines, then white takes, and here's the H file, right? So just dismissing the obvious things, where this just shows quickly that black can't take and win the F2 pawn with the rook because of the H file, and then next move for white is maybe F4 and G5. And so, yes, your move is better. I was just highlighting that this is not so simple, right? And it will be a race position, which either way is the type of position that leads to blunders. When you put kings on opposite sides of the board and both sides are throwing everything and the kitchen sink at each other, wild things happen, right? We saw that, unfortunately, the other way for Humpy Canero versus Vaishali. They had a really sharp one, a delayed bond cloud, as you called it, so maybe not quite a castles game, Anna. But yeah, so anyway, I think despite what, okay, A5 is played, but despite what the computer is saying, I think this is going to be a really fun one, and both sides will get great winning chances.
Yeah, it's going to be a bumpy ride, or should I say a humpy ride?
Oh my gosh, there you go. First awkward fun of the day. And all right, I gotta say, just noting, production let me know, we've also had our first Magnus Carlsen visit to the confessional of the day. And I think on that note, we're going to take a break and play both of them. So subscribers, throw us your Prime if you're on Twitch and you got it. You don't want to miss this content at the break. 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women Round 4 is just getting heated up. We've got Fabiano Caruana's visit to the confessional booth. Anna was right. He wants to keep riding that momentum. Magnus Carlsen just gave us his first thoughts of the day. We're going to be right back in just a few while you enjoy what those guys had to say. Don't go anywhere. We will return.
So my game is not so interesting. I think it's kind of like slightly better for white, but more or less close to equal. But I can't understand what's happening with Alireza and Ding, because they're kind of repeating our game from second round. And then I think Ding mixed up the move order. He played like knight h5, b4, c4. And now I'm wondering if there's queen a4 instead of queen d1. I guess Alireza is also thinking about it. And now the point is like b5, queen b5, bishop c2. White has actually like remains up a piece for the moment, so it can just play knight g2. And if bishop takes h4, now there's king d1. So the king doesn't have to go to f1, which stops bishop c2. And then it looks like black is maybe losing a pawn under bad circumstances, like queen a4, take on h4, king f1 or d1, but maybe d1, bishop d3, take, queen b5, and like maybe this isn't very good for black. It's kind of an improved version, so like it's super weird because like both that they're repeating the exact same line and then that they kind of got a different move order, and now it's maybe so yeah, I'm really interested in what's happening in that game, and I have no idea if maybe Ding already went wrong in the opening. But yeah, my game is kind of symmetrical and less interesting than the other ones.
So my last move was sort of to say that you may get like 5 or 6 opportunities to grab space with a5, but you don't get 7. Honestly, I don't really see what his big idea is here. I think that, you know, my knight is going to f7. Obviously, in the Italian, like the knight on c6 is a big problem piece for black. So if you can reroute that piece anyway, you're usually okay. I mean, he's got his pieces lined up on the king side, but I don't really see what he's gonna do. So I think I'm just okay. Obviously, like, pawn structure is as dull as it gets, but it's all right.
boring chess, they say? No way in Norway. Norway is the way to exciting games. We get Armageddon, we get all kinds of fighting chess, and right now, there's magic happening on the purple board, so we're going to dive right into the action before we see the moves that were made at the break. Oh, and there you go. Magic is everywhere because all the boards are purple. We've got more chances than we've had, I think, yet in any of the rounds for multiple decisive games in Classical. Look at the game between Firouzja and Liren. Liren goes for e5, and it opens up the board, but the computer says, I don't really like where this one's headed for black. We've got Hikaru Nakamura's advantage increasing against Praggnanandhaa. Can't wait to dive into that one. Muzychuk's advantage and attack might get wild, but by the way, Humpy does play the g4 idea I suggested. I think that one is going to be an absolutely insane one. And late Tingjie also still holding a decent edge over Wenjun. So we could go to any of those games that might potentially give us a decisive result. Anna, you get to choose.
I think we need to jump in with Liren's e5 move. We were following this game closely, and Fabi mentioned in his confessional booth, confession as it is, that he's really confused that Liren is repeating the same line that Fabi played against Alireza just 2 days ago. And at the same time, he mixed up the line. He mixed up his preparation, and he ended up in a worse position than what Fabi had without the preparation, without the knowledge that Alireza was going to go for this. So great news for Alireza getting this variation twice and being in control in both of those games. But now e5, David, what is going on? Why is this a question mark? Is this a blunder by the reigning world champion?
Yeah, I think it was a difficult position already. If Ding didn't go for it now, maybe he would never get a chance to go for it, and he didn't want to just suffer a pawn down in the long term. So he's going all in. He's pushed his chips to the center now. He's saying, okay, you either just take my pawns and risk it, or I'm going to get an attack in return. Black's queen is hitting the h3 pawn. Files could open up, the f-file, for example, but ultimately, I think it's a bit of a gamble, and we have to jump in to investigate why. The blue arrow suddenly appears. Pawn takes pawn, probably the most natural move. Firouzja pausing here. Maybe he could think about throwing in h6, for example, to try and take the pawn on g7. There's a pin here. So some small details to investigate, but let's see. Blue arrow. Do we trust it? Pawn takes pawn.
We gotta trust it. And after pawn takes e5, the d5 pawn is hanging as well. So this is certainly something that Liren saw. You don't just play e5 and then blunder your pawn on d5, right? So he didn't blunder this idea, but he thought that he had to give up the pawn to have some chances, as you mentioned, because this does open up the d5, right? So he does get something for it.
I like it, honestly. From a practical perspective, David, you said that the choice is, well, you better take my pawns or I'm going to get an attack. Whether you take the pawns or not, black is going to get compensation here. You already highlighted that the h3 pawn is also spied and available at the end of some positions. Of course, it's scary, and we're going to be able to make the best moves, but let's just play knight takes e5, queen e5, and then put the bishop on f6 to stop the checkmate with tempo. And my point is that at the end of this line, the h-pawns are doubled, the d-file has become open, and again, top grandmasters like Alireza Firouzja can take these pawns and then defend their way to an endgame victory, sure, but at least there's a chance. At least this is going to be an open board with some really good attacking chances for black. So, look, if you go back to the position before e5 and consider Liren's options, I don't know that he had any better ones, right? And we knew what f6 intended. We called it. f6 is going for e5. So regardless of whether the computer thinks white can take those pawns and defend accurately, this is exactly what you got to do in this position. You have to try to take advantage of white's king in the center. And so I applaud Liren for going for this.
Yeah, I approve as well. I think it's maybe the best practical chance. I mean, some viewers might be wondering, okay, there's a pin, just slow play it, why not? But I mean, here, white does actually have a threat anyway to pick up some pawns, pick up some material with rook g4. This looks really, really sad for black. Maybe you can hold with a slightly worse position, but nah, go for it. This is just human chess. We would be applauding this type of play back, I don't know, before computers were born at least.
Yeah, isn't that the problem, David and Danny, that the computer immediately points at, oh, this is bad, you're just losing a pawn and you have no compensation for it. But Liren did not blunder the pawn. He wants to give up the pawn, and he thinks, with a human brain, that this is a good chance for all the factors that both of you mentioned, with the main one being the White King on a d5 that has now opened up. So, yeah, I think we do need to highlight how, even though the computer dislikes it and even calls it a blunder, it's not a blunder as per he didn't see that the pawn is hanging. He just doesn't know that the evaluation of the computer would be this much of an advantage for White. He probably thinks he has compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, but again, I think that this is one of those cases where we're biased because of what we see. And I think it's not like this is a 3-point advantage. This isn't even 2.5. This is about a pawn and a half. But again, the players aren't thinking about it from a mathematical perspective, not just because I outlawed math, right? But because they're looking at the position objectively aware that White can probably take the pawn and defend, but also knowing this is the best chance. You have to try to make it crazy. And so I think it doesn't change that what we're seeing is complete information. The computers do know better, and no one is debunking that. But humans still have to play chess, right? These are human beings playing without the help of any computers, and this is exactly the kind of fire on board you got to create, rather than letting yourself get ground down a pawn. So I think we're all in agreement here, and Alireza Firouzja is on the clock, considering how best to handle Ding Liren's aggressive strike. So.
Yeah, and we should mention, it is a gambit, like you say, Anna, not a blunder, but he's actually going to be 3 pawns down in the main variation. So the fact that evaluation bar says 1.6, it's a bit vague. It's like White will be 3 pawns up if he grabs everything. And the fact the computer doesn't give 3 points, as Danny mentioned, it shows in practical terms, I've studied with computers a lot, and it can be deceptive. It could swing either way right now, right?
Yeah, that is a very good point, David, that usually the engine evaluation is 1 pawn up is 1 point, 2 pawns up, 2 points, 3 pawns up would need to be +3 for White. But the fact that it's only half of that is because there is compensation for it. We're not claiming it's enough compensation, of course. 3 extra pawns is huge. That's a full piece. Like, that's a minor piece amount of advantage. But he will have some compensation. And probably it's more... Well, not probably, very, very likely it's what you were describing, that he really disliked the alternative, where he would be on the defensive with a pawn down and passive pieces. And if we think of the stylistic choice, would Alireza prefer having the position where Black didn't play e5 and he can just launch his attack as he would normally do? Or would he prefer this, where he's going to be up material, but he has to be defending?
Yeah, that's important, playing the opponent in chess as well. And Alireza would probably rather be 3 pawns down attacking than be greedy and have to find a series of super accurate moves. So really interesting moment.
Yeah, that's another really great point, Anna, that just putting Alireza under pressure. He's not Magnus Carlsen at this point in his career, but we made that point yesterday, that Magnus Carlsen, when he gets attacked, it maybe is one of the few things he doesn't like. And when you don't like something, maybe you don't do it as well as you could, right? Magnus doesn't like defending. Praggnanandhaa attacked the bleep out of him yesterday and ultimately got it done, and Magnus struggled with defense there. And Alireza is also a player who doesn't like to play defense.
Yeah.
There are some players who love it. And so, anyway, yeah, I think we're all in agreement here that despite what objectively is probably an edge for White, if Alireza is to take those pawns and then defend like a madman, I don't know that it's going to be the position that he likes. And so this should be a fun one to keep our eye on. Ding Liren peeking up at the other boards, maybe feeling a little more excited about what it's gonna be here. Let's back up and take a look at the other games.
And just a final point to this game, by the way, because I've only just looked at the clock situation. Alireza has been thinking about d takes e5 or alternatives for already 16 minutes.
Yeah.
If you are happy about capturing the pawns, you probably would have done it already. So maybe he doesn't even want to grab the pawns.
It's a great point. Great point. Alireza going to be forced to probably take some material and get greedy and play defense, even if he doesn't want to. Good choice by Ding Liren to open it up. All right, do we want to go look at Hikaru's game? Also with an edge versus Pragg?
Yes, please, Danny.
Let's go.
Let's do that. And if only to mention my favorite pawn structure, Connect 4. White has a beautiful pawn chain. And we, of course, talked about the Benoni earlier, with Black having some weaknesses of his own. Last move, exclamation point here. big threat on the board, knight takes d6, but the white king's still in the center. It's a difficult position. Again, without the eval bar, we wouldn't know. And Hikaru here, big clock advantage. Maybe he's the only one who knows. Pragg, the leader, might be in a bit of trouble.
You know what I love about this position? Is I think there's a chance the white king gets to g3 at some point while the attack is launched. And I know that's a little bit crazy, but with black preventing castles right now, let's just highlight the queen's evil gaze over the f1 square. You are not allowed to castle through check in chess. That is illegal. I think that there's a real chance Hikaru would play a move like queen g5 very soon, and if the black queen starts checking the white king, that it would seek shelter on a square like g3, just tuck itself away behind the connect 4 pawn structure. By the way, do you know there is connect 4 theory?
Wow.
My son and I got really into connect 4 for a while, and we were like playing like all it's actually harder not to lose than you think. There's actually only a few right ways once you learn the theory.
Some forced
maybe
moves.
Maybe we're going to do that later, a little Connect 4 action.
I thought I sounded nerdy earlier, Danny, but you've studied Connect 4 theory.
It was awkward. It was awkward. We got like a Connect 4 set. It is a gift from Twitch, I think, or something, and we spent a bunch of time playing it. Anyway, so Connect
amazing.
4 for the win. Check it out.
I think Connect 4 is a basketball Connect 4. I just wanted to say that that's the best thing in the world. When it's like in an arcade where there's all sorts of machines, and you play Connect 4 by having to like actually throw the ball.
Agreed.
And wherever it falls, that's your move.
Anytime you can combine physical and brain sports, I'm into it. I love it. All right, so let's back up a little bit and see how we got here, because this has changed a lot since the position we left it. It was this weird bishop d2 Nimzo. David, you did a great job breaking it down. We did not see the repeated novelty line that Magnus Carlsen played against Arjan Tari, but go ahead and take us through, get us to the present position.
Yeah, actually, we left it about 9 moves ago. So it was this position. We saw an exchange of pawns. In his confessional, Hikaru mentioned this is one of the main lines. He was like, yeah, Pragg can choose. It's clear that both players know their stuff. And here it's just a clash of pawn structures, pretty much. We see very natural moves, both players just bringing their pieces to good squares, white defending the d5 pawn on the last turn. And we talked about the Benoni earlier, and that's because it's this structure. White having a very far advanced d5 pawn, black having the slightly vulnerable d6 pawn, a bit backward. However, in the Benoni, black's the main goal is to trade pieces, because then dynamically you're freer and you have very active play. Often you also want to get the move b5 in to expand on the side you're stronger. However, here the black bishop is a bit misplaced, and I think that's what maybe has tripped up Pragg here. We see tactics in the game position.
I was waiting. I didn't want to interrupt that we saw knight takes e4 on the board. A piece sacrifice has been played by Pragg.
Catch up.
And I don't know if you saw it, you were highlighting lines. Hikaru gave quite the look when he went back to the board, a little bit of all right, well, we'll see what happens next. So sorry, I wanted you to finish the analysis and fully set the table, but I think we have to jump back to this. A piece sacrifice from black, and here we go.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going to highlight that the black bishop lost 3 full tempi. Black's bishop on a6 went back to c8, to d7, to b5, only to get exchanged off. So it's no surprise, really, that if you lose time like that, an attack is unlikely to work. Also, a knight is a king's best friend. The knight is actually a pretty good defender in this position. Anna, it feels like Ding went all in with his last move. Now Pragg has gone all in on this board.
And this is even more all-in, almost feels like. If you sacrifice a piece, usually there's a good reason for it, but I don't see the good reason. As you mentioned, the knight is a really good friend of the king, and the queen on d2 is covering all the key spots, the key squares, f4, e2. What is Pragg's idea other than moves like bring the other rook in on the e file, but then white can trade rooks on the e file, and you don't want to be trading pieces if you're down a piece.
I'm sitting here shaking my head, and by the way, when you look at the body language, it's very different Pragg today versus his game
Very different.
with Magnus. I mean, a focused Pragg, he has a presence, or we'll say a confident Pragg. He knows when he's converting an advantage and sort of a pounce while he rocks his chair. This is he's been much more uncomfortable all day. Like you called it, Anna. White is playing one of the rooks to e1. I don't see a concrete threat for black in the position. If you attack the knight will retreat maybe to g3. There may be better moves, like knight takes d6. I don't even know. It might just be a winning fork. But the point is, what are you doing in this position to justify that piece sack other than David maybe hoping that the long-term hope is that it's hard to convert with a knight versus a couple pawns, but this is like immediately a two-way street, and Hikaru is in control of traffic going both ways.
Yeah, as you say, Danny, maybe long-term the goal is to pick up this pawn, eventually pick up the white d pawn, and if it's just kind of everything on the king side, maybe you can hold a piece down, but that is a sad and yeah, really kind of depressing state of affairs for Pragg. It's definitely not what he has in mind with a sacrifice like this. Like you said, the body language, now he's trying to get the shake going, but this is a desperation shake.
And Hikaru's not even at the board.
Yeah.
Because he's bored.
Confessional.
I think Hikaru's not at the board because he's bored. And yeah, he visited the confessional again. We're not even going to wait to play this one at the break. We're going to jump into it right now and see what Hikaru Nakamura does want to talk about. Is it his own game or another game? Let's find out.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, so not a whole lot has changed in my game. Still pretty standard, pretty happy. We have a classic Benoni structure. I'm going to go e4, f3 at some point. So I'm looking pretty good, I would say. Not too concerned. The other games, I mean, Fabiano, as usual, has some kind of 30-move line prepped. It's very clear that there's some kind of really deep line that he's probably looked at a million times with like Stockfish or Leela. So, I mean, I think Magnus is probably okay, but I think it's going to be a long grind. If anything, I would say Fabiano is the one who's going to have the chances because he's going to play for d4, try to break in the center. I don't really think Magnus is going to be able to go d5 because he also has some slight queenside weaknesses with the queen on b3 targeting b7 and e6. And if you ever go b6, there's always some queen c4 to hit the knight on both pawns. Obviously, I can't draw the arrows because I don't have a mouse. So I would say if anything, Fabiano's got good chances. Probably the question is how deep does this prep go? Does it go out like 3-4 more moves or does it go out like another 10 moves? Very, very unclear, hard to judge. But I really do like Fabiano's position. The other game I'm actually very confused by because if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the same position that Alireza had against Fabiano early in the tournament. I mean, maybe the king went to d1 instead of f1 or something, but it looks very similar, if not identical. And so I'm confused, first of all, why Alireza was so slow. But then I'm also confused what Ding is doing. So if somebody's made a mistake here, and I don't know who it is, my instinct tells me that more likely than not, probably Ding has confused a move order or something's gone wrong. Just based on the general body language, he looks very nervous and unsure of himself. So I'm guessing that Ding's made a mistake and he's already in some trouble potentially down the road. I assume he's going to have to go bishop d3, takes queen b5, queen d3, and I mean, we'll see what happens, but it feels to me like Alireza, if anybody, is going to be the one who's better. I also think in the game between Fabiano, somehow I always feel like the king went to f1 and not d1, and so I think probably Ding confused an order, probably played the wrong sequence of moves, and I think he's probably just a little bit worse. That's just my guess for first glance of the position. Obviously hard to judge. But we'll see what happens there. So I would say Alireza probably is a promising position so far, and yeah, it's pretty normal. And I mean, for I guess a third time in 4 games, I'm very bored at the start, where it seems like I'm better prepared than my opponent on the back of just playing the candidates and everything else. So it's nice to be able to blitz out the moves, but it also makes it very boring because sometimes you want to actually sit and think versus just like wandering around and thinking about stocks and everything that has nothing to do with chess. So on the one hand, it's good. On the one hand, it's bad. But you know, that's just how chess goes sometimes. So that's life. But I'm sure I'll have more to say probably in the next few moves in my game because probably something very exciting will happen or it'll become very boring. And yeah, I'll probably say something more. So that's it for now.
Well, I guess he was right that something exciting was about to happen because that confessional session went down right before Pragg sacrificed the knight on e4, which we're still trying to make sense of. And now I think Hikaru is going to try to make sense of it because it seems like White is in a very comfortable position, playing for 2 results pretty much right away. Really interesting. David, you said when we weren't mic'd up, you just don't understand why Pragg sacrificed that knight. And by the way, I can also just laugh that none of the players seem to understand what's going on between Firouzja and Liren. They've all had the same, like, I don't know what's going on there. I think that's the same line he had against Fabiano, but why are they taking the time they are? Why is Liren messing up the move order? So anyway, all right, fun to see Hikaru as usual. Maybe we dive in a little bit further. Let's analyze now that Pragg has played rook to e5. And Hikaru has some big decisions to make. But, David, help us make sense of this, even though you said yourself you're not sure you can make sense of it either.
Yeah, I think it's just a gamble from Pragg here. He's dropped his rook back. At least now knight takes pawn won't come with a fork that you mentioned, Danny. I'm still slightly tempted to take this pawn. There is an escape path back for the white knight if need be to the c4 square, so I don't think it's too risky. The safe option might be to retreat, return with the white knight. I don't really see where black's compensation is there, although maybe a bit passive from white. Lots of tempting moves. I don't know whether... I mean, Pragg relies a lot on calculation. I don't know whether he's seen a variation that's really attractive for black, that he's hoping that Hikaru walks down, or whether this is just instinctive, whether it's feel, whether he thought he was just suffering anyway. And just like Ding, maybe this is the best practical try. It's confusing.
I think I might suspect what he's going for, but only because the computer really wants that to happen. And it's not exactly straight out forced. But if you take on d6...
Let's go. Let's jump in.
Queen to b6 attacks the queen, steps into a fork, so you allow knight to c4. The idea being that the queen moves away with a check to f6. The king has to step back to g1. I'm guessing if king g3, then you get mated in 2 moves. So king g1.
Danny's king g3.
Not anymore. It was the move I suggested when the king was safe.
And here, rook to e2, sacrificing the rook. If you take this rook, the rook on a1 is hanging. You grab that rook with a check. The queen has to cover, and you give a check on d4. The queen has to cover, and you go back into the corner or to d1, and you will repeat 3 times and play an Armageddon.
Fascinating, actually. That's actually a fascinating line. I mean,
oh my god,
a computer line indeed, but not one that Pragg might not have looked at, right? At least just to make sure that knight takes d6 is impossible before he played rook e5. It's funny. I actually never forget it. In a game that I had, I was up 2 rooks and missed a perpetual check just like that, where I couldn't escape. And my king was actually trapped by 2 rooks on h2 and h1 with a pawn on g2. Oh man, that hurt. So that is a perpetual check that gives me nightmares. Thanks, Anna, for bringing that back.
No worries, I got you covered.
Yeah, but okay, you don't have to take d6, and
well, you can take. The thing is, you can still take the pawn. You can go for all of this, so you can fall into Pragg's trap. You can go for what he wants. Except after king f1, rook e2, when your queen is hanging and your rook is hanging, you're just gonna say, I don't care, rook f1.
Only works too because the knight defends the queen on d2 or attacks it, so that after black takes the queen and white follows suit on f6, you can't just take the white rook on f6 without white recapturing on d2. So, okay, wow. This would be the type of line that I don't think either player would be comfortable to calculate. When I look at the live position, one of the questions I have is like, do you even need the pawn? You're up a piece. What if you just protect the knight? I mean, is g4 an option? I know that that's a move you would normally be afraid to play if your king is castled, but you're up a piece and the king is already wide open anyway.
That's a great question, Danny. And maybe g4 is just the most human and most still keeping the advantage and playing pragmatic choice.
It also allows the knight to retreat to g3. Should black play g6, now you put the knight behind the pawn. You're sort of recreating a shelter for the king with the knight on g3 and the pawn on g4, maybe. But all right, I guess I'm so surprised by the approach here from Pragg. And do you think he got impatient there, David? I mean, can we go back to the position before he took? You said that maybe it was a gamble and that he just didn't want to get squeezed. But the difference was, I mean, we knew I was better, but it didn't feel like time to hit the panic button.
Yeah, fully agree. It's a bit strange, this decision, but I guess there is a threat, especially the d6 pawn, queen g5 maybe in the air, as you mentioned. I mean, name another move. I guess that would be the dilemma. What else could black try even? You have to defend d6. If you defend it with your rook maybe, then would queen g5 come painfully?
And if he had played queen to b6 to defend it,
queen b6.
He might have thought it's too passive, or is there something concrete?
I guess the main point I had was that tactically, can't black win back the pawn on d5 because the king's in the center. So the line I looked at was like, even if you had to play something like queen to b4, maybe that's the most direct way to stop queen g5. If queen b4, cb4, knight d... Oh, the rook is hanging at the end of the line with e8. So yeah, so knight d6, you don't have time for knight takes d5. Yeah. Okay, so as we look at the position, perhaps this idea that queen g5 was coming was actually a lot harder to stop. I mean, we were pointing it out sort of theoretically, like, hey, love Hikaru's attacking ideas, and that's where I said maybe you'll run the king to g3 and shield it. But this was actually maybe a much harder position to play than we thought.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's an ugly position, I guess, if, for example, I mean, queen b6, I guess castling here runs into c4 check, and maybe the pawn drops, but yeah, maybe he just feared a position. Oh, not king h1, but maybe he feared a position such as this one. If, for example, black didn't have the resource of c4, if white's king gets to safety, white long-term is just winning. Firstly, connect 4, as we mentioned. Secondly, this knight is just so dominant. So if white's king gets to safety, maybe Pragg thought, long-term, I'm doomed. So he just thought, okay, before it's too late, get that white king out into the open.
Yeah, and also queen g5 is so scary. Even without castling, he must have calculated those lines and thought that he's doomed. If you think you're doomed, then you probably are more likely to go for a knight sacrifice like knight takes e4, because you want to make sure that you get some chances, even if you are worse.
No, it makes more sense now. I love how you just subtly drop white's winning. First of all, connect 4, and then you moved on to make your chess points. Just classic.
Very classic.
Connect 4 for the score. White is winning. But all right, will white go on to win? We're going to see what Hikaru Nakamura can do with the extra piece that he now has. He's thinking, because that's what he's paid to do, as we've said. Let's back it up and take a look at the other games in progress, because that's what we're paid to do. Make sure that we keep you informed of all the chess in action. I want to go back to Humpy Canero's game with Anna Muzychuk. To me, that looks like a ton of fun, and I can't wait to see what happens with the attacking chances. Not that everyone doesn't love Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen, sort of the feature card we circled for so many reasons, but we still think that game's probably headed to Armageddon. Neither side really giving an inch. So let's dive into Humpy Canero's battle versus Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, was that intentional, the pun, Danny, as we were leaving Pragg's game? Which game has made the most progress? No?
I may or may not have. No, I actually can't take credit for that one. Darn it. Darn it.
But, yeah,
I still like your Norway, no way.
Okay.
So
Norway and Norway. Norway and Norway. All right. Well, all right. The Knights have retreated. We've seen a couple moves. Again, I know the computer is still evaluating black as better. It's easy for all of us armchair chess engine quarterbacks, whether we're commentators or fans at home, to pretend that we know better. But this position is about to get very spicy, David. This is opposite side castling. And again, if you took away the eval bar from me, just being honest, like, I have no idea how to evaluate this. Like, I kind of like what's happening with white's position. The pressure on f5, 92 is coming to g3. I'm trying to force the issue there so that you have to take and open up lines. Although now I flip sides and play black, and I'm wondering, can I play c5? Do I also look to just open things up, even at the risk of sacrificing a d5 pawn? So, all right, I've said enough. Teach me, Grandmaster.
No, I'm learning. I'm the one learning, Danny. I mean, you go back, I go forward. I mentioned that one earlier in this game, and knight e2, maybe that is a signal, a bit of a trigger for black to start initiating play. I'm also very tempted to just put a pawn on a3, just because there'll be so many checkmating patterns around the white king if and when the pawn lands on that square. It's just about how kind of quick Anna Muzychuk needs to be here. It's always a race, as you mentioned, with kings on opposite flanks. Likewise, I do believe this can go in any direction right now, but I think this might be the first critical moment for Anna Muzychuk. She started thinking for 3 minutes here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 15-20 minute thing, because there's so much to calculate. Do you even react to this attack on the f-pawn? Okay, let's try c5. Let's jump in. Attack. Let's go for the white king. The bar proofs. Thinks it's a very decent choice. And I mean, if you allow the pawn to continue, the pawn storm looks really, really terrifying here. But if you take on c5, black's pieces are likely to flood in. I'm not sure how you start. Even if it's just a pawn sacrifice, as you mentioned, Danny, just give the pawn as kind of bait here to lure the white queen forward.
A bit similar like Liren's pawn sacrifice, only that he's sacrificing like 2-3 pawns with that decision.
This is just one.
Yeah.
This would be great for Anna, right? I mean, the rooks come to d8 and c8. You might even get some sort of puzzle rush mate with a discovered check if your opponent cooperates. But no, kidding aside, let's back up, because I know you said the pawn storm was scary, but if I'm white, I would much rather not play this position and play knight g3 or take f5 and allow c4 and queen c2. So maybe knight to g3. We just try to keep coming forward.
Okay, I said it, so I have to be consistent here. I'll follow through with c4.
And then queen c2.
Yeah.
And I guess you're just punching all the way. And the point is, now that you're gaining a tempo on my knight as well on d2, that's a problem.
Yeah, and a capture. Black has options here. I'm not sure whether you
just take it, yeah.
Yeah, whether you take it or whether you shift the rook to c8. But
yeah,
let's say bishop takes c3. For viewers at home, this is a deadly pin, fatal. So I guess the question would be, after bishop takes c3, again, is white quick enough? Knight takes f5, but the black queen will dive in. Oh, I don't know. I mean, this just looks
ugly.
Really scary.
Okay, so I think this is instructive, despite the fact that if we go back to the live position, it's not optically that much in black's favor, but computers outplay humans because they can calculate a lot further instantly, by the way, the speed of a superjet engine. And so the forcing variations as the highways start to open up, the files and diagonals, looks like black is getting there first, Anna.
Yeah, this could be the first real serious opportunity for anyone in any of the two fields to win with the black pieces. And honestly, I was already worried about Humpy when she castled queenside, because king safety for me is like the one thing I worry about in chess. And the problem is, it's so much easier for us to sit here and just say that, because of course she cares about her king safety. Of course she normally wouldn't want to castle into an attack, but maybe she didn't evaluate correctly how fast that attack is, because she also has g4. She also will have a g file opening up. She was hoping f takes g4, h takes g4 opens up the h file. That's looking good. If you don't take, then she will have the g file, or she can take on f5. So there's certainly factors that were appealing to her for her side of the attack to justify that she castles queenside, but it seems it wasn't very objective.
Yeah. Well, you heard me. I mean, I was saying that I thought that maybe white had better chances from a practical perspective than the computer said, and I am not in Humpy Canero's class. So I mean, I think it looked a little more unclear. But as we look at the variations, and we have the luxury of being able to analyze, and we have a grandmaster over there who also has a mouse, and he knows how to use it and highlight, and he's so good at it. So no, but this is looking scary, and you made a great point, Anna. Will we see black get a victory here for the first time in 2024 Norway Chess, at least in classical? We have seen black win in Armageddon. On day one, black went 4-2. All 6 games went to Armageddon in day one. If you missed it, shame on you. It was awesome. We had the right way to kick it off. All 6 games went to Armageddon, and black was 4-2. But since then, black has not won. I don't think.
Just in Armageddon yesterday, 2 draws.
Oh, yeah, okay, the draws. Yeah. Black didn't win, but held on. So, yeah. All right. Anna Muzychuk, can she get it done? Yeah. Winning with the second move. Go ahead, David.
I was going to say, it feels like an Armageddon game, this one. It feels like Humpy's all in, wanting to win or needing to win with white. But yeah, it's yet to be seen whether that risk, high risk, high reward kind of approach pays off. Want to check back in on when Anna Muzychuk makes her move.
Do you think, I just wanted to ask both of you, if you think it was a conscious decision that she would take more risks, more chances, because she lost the classical game against Vaishali? Is she trying to bounce back, or it just that she didn't assess the position correctly?
Yeah, I don't know. I think more likely she just didn't assess it correctly, because I think the event is still early enough, right? And you've made the point many times, correctly so, that a win in last place and you're in first place, right? So I don't know that she was in any way in panic mode, but maybe just misevaluated. And again, it's not over yet. We have analyzed it with accurate play, with the most aggressive of intentions. Black should be ahead in the race. We call it a race because the kings are on opposite sides of the board. But will Anna Muzychuk find the best moves? We'll see. So, David, what game do you have your eye on? I know Hikaru is still thinking, but go ahead and. I don't know. It's all Firouzja Ding Liren. I know we spent a lot of time there, but.
But maybe we need to go back.
But let's pay off the games that we're not going to touch on real quick, just so that the people at home can be mad or not. It's up to them. They can go to chess.com/events and choose their own adventure, as I like to say. Pia Kramling and Vaishali have been in a very theoretical Grunfeld. It is interesting to note that Vaishali, again, very well prepared, up on time, in a very good position as black. I don't think she's lost an opening battle yet at Norway Chess, so Vaishali riding that candidate's prep high. But I still don't know that that game is getting us any fireworks, David. I think it's a small advantage, but I think it's okay for white.
Yeah, I'm not on the edge of my seat with that game. Pia Kramling fighting for a draw and should get the draw. But Vaishali might be able to work some magic. I just wanted to mention maybe Lei Tingjie, Zhu Wenjun before we jump back to Firouzja Ding, because that is following the path we expected. Lei Tingjie increasing her advantage. I think black's kingside attack there, Zhu Wenjun, the world champion, it's going nowhere. White on the queen side, however, making significant progress. So I think Lei Tingjie doing everything right. Maybe another classical win in that one incoming. I don't know whether we jump in. No forcing variations yet. That's the key. It's very much a strategic battle. Is it time for Firouzja Ding?
Let's go to Lei Tingjie, Zhu Wenjun. We haven't looked at that game as much. And by the way, even though we are getting action with Firouzja Ding Liren, it's variations we've already looked at. So for those of you who've been with us, we looked at the variations coming with queen takes d5 check and bishop takes e5. You can go check out that position and analyze it for yourself for just a minute. But here we go. You talked about the fact that white has broken through on the queen side, David, and that attack is going nowhere for Zhu Wenjun. Now teach us more.
I mean, I'm just trying to think, if black had a few more moves, what would black even play? There's one beautiful stallion on the board, the knight on f4, that holds the white king side. It holds a bunch of squares on this flank. It eyes up the isolated pawn. Just because I'm a bit of a, well, I play grumpy old man chess, according to my friends. I would just want to trade off any potential attackers. Get rid of that d6 knight that we highlighted as black's best piece earlier in the game. It actually cost black, what was it, 4-5 moves to get there? Now the piece could simply be traded, and I'm not sure how to start with white. I would want to at some point maybe trade off a defender of the queen side, but I would swing a rook across. I would maybe edge up the white queen, try to sneak in. Pawn to a5 as well is always a nice little kind of massage type of move. Anna, Zhu Wenjun, do you see any practical chances in her future? Any dreams, any hopes of an attack?
I think it's going to be really hard for her for the factors you mentioned, that knight on f4 is a beast in the defense, and at the same time also putting pressure on the central d5 pawn. So it's good for gluing together everything, defending everything, but also is a very well-placed piece. At the same time, the d3 bishop, holding the b1, h7 diagonal, making it really hard to see how Zhu Wenjun could swing the rook over to the king side, because ideally she could place the rook on g6 and threaten checkmate on g2. The g6 square is covered, the g2 square is guarded, the knight could jump to g4 and then maybe queen h4, but there's too many defenders for white at your disposal. I don't think that any of those attacks are any dangerous. It's hard to see how can she increase the pressure. Maybe if she starts pushing the h-pawn, but even the h can't really push to h3 because of the knight.
Yep. It's one of those problems when you're attacking with pieces before pawns and there are no weaknesses, right? There are structures where you think of a pawn storm. Everyone hears that term, right, David? The pawn storm is usually to find a lever, make a trade, and open a file or a diagonal, right? And here, white's pawn structure is perfect. h2, g2, f2, and even e3 if you want to throw that in. And so normally what you have to do is you have to try to poke and prod and induce a weakness so that you have a lever to open up lines. And this is a really good example of when your opponent's structure is perfect, it's hard to throw pieces at it and not pay the price, right? And so here, if black had a couple moves and you could move the queen and play g5 and kick the knight, but then now the pawn is in the place of the queen, so then you got to move it forward again and bring the queen back. And it's just, it takes a long time to open up lines when your opponent has not created any weakness. Which is why the most successful pawn storms are in positions where your opponent has already moved a pawn, like a Yugoslav attack or an English attack or something like that. So anyway, just providing a little bit of a strategic breakdown of why Zhu Wenjun's attack is lacking a little bit of merit, which is kind of the risk in these Carlsbad structures, right? Sometimes black gets all the pieces and you get the time. We've been talking about it from the beginning of this one. She was kind of down a couple tempi. So yeah, I'm in camp Lei Tingjie with both of you, and we'll see. By the way, Hikaru Nakamura went to the confessional booth again. We're going to have that at the next break, which is in just a little bit. So stick around for that, everybody. Let's go back to the bird's eye view again and head over to Firouzja's battle against Liren. I know we said we had already analyzed these lines, but Firouzja's time advantage is disappearing. I think back to Anna's point, from a practical perspective, we're applauding Liren's approach even more. I don't care that the computer says white's better. We're in a spot where Firouzja now has to really work and take the risk of taking the pawns in order to maintain his advantage, and I don't know that he wants to.
It doesn't seem like he wants to. He spent a lot of time on that capture on d takes e5, and we left it. It was already like several minutes of serious amount. Was it like 12 minutes?
Well,
did he spend even more? Because I think when we left it, it was quite a lot of time.
Yeah,
do you know, David, how much time
18 minutes on d takes e5.
18 minutes he spent overall on capturing the pawn, and now he's thinking again.
Which, that's even more weird, right, David? Like, you spend 18 minutes, sometimes you're going to rattle out. What is your favorite phrase? Long think, wrong think?
Yep.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, often you get stuck in your head, you look for something that's not there, or you go too far down one direction, and then you forget your opponent has an option early on in the line, and yeah, often you start to overthink rather than keeping things simple. You try to be a bit flashy, a bit sophisticated, and it can backfire. I'm not sure whether Alireza is going to try and be a bit flashy here. I mean, there are other moves to come to mind, like h6, bishop h6. There are options, so I kind of understand why he's thinking now, but like you say, Danny, odd to think at the start of the variation and then stop. It feels like kind of the best players when they're in the flow, which they describe as, you know, that state where everything works in their favor. That's when they kind of trust their instincts. That's when they that's when the best results come, simply. So interesting time usage. This is sure to get even wilder, this game, at some point, so maybe he'll want those 18 minutes back at some point. But okay, he's been thinking 7 minutes here, and queen takes d5, greed, being good, but maybe defending, or going on the attack. I think it's a stylistic choice right now.
Ooh. Stylistic choice. I don't know. Don't have a computer in front of me, so I don't know if bishop h6 maintains the advantage in the same way. But let's look at bishop h6 just because we didn't look at it yet. We looked at queen takes d5 check earlier when we were analyzing. Oh, and okay, on that note, good f7 and bishop f6 are the two responses that come to mind, right? Bishop f6 not as much because you can take and then play h6. Let's just show that real quick.
This is a very common motif, a pattern to remember. You give
a pattern to remember. That should be a book by you.
Maybe a shirt.
That just rolled off the tongue. A pattern to remember.
A pattern to remember.
Yeah, bishop takes g7 and h6. A pattern to remember.
Yeah.
That sounds like a rom-com. Starring Keanu Reeves playing the life of David Howell.
One night in Norway.
Grandmaster. One night in Norway. A pattern to remember. All right, so if this doesn't work out, we're gonna. If this all doesn't work out, you should consider that pursuing rom-com writing. All right, but rook f7, therefore the only way to defend the pawn then.
Yeah, and I think the idea now is to take the pawn probably and argue that the black king cannot get off the g file. I just want to point out to everyone at home, initially I was a bit confused. I thought h6 might be what he was thinking about, but rook f7, and the big difference is now queen takes d5 doesn't come with a check, and the white bishop is hanging, so you can't deal with everything in one go. But bishop h6, the difference is now queen takes d5, the bishop is safe. Looks really awkward. It's pretty much trapped itself, but now the black king is stuck, and taking on g7, another threat. Re-established as a threat even. What does black play here? This is about to happen.
It looks terrible, and yes, it's
on the board.
Happening right now. Alireza Firouzja takes the pawn, and stylistically, we were saying that this suits him better. He's attacking. He grabbed one of the pawns. He didn't need even more pawns. What he wants is to go after Ding's king.
I like this move, king f8 by Liren, though, and what I like best about it is how quickly he played it.
Yeah.
Quick
right?
Think, right think.
Short think, right. It doesn't rhyme in the same way as long think, wrong think does. No, but he worked hard on his opponent's time, and he moved quickly. And at a certain point, the same practical advice does go the other way when you're worse, right? It's not just overthinking things when you're better, but don't try so hard to defend a bad position when, like, look, you're going to be defending this bad position for a while. So maybe move quickly, put the pressure back on Alireza. We'll see if Firouzja can find queen d6 check. According to the computer, it's key.
Yeah, it's key, but it does require some calculation. It looks like it blunders a piece, queen to d6. Just to jump in one more time, the blue arrow appears. The only move here to keep the initiative, and this check looks like it loses a piece after bishop to e7. Whoops, the white queen is hit, and the white bishop will drop off next move, but now you flick in a check. You capture this pawn, you throw away the bishop for the highest price, and now you slide, and you pin and
Oh
win.
my gosh, that's beautiful.
So you have to spot this, which he's definitely capable of. It's a 3-move variation, but queen to d6. The other question is, what are you actually doing if the black king slides away again? The knight could also block. There's actually lots of ways black can deal with this. Knight e7, king g8. It's not just the first move, it's a long variation.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's easy for us to say. We have the computer guiding us with the blue arrow and 3 people analyzing here. But I love your point that even just king g8, that's a simple way to show that this is not an easy position. Firouzja could calculate queen d6 and king g8, and he might not see that anything has changed. It's a hard move to commit to when you don't see the queen being any better there than it is on d5.
And the funny thing is, the computer completely agrees with that as well. The computer says that if the check is given and the king moves away, the queen will need to come back to d5, pin again, and after king f8, change it. So
that's fascinating. That is and it shows you there's got to be a better move here, and it's interesting how the computer algorithms approach that situation, right?
Yeah.
Where like it's suggesting a move that if the opponent finds the best move, the computer, which is not a human, says, yeah, let's just repeat.
yeah.
Yeah, that begs the question, why the blue arrow? If it's definitely...
I completely agree. But, you know, a lot of the neural net engines are based on how AlphaZero and Leela change the way that it's approached. And I actually do know a little bit about this, so I'll expand that. Traditional computers were based on the evaluations that we taught them and then sort of a brute force approach based on the fact that they had more computing power than us. But now we're dealing with probability and sort of the Monte Carlo tree systems in terms of their approach. And so a lot of times they are choosing moves based on that it increases the options available, which again, 99.999 times out of 100, a move that increases the options is also the best move in the traditional way of thinking about it, the best move that takes material, the best move that launches a checkmate attack. But it's why you saw those early times where Leela was trolling its opponent, playing these weird moves and sort of playing with its food, because it actually was approaching the game based on what move increases the probability up against sort of a weighted, but it can't lose the game and it can't draw the game. So anyway, we can go. I'm nerding out a little bit because I love this stuff. And if everyone wants to see what's going on between the best computers in the world, go to chess.com/CCC right now. Inadvertent CTA. The chess.com Computer Chess Championship is just a fun project where we're sort of funding on the side with all kinds of open source, and engine writers who are just trying to make the best engine, and they're playing each other all the time. And sometimes you get really weird troll things like this. All right, I've nerded out enough. Guess what? Time to throw us your prime, because we've got a confessional from Hikaru Nakamura at the break. You don't want to miss it. He's going to spend even more time than he already has, apparently, analyzing other people's games. So Hikaru took another visit to the confessional. There's a lot more chess ahead here in round 4. Go to chess.com/CCC if you want to check out what some of the engines are doing. It's more from 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women in round 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
is becoming too much of a regular occurrence because my opponents are thinking too long in every game. Obviously, it's still prep. I'm just going to play f3, e4, very normal stuff. A couple interesting lines here, so we'll see what Pragg does. From personal experience, I think whenever your opponent is moving really quickly like this, it's very unnerving. It's not a good feeling because, you know, when you play chess, I would say growing up, even in the modern world, you know, you grow up playing chess, you still feel like you're playing against a human, and then when your human opponent is able to just blitz out move after move after move every move. You feel like you're not really playing against a human. It's literally you're playing against stockfish, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I mean, it's pretty unpleasant to deal with. I've had to deal with it a few times in my career. So I think from that standpoint, there's some psychological pressure on Pragg because in this position, if he's very precise, he's completely fine. If he's not super precise, he could end up a little bit worse very quickly, especially because in the spirit of Garry Kasparov, I'm trying to put this knight on f5. Like, I can go e4, some knight f5 somewhere and try to attack on the king side. So it's a very tricky position to play for black here, and I'm way up on time, so feel pretty good. But again, even though I like my position, I am honestly just bored out of my mind, which is probably why I'm back here again. My opponents think so long, and yeah, it's just how it goes. So it's not. I'm happy with the position, but it's like I wish I were spending more time on the board and able to actually think about chess, because otherwise, I mean, I feel like I'd rather just be streaming right now than playing this game or maybe trading some stocks, but. It's what it is, but I feel good. So there's probably going to come a critical moment in this game where I'm going to need to spend some time if Pragg is not super precise. Like, it's up for the next 3-4 moves, probably at least. I can just blitz out move after move after move. But there's probably going to come a critical moment when I'm going to need to use 15-20 minutes to try to find the perfect solution, because I still think that I'll get surprised somewhere soon. But I built up the time edge, so that should be good for me, and hopefully I'm not here more, because if I'm here much more, that means that I'm in danger of spending more time in the confessional than probably at the board for the whole game, which might be a record, but I don't know if that's a good record to hold, so we'll see. Okay, I decided to come back.
We are back, and we are live here in beautiful Stavanger, Norway. The playing hall downstairs, all 6 games still in action, all 12 players working hard at the board. Looks like Hikaru Nakamura about to move over there on the far left. Took it back. Alireza Firouzja still chin in hand, thinking deeply about his game versus Ding Liren. Ding doesn't walk around a lot, David. Usually just sits at the board and works hard even when his opponents are thinking, but maybe finally taking a little bit of a break there, huh?
Yeah, if it was any other player, Danny, I would have potentially thought they were visiting the confessional booth, but not Ding's style. Like you said, not walking around isn't his style either. Maybe just taking a breather. He knows the time scramble is going to, at some point, kick in due to the fact the players don't get that much extra time after move 40, just the increment. So I think a good practical decision. Tip for everyone at home, just before the storm erupts, take your time. Get as fresh as possible, and like you said, Danny, Hikaru as well, about to move.
Hikaru looked like he was about to move, and then he took his hand back. Something you can really only do in over-the-board chess, right? Although I guess you can touch a piece with a mouse and then back up. We always talk about how Hikaru is kind of bringing his streamer tendencies to the board. We saw his confessional at the break saying just how bored he is, would rather be streaming or trading stocks or whatever else, but not bored anymore, going into a bit of a long think here. It's been 40 minutes since Hikaru moved, Anna.
40 minutes is a very long time, and it goes to show how complex this position is. Even though he's up a piece, it was Praggnanandhaa who sacrificed his knight on e4 a couple of moves ago, but the king situation of white is somewhat unclear. Of course, we have the evaluation bar and the computer to back up that the position is just fine for white. White is up advantage and is not in trouble, but he doesn't have access to any of that information. He has to figure it out on his own, and that's why he's calculating a lot. Maybe we could just recap real quick the very tricky line we showed earlier, because that's probably one of the lines he's considering. Can he take the pawn on d6?
Yeah, I was going to say, Anna, I have a sneaky feeling Pragg has seen this whole thing. I have a feeling when he sacrificed, he's calculated this whole line that we're about to show. And I think Hikaru now, he's just double-checking. He's nodding his head. Normally, that is... I mean, Danny's the body language expert with Hikaru. I'm not sure what face number this is, but normally that means he's calculating something, and he's pretty sure, but not 100% sure yet.
Well, and in this case, I think we can be pretty sure that he's calculating something, but it might even be more recalling his prep than we realize. Hikaru went to the confessional booth again. He said it's going to be his last time, but we're going to throw to it right now and see what Hikaru had to say about his game, because apparently he goes pretty deep in the analysis you're about to see.
Okay, I decided to come back. I think this is going to be the last time I'm here, most likely. Yeah, so I think in my game, I'm pretty happy right now. Either I'm much better or I'm probably missing some tactic, is my guess. I didn't think bishop d7 was right. Bishop c8 was the first new move, as you guys could probably tell by my time usage, since every move up to that point I played instantly. The reason I played a4 is because I thought if I were to castle, I can go some bishop d7, a5, a4, and I didn't really love the position. I mean, it's probably fine for me with the structure anyway. But then Pragg, after bishop c8, a4, very much surprised me with this move, bishop d7. I was expecting him to take on a4 and play rook b8, or like maybe bishop d7 and queen b4, something a little bit different than this, because now after knight f5, if the sack on e4 doesn't work here for black, I think that I'm actually just much better. So, I mean, my calculations are that if he plays rook takes e4, let's say he sacks the rook, I can take, queen a5, queen d3, rook d1, and there are no checks, and I castle my king on the next turn, I'm just winning the game. If he plays knight e4, takes king f2, rook e8, rook e1, that also should be great for me. At the very least, I also have some queen g5 tricks, which should lead to a forced draw at the very worst. So I think I'm doing quite well. I mean, either I'm much better, maybe even just winning or something, or there's this tactic of knight e4 works. I don't think there are any two ways about it. So probably I think based on whatever Pragg plays on the next move, which I think he's going to use a bunch of time on, we'll have a very clear-cut idea, I think, of where the game stands. Now, in true fashion, I'll talk about the other games very briefly. I think Alireza's got a great position. As I mentioned before, it's similar to the game against Fabiano. I don't remember if the king was on f1 or d1 in that game. But what I do remember is that Fabiano very early played a f7, f5 move, and Ding castled and played f6 line as rook g1, rook g4. And I mean, obviously Ding is a great player, but based on the fact that I think Fabiano was playing relatively quickly in that game, at that point he played f7, f5. It just feels like Ding probably made a mistake with this f6 move. That doesn't mean his position is horrible or losing, but I would say that Alireza is probably in the driver's seat in that game. And Magnus's game, I think, is kind of petering out a little bit. It feels like he's kind of alleviated the danger on the queen side. His structure is relatively okay. Probably a set of rooks will get changed on the f file. So I think that's trending towards a draw, but I think all 3 games was something exciting. But at least in my game, it's a great spot to be in because first of all, I'm up 30 minutes. But secondly, if the sack doesn't work, I'm just clearly better. So if Pragg sacks on e4, then I have 30 minutes to try and figure out. And unless I missed an obvious tactic, I think I'm just probably winning in that position. So it's a very nice situation to be in where I'm up a bunch of time. I can chill, relax, and just enjoy myself. So we'll see.
He says he can chill, relax, enjoy himself, but he hasn't been doing that since he went to the confessional. The video you just saw was recorded about 45 minutes ago, and he's been thinking for about 45 minutes. So he's working hard. I think he does know that he's better, obviously, and he's trying to go as deeply as he can right now. Make sure that he doesn't step on any landmines ahead, David. What is the approach there from a top grandmaster when this type of transition has happened? Objectively, they know they're better. They know they're playing for 2 results. Do you like the approach of, hey, I'm going to use the clock advantage I've earned and go as deep as I bleeping can right now to just really work it out and feel super confident? Or do you think that type of time usage comes back to haunt him?
I mean, I guess we'll see in this one. 2 approaches down. He does take the pawn. Normally, I think Hikaru in a blitz game, he would say stabilize, stabilize, stabilize. I've done the hard work. I've won a piece. I'll play g4 or one of those other moves, keep the advantage and grind it out. But here, like you said, he had the luxury of time, and that's what marks out the top grandmasters. They can calculate these long 8-9 move variations, and I mean, it looks like that's what he's done. It took him a long time to convince himself, but it's a very, very forcing variation. And Anna, I think you might have predicted the future.
I was going to say, Anna, you already showed us this variation, so you should take it away and
We show it again.
we should show it again. And honestly, I think the chances we see the line you showed are actually pretty high.
That is insane. But I do agree with what you pointed out, David, earlier, that the moment Praggnanandhaa sacrifices the piece on e4, he calculated this whole thing. Like it's very likely that Praggnanandhaa, the moment he gives up the piece, he sees the following line. Queen to b6, attacking the knight, stepping into a knight fork. The knight goes to c4, attacks the 2 pieces, but the queen goes away with a check. King to f1, seems like white is just fine. It's up a piece and the king is safe, but here comes rook to e2. Giving up a rook, but if you capture the rook with the queen, the black queen will take the hanging rook on a1, and after queen to f1, well, if you move the king, your rook is hanging in the corner, so only queen to f1 is possible. And with queen d4 check, queen to f2, black queen goes back to the back rank, white queen goes back to f1. It would have led to, or it could have still, I guess it could still lead to, a 3-fold repetition. The fact, though, that Hikaru took the pawn, I think is a sign that he sees this variation. He sees that there will be that rook sacrifice with rook e2, and he figured out the follow-up, because this is not all forced.
Yeah, and talk us through that last part of the equation. Anna, you said it's not all forced. Up until this point, it is rook e2, and do you think Pragg, the reason he's looking so unhappy on the camera right now is because he missed this other move you showed at the end of the variation, the sting in the tail?
It's very likely that he did miss this, because when he calculated it, that was like 10 moves ago, so it's okay to miss it. Rook to f1 here is an incredibly strong move. You leave your queen hanging, but you attack the black queen, and the key point is that once the black rook takes the queen, you capture black's queen. Now, not only your rook is hanging, but also black's rook, and if black gives a check on d1, you're just in time to swing back with the rook to f1, and you're up a piece, and black can resign.
You said black can resign if these types of variations happen. Well, good news. As you guys were breaking that down, Pragg visited the confessional booth.
No way.
And we're going to get a real-time look into his feelings. I believe this is the first time Pragg has visited the confessional booth here in Norway Chess 2024. Let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, it has gone bit badly for me today. Yeah, I'm happy that at least I got this 94 in, and yeah, I hope to get some counterplay here, but with this king weak, and yeah, if he wants to get the king to safety, maybe he has to give b3 and d5, and I hope to create some fortress. Yeah, right now he can't take knight d6 because there is queen b6, knight c4, queen f6, and king g1 to e2. So yeah, otherwise, yeah, now that I see there is rook e2, rook f1. But yeah, yeah, I hope to create some counterplay here, but I think what should be better.
No way.
Oh, OMG. First of all, you called it. Anna called it. Great breakdown. We were all watching that in real time here in the studio as he is in real time discovering that he missed rook f1. You saw it. He said, no, you can't take d6 because queen b6, knight c4, queen f6, and I have rook e2. And then he's like, oh no, but there's rook f1 at the end.
He realized it as he was saying it in the confessional booth. Maybe players should go to the confessional more often and before making those choices, because as he was saying it, you could see him in real time realize that he is in a very tough spot. His whole line was based on that you cannot take the pawn on d6. David?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Just the path to enlightenment is confession, clearly. but I mean, he's a calculating machine. We've said it before, Pragg. He relies a lot on calculation. That's a key ingredient to his game. That's why the kind of relationship with Ramesh, his coach, is so vital, because Ramesh is maybe the best at training calculation. I've sat in on some sessions, actually, where Ramesh is always like, one move further, go one move deeper, go one move deeper. And this was that occasion. He's seen the key line. But only then did he realize that he forgot to look one move into the future. And rook f1, it's incredible, though, that, Danny, it happened just there and then. Caught on camera.
And, you know, it's funny. Hikaru has talked about that, and this is obviously a nod to the streaming aspect, but Hikaru has talked about the process of calculating his moves out loud, and talk therapy is a real thing. There are theories on that when you don't express what's in your head, you kind of stay in the same thought loop. And like the conversation that Hikaru has with himself and tens of thousands of fans who are not there, like actually at times he has said has helped him like see some things. And that was pretty funny to see. Funny and not in a sad way or anything, but it was interesting to see that Pragg's, you know, realization and disappointment that followed when he recognized that he did miss rook f1. And by the way, he had plenty of time to come up with that before entering the confession booth. Hikaru was thinking for 40 minutes, but it wasn't until he entered the confessional booth and started processing the line that he saw it. And so, wow, wild. Well, now he really knows that he's got his work cut out for him, because grabbing that pawn, well, even though I suggested g4 earlier, if you can get that pawn and get away with it, it's obviously the best, right? Not only are you getting material, but that d5 pawn is now passed and immediately a problem for black in this position. And so this is, the knight moves, and there you go. Anna, you already showed the line. I mean, at this point, it's probably the critical game of the round, and it might be a classical victory for Hikaru Nakamura that ultimately leapfrogs the current leader and puts him in the driver's seat here at Norway Chess.
It will leapfrog Praggnanandhaa. We mentioned how with the scoring system here, a classical win is 3 points, and that could mean even players at the very bottom of the standings can become the leaders in just one round. Hikaru Nakamura has been entertaining us with his confessions, talking about how bored he is and how he would rather be streaming or trading stocks. But I think in this very moment, he no longer wants to be trading stocks. He wants to be trading some pieces until Praggnanandhaa resigns, because he's up a clear piece and the d pawn is a pass pawn. Pragg still plays queen b6, like he had to move the queen somewhere, but I think at this point both Hikaru and Praggnanandhaa know that black is completely lost.
Black is done. Black is busted, and I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru comes back to the board, maybe after Oh, okay, no more confessional. He comes back to the board.
He might have just gone to the confessional. I don't have any word on that yet. We'll keep you posted, but he does instantly move. Sorry to interrupt you, David. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, he's going to rattle out this whole variation. He's checked it, double-checked it, triple-checked it. He knew it was the whole key line, and we'll see the head bob soon. We'll see everything we see on stream.
By the way, he did just go to the confessional booth. Our team is editing it as
No
we speak.
way.
And it may play at the next break. I don't know, but yeah, Hikaru did just go to the confessional booth. So, okay, let's.
Should we stay here?
Do we
just
stay
in
here? Do you
case
want to
they
analyze it
go?
further? I mean, this is so critical, and it may be critical in terms of the entire event when all is said and done, right? Because not every day you get a victory in classical chess that leapfrogs the tournament leader, and that's what Hikaru Nakamura would be doing. So I kind of want to show that critical line one more time, if that's okay, if we could head to the analysis board, because I want to make sure that there isn't anything else for Pragg. He's not going to go down quietly. So what else could there be here? Okay, he's played Queen F6, and we're going to stay here because there's action. King G1 immediately played.
Only safe square, evading any checks. And the big question is this moment, does Pragg have any other move, any other rook discoveries? For example, rook takes d5. Is that something to consider right now? As we mentioned, rook e2, just to show it again as you requested, Danny, rook e2. It's a double hit on the white rook, on the white queen. You solve it with a counterattack. Remember, everyone at home, there's 3 ways to deal with any threat. You either evade the threat, move the piece out the way, or you block. In this case, you couldn't, or you counterattack, you counterstrike, and yeah, this one simply, as we showed earlier.
And has rook e2 already been played?
Not yet.
I think King G1 is the current
King G1 is the
last
current
move.
position.
And rook e2 is on the board.
Oh, there we go.
It's happening, but they both know. Well, Praggnanandhaa has said it in the confessional, and I'm pretty sure that Hikaru said it in the next confessional that he was gonna play here, rook to f1, which kills the game. So this is the line that the whole piece sacrifice was relying on, that white cannot grab the pawn on d6, and he will have some kind of compensation. If queen takes e2, if we just show it just real quick, the idea is that there's going to be a repetition, but we can't even show it because Hikaru already played the best move. The move that could actually just lead to resignation by black, unless Pragg finds some last chance, some last trick.
It's funny, I didn't know if you were going to say resignation, but then as you were slowly talking, I'm like, yeah, like maybe he would actually resign here. I'd be surprised, but what are the options? I mean, now the queen and rook are both hanging.
I think what's going to happen is Pragg is going to take the queen. Pragg has nothing else.
Take the d-pawn, okay.
Take the d-pawn. I think he's going to take the queen, take the d-pawn, and force Hikaru to win that endgame. If white's b-pawn didn't exist, I would say actually Pragg has good chances of drawing. But here we go, the queen trade. As Anna pointed out earlier, any check from the black rook is blocked by white's rook. And therefore, instead, he tries to grab another pawn. And this is the issue. White just needs one more move. If the king gets out, if the rook on h1 activates, then resignation will come. I don't see what black tries in the meantime. You could give another check, maybe, force the white rook back.
But it was super precise by Hikaru, and you notice he played rook f3 instantly, because as you said, Anna, he's already calculated this deeply. It guards the b3 pawn. And so there isn't any counterplay unless you give a check on d1 with the rook, but then he'll play rook f1. So he wasn't going to waste rook f1 unless black lets him get there with a tempo. And of course, if you don't check f1, as you already highlighted, either king f2 or even a move like h4 next gets the king out. Either way, white is in a much better spot. So Pragg is going to have to find whatever he can right now. And we shouldn't totally give up on this just being easy. Hikaru might make it look easy when all is said and done, but a knight is not the easiest piece to convert on. And so one mistake could make Hikaru's winning task difficult. As long as he keeps that extra b-pawn and the rooks get coordinated, then they should be able to slowly sort of gather the isolated pawns, because unfortunately for Pragg, his pawns are not connected. If they were, like, it's really true, David, right? If the pawns were connected here, like B and A, or that pawn moves over, it's actually still not that easy. But the fact that they're separated and isolated means that they're targets the moment white's rooks get coordinated. So a tough endgame ahead for Pragg.
Yeah, if Pragg could somehow eliminate white's b-pawn at the cost of maybe both of his queenside pawns, if it was just pawns on the king side, maybe some drawing chances. Pragg had mentioned the word fortress in his confessional, but that looks like a distant dream at the moment. I don't think you're quick enough. Pushing the pawn forward would not only walk into some potential knight forks on b6 a bit later, but it would also be met by white's rook swinging across and picking up this pawn. So yeah, it's looking like Hikaru. I wanted to mention as well, that confessional, the Pragg revelation where it just popped into his head. I agree, everyone at home should be talking through their moves in their head. It shouldn't just necessarily be variation, variation, variation. I think that's a way of kind of going astray, especially with the strategic stuff or with long variations. I mean, as soon as I started commentating, I actually felt my thought process was clearer. I didn't know how to explain what was going on in my head until that moment, and I definitely actually think it improves the results. Hikaru's living proof of that, and Pragg now learned that himself, just that moment we saw.
And maybe we will learn more if Hikaru has already gone back to the confessional. Maybe Pragg will visit the confessional more often after this moment of enlightenment. Do you think?
If Pragg wants to start his streaming career, I'm here. We're ready.
Oh, we are more than ready.
We're ready. Chess.com is ready. No, that's a joke. I mean, I don't think he's going to be focused on content creation just yet, but it is funny that Hikaru is living proof. I don't know if it would work for everyone, that the process of streaming, creating content, whatever that is, expressing your thought process, even if you're playing what seems to be a bunch of casual games, is not necessarily bad for your chess. I think Hikaru is playing the best chess of his career over the last couple of years, and I say sort of to be politically correct, I think that's an objective fact at this point, that Hikaru Nakamura is the reigning and defending Norway chess champion for a reason, and he might be leading the tournament by the time the day is over.
It's very likely he will be leading the tournament, and I hope we'll get to hear his words from how many times he has been to the confessional already? 3, 4, 5 times today. It's where he's spending most of his time during this game, except for the 45-minute thing. But those 45 minutes, by the way, were so well invested. That was the moment before he took on d6, and he calculated everything until this endgame. And even once you see it, I think he probably double, triple checked it. It was very sharp. You have to make sure that you're not missing anything. But now all he needs to do is blitz at the moves. He's getting rook d1 check, as predicted. The rook will go back to f1. That you cannot move the king because of the h1 rook hanging, but rook to f1. He sits then and immediately makes a move. Of course, the only move. And now possibly rook d3. David, is that Pragg's idea to try to go after the b pawn?
Yeah, you're predicting the future superbly today, Anna. But
this was an easier one to predict,
yeah.
Luckily.
The white knight actually lands a bit offside to defend its own pawn. Hikaru back out of his seat, maybe back to the confessional. Like you say, he was talking about stocks, or at least he mentioned he was thinking about stocks, but that time investment, 45-minute think, that was crucial. Okay, looking at other boards. Okay, Alireza didn't play the move queen to d6. Instead, dropping back his queen to the center. Ding looking up at the screen, maybe more interested in other games than his own position right now. Key moments over there. I just want to mention Tingjie and Wenjun have repeated once in their position. I do think Tingjie should play for the win, and probably will play for the win. Just what we mentioned earlier, Danny, with that repetition sometimes. Oh no, but we're headed towards a draw. Let's rush over there.
No way.
Yeah, Tingjie not pushing for the win, goes back in for the repetition, and we could be getting our first Armageddon of the day here. Tingjie, a little bit of a spy of the eyes there. She was like, you want to draw? Like, David, when I make eye contact with you like that, it means something different.
Yeah.
I mean, when you and I are looking at each other across the room over there, you know what it means.
I know what it means.
What does it mean?
Sandwiches.
Sandwiches. It means sandwiches every time. Oh, could really go for a sandwich right now. But no, Tingjie just like, in fact, look, I think Wenjun is making the claim, which means we are likely moments away from getting our first Armageddon battle of the day.
Yeah, she writes the move down, she stops the clock, she tells the arbiter what she intends to play. She points out it will be 3 times the position is repeated, and the arbiter confirms it looks like a draw. Score sheets are signed, and Armageddon awaits.
Armageddon it is. And the fact that she made the claim as it should be, you write down your move, you call the arbiter and not make your move. This is how you should make your claim if it's your move that will complete the threefold repetition. It shows that she didn't want to play the game. Like, she wouldn't want to make the move and give Lei a slight chance that she changes her mind. She has to call the arbiter and officially claim the draw if she wants to make sure that this game will not go on, because she's in a slightly worse position. She's not comfortable.
It's a really good point. We started this conversation, then didn't get into it. I'm not saying we will now, about why the players keep score. There's a lot of fans who've come into the chess world over the last couple of years because of the chess boom who haven't ever played over-the-board chess or don't necessarily know why. What you just saw there was exactly why. It is on the player to make the claim at the appropriate time for threefold repetition, because there are all types of rules that dictate when and how you are allowed to make that claim. And to Anna's point, Wenjun knew she was worse. So for whatever reason, Tingjie wanted Armageddon. She's like, okay, I'm not even going to let you change your mind. I'm going to make the claim before you repeat. So, all right, there's a lot to unpack about that. I want to get to the other games because I'm kind of wondering why Tingjie did it. Maybe she actually wants to get that opening again and save it for Armageddon. There's interesting meta there. But okay, we can go anywhere. I kind of wanted to go back to Firouzja's game with Liren.
And then I think we should go to Caruana Carlsen, because we've been abandoning them for a bit. It's not the most exciting game. That's the problem. Their position is not exciting. But this is the world #1 against the world #2. So we go to Firouzja Ding and then to Caruana Carlsen. What do you guys think?
Not only do I agree with you, I'll say that it hasn't been the most exciting, but Carlsen creeping a little bit on an open queen side. It's likely we'll get simplification still, which is partly what we've been saving them for. We've been saving Caruana and Carlsen for Armageddon. But okay, let's go to Firouzja's game and see what happened there since we left it.
Yeah, and we actually left it. There's only one move been played in, what is it, the last half hour or so now. Queen to e4. And Ding's actually been thinking 18 minutes, so we actually left this a long, long time ago. And Ding now still got sufficient time on his clock, but Queen to e4. I'm going to remove that question mark, at least just for now.
Yeah,
I think it's a good move.
do it. It's wrong.
It's yeah.
I think we have to. I was even going to add, when we were discussing whether computers repeat or not, the way you explained it, Danny, I think that was perfectly said. And David, you have a story to follow up with. I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah, let's show what. Yeah, tell the story.
It should have been Queen d6 Jack to force King g8. You're testing your opponent, whether they would even play it or not. And then repeat, go back to d5. And after King f8, then the computer wants to play Queen e4.
Which is why it's wrong. Yeah.
The computer was going to place the Queen on e4, but first test whether the opponent responds correctly to the check.
Completely agree, and I want to hear David's story and show that again, but let's stay here because Queen takes h3 is played, and now we actually do have a moment that is potentially decisive.
Wow.
It could be 2 losses in a row, both with the black pieces for Liren, the world champion right now, and his struggles may be continuing. But David, what is the knockout here?
I mean, the first move that came to my mind, and also the main reason behind White's last move, Queen e4, was it was a double attack. It was hitting the bishop on h4. Ding has dealt with that by capturing a pawn. But, I mean, it was a hit on the h7 square as well. The white bishop, of course, it doesn't want to retreat. That would waste time, lose momentum. So the key question to my eyes is, do you take on h7? You could consider taking on the g7 square first. I mean, we'd have to investigate both of these. Let's go with the most forcing, or at least the most ambitious. Let's check out Queen takes h7. The bar doesn't move. I breathe a sigh of relief. And, okay, huge threat. Now we've tripled up on the g7 square. There's all sorts of checks against the black king. The only logical move I can come up with, or the only testing move, would be to take this bishop. But White's queen maybe now just gives a check. The king moves, and I take your rook in the corner. White has won the exchange. Rook for bishop.
It's that simple.
The attack continues. Queen takes b7.
I feel like that's one of those tricky puzzle rush positions where, like, you think there might be something better because the king's in the center, but it's just winning the exchange at the end of the line. And now the king is completely busted with no protection, and White's up material.
Don't see it. I don't see what the downside is. Queen takes h7. What else could Ding have up his sleeve? Is he just going to save this rook, like a rook to d8, maybe? I mean, it just looks looks like someone's getting mated. Let's say I play rook takes g7. Is it No, I was going to say, does the bar slide? It is black who's getting mated, not white. There are actually some sneaky
You know what the
checks,
key is? It just took me seeing that the queen guards d3 from h7, which is a retreating defense. So queen f1, king c2. My initial thought was queen d3 check. But pieces move backwards, Dan. Took me a while to learn that. Pieces move backward, Dan.
No good
There
checks.
you go. And no, jokes aside, that is actually brilliant. And white is just blowing black off the board.
Wow, ding.
This means huge trouble for the reigning world champion now twice in a row. We mentioned yesterday he lost his game with the black pieces against Caruana. Today he's lost against Alireza Firouzja. And it went wrong from the opening on. He prepared something that he confused. It was the same variation Alireza had on the board 2 days ago against Fabiano, and he wanted to repeat it. It seemed like he wanted to repeat it and have some kind of an improvement from Fabi's game. And instead of an improvement, it was a much worse variation because he mixed up the move order.
It's sad. It's tough, right? And again, if you were with us earlier, you saw Ding. The moment he did it, it was like the energy just fell out of him, and his head fell in his hand, and you're just like, oh man, give you a hug, seriously, he knew right away that
for the guy. It's heartbreaking.
It's so heartbreaking, and again, I was gonna say either he prepared or he didn't prepare and forgot the preparation, and then just misstepped into a line. But that's why every single player who stepped into the confessional booth all made the same comment, which is, I have no idea what's going on between Firouzja and Liren, because players at this level don't just walk into a line that was just played 2 days before that was good for that person, and now you mess it up and make it worse. So it's just, again, these types of things are really hard to unpack right now about what's happening with Liren. And
yeah, it's a bit like the weather in Norway. When it rains, it pours. And yeah, unfortunately right now,
I thought you were going to say it's unpredictable. Dude, I went for a run today, and the sun was out. The moment I stepped back in the hotel, it was dumping. I was so glad I got undercover, but it was pouring, and I was like, what is going on here? I had just missed fate, luckily. So I'm here. I lived. Go ahead. Twist ending, I lived.
Yeah, no, I saw the rain, Danny. That's impressive running today. But yeah, I mean, it's just, yesterday was forgivable, I would say. Losing against Caruana, Caruana came up with this great prep. It was a tough game. Caruana was inspired. But today, I mean, it's like you said, at this elite level, you don't forget your prep. You don't kind of lose without a fight like today. I thought round 2, his Armageddon winding would be a catalyst for a return to form. But queen takes h7 on the board now from Firouzja, the key move.
And Ding immediately makes his move as well. But I think it's the kind of, I immediately make my move because I know this is lost, and I'm just going to play a few more moves, and then it's resignation time. Unfortunately, the curtains close.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic, as Danny mentioned earlier, that Ding leaves the board, and now he's left the board several times in succession.
He
means
must
he's
be
not
feeling
happy.
so bad. I'm just so sorry for the guy. Not for this game, just for everything that has happened to him since he became world champion. It's just so much going on for him, and not in a good way.
Yeah, I'm trying to find ways to survive now after rook takes g7. The black king is about to get mated in some of those variations, so you have to deliver a killer blow to the white king, but there's no way. It's a bit like that variation earlier in the Nakamura game where we talked about the king running out to f2, g3. Here the king might just run to c2, b3,
yeah,
and it will be safe.
It would be fun. It would redeem me for suggesting it in the other game. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I was looking at whether there was some crazy rook takes d2 check, if we want to look at it, with rook takes g7, queen f1 check first, and then rook takes queen f1 check first, and then king c2, and then rook takes f2. Now there's no king b3 because of queen b5, and the king is still not trapped though, just inches its way out. Queen f2, king c1, you check, or just up. Okay.
I want to hide in the center.
And the main thing I wanted to point out here is that the queen can't check, and if you move the queen back, or now, if you play rook d7 check, it looks like you're bringing more pieces into the fight, right? And rook takes d7, whoops, with a check by the bishop. So there are no ways to bring more pieces to the white king here, and yeah, that's tough.
I wonder whether e4 check here, how the most professional way to do this would be. Do you take back with the queen? Just keep things super safe, no checks. At least now, knight e5. Could he be relying on something like this?
It'd be fun.
It'd be fun.
Just take it with the pawn. It's not our king. See what happens. Let's just see. Oh, there you go. See, I told you it's not our king. Let's just see what happens if you do it. But I didn't see the mate, but now I see it. It's bishop g3 and queen d6 at the end of the line. Okay, queen d2, king e5, bishop g3, and then...
there is bishop.
Oh, the bishop...
Oh, wait, rook takes g3's check. Whoops.
Oh, okay, no. Is it bishop f6 first? Where's the mate? Bishop f6?
Where's the mate? Is it in this position? Knight f3?
Maybe. See, this is why computers are evil. I said take it because it's not my king, but I also didn't see the mate. And for the record, neither does the grandmaster next to me. For all those in chat trying to roast me, I don't. Where's the mate for black?
I guess it's here, like king forward, then the queen steps across. If king c4, I'm assuming it's queen e2 check, and the king. We talked about it hiding, but I guess it finally gets caught. Queen and knight combo. We talk about how dangerous they are. Yeah, once the checks start, they don't stop. So
okay,
maybe when the king steps across, the bishop joins the party as well, joins the fun. Yeah, either way, this is mate. So there are still 1 or 2 pitfalls. Ding has to desperately try one of these, but rook takes g7's on the board. I think we're going to see this whole line. I think we'll see up to e4 check, and Alireza will show us the way.
Hopefully he will show us the way, or it will be a disaster of a collapse if Alireza steps into the same mate that Danny did.
I don't think he'll do that because we were just having fun. As to David's point, the most professional move was queen takes because it was risk-free and it was clear to see that white had already won enough material. There was an extra rook on a1, by the way, because black had... So you could have played queen e4. The professional move, I am anything but a professional. And... all right, but that's a fun line, and this has been a really fun game for Alireza Firouzja, an unfortunate one for Ding Liren, and it's a broken record, but one that we can't seem to get off a play right now because you don't become world champion and then not have a lot of people excited about your chess and your career, and we've never seen anything like this, at least not in my lifetime, and so. Okay, well, Alireza has played rook takes g7. By the way, the board has been reset below them. Purple Power is about to get underway. We will have Armageddon with Lei Tingjie, white versus Wenjun. So, our first Armageddon battle. We're not even going to go to a break. We're just going to stick right here and go to that game here. At least I don't think so. I may have just overridden what the producers want, but we'll see.
Can we check in with Hikaru Carlsen before the Armageddon begins?
Let's do it.
I feel like we've been neglecting the attention from the world number 1 and world number 2, but it's also because that's the least fire on board position among all the other boards.
Yeah, and this is the position we're left with. Looks almost symmetrical. The whole queen side has disappeared. The A, B, and C pawns all got traded off. They all got hurried off the board. And right now, Magnus thinking... first thought that came to mind at least was queen takes pawn. Is that a hanging pawn? Or does Fabi have something to say about this? I actually wanted to mention, much earlier in the game, it really reminded me of a game between Anand and Carlsen from one of their World Championship matches.
I was also thinking of that with the pawn structure being the same, and the doubled pawns, like they both have the doubled pawns on the e file.
Yeah.
And then the knight maneuvers. Maybe now we should analyze definitely, David, what you mentioned, by the way, because that is a pawn that's hanging on e3. And is the idea for Fabi that then he will take on e5 with all the pieces possible to win that pawn back? Because otherwise he's down on material, right?
Yeah, let's jump in and check it out because, like you say, he's otherwise struggling, taking on e5. I guess black takes back and knight takes. I was a bit reluctant because it looks like there's going to be really annoying tactics against the pinned rook, but ultimately white's holding everything. White's actually hitting the e6 pawn as well. The knight does a great defensive job on e4. Hanging by a thread, but Fabi is holding this one. And, okay, what else? Knight f3. Oh, it feels like Magnus has made a lot of progress, but not quite enough, maybe.
Yeah, he's the one putting pressure on Fabi, and that's not what Fabi wanted. Fabi wanted to be the one that is slightly better.
Well, and Magnus talked about it at the confessional booth. So we're gonna take a quick break and let that play. Subscribers, get that content. Throw us your Prime just in time to see what Magnus Carlsen has to say about his position against Fabiano Caruana. Does he agree? But we still have 5 minutes till the Armageddon kicks off. So I was told it's the right time to take a breather, grab a snack, and enjoy Magnus Carlsen's trip to the confessional booth. We'll be right back with more action as round 4 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues.
I feel like his last move, knight takes b3, was maybe a bit on the nervous side. I don't know, I think maybe rook b1 was more precise there. I'm not quite sure though. Maybe also queen takes b5 was possible, but that looked a bit risky. Now, I feel like there is certain potential for me. I think first of all, his knight on b3 is terrible, so he will have to spend a move moving it back to d2. But after something like queen d3, knight f6, knight d2, queen c7, I can definitely see scenarios where this goes well for me. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
There's a lot happening in round 4 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Magnus Carlsen just played queen takes e3 at the break. We were talking about it before we threw to his confessional visit, where he talked about his thoughts in the game. We see him right now dialed in. David, why don't you take it away and give us a little bit of a breakdown of what Magnus shared?
Yeah, it was interesting. If we just jump in very briefly, Magnus predicted the whole line. We saw it in the Pragg game. We saw it with Hikaru as well. This is a bit different. This is all strategic, but just a few moves ago, Magnus said in this position, he felt Fabi was getting a bit nervous. Knight takes b3. Maybe not the most ambitious move. Rook to b1, maybe a better way to start attacking the black pawns. Instead, Magnus said, okay, he took, I'm going to attack your pawn. And a few moves down the line, he predicted everything up till here, and he said black is slightly better. He felt really confident about his chances of applying some pressure, but knight f3, a great move from Fabi. We just saw Magnus's last move, and now we're expecting takes, and everything disappearing on e5. Yeah, quoting Hikaru. Everything disappearing on the e5 square. Fabiano has to restore the material balance down a pawn.
I caught you off guard with that reference, David. It's okay. I understand. You were already doing the Hikaru by drawing so many arrows, so I think you already have become Hikaru. You don't need me to be referencing Hikaru.
And in the meantime, we have Armageddon.
We have Armageddon on the right side.
The first Armageddon of the day between Wenjun and Tingjie, the two ladies who played the 2023 Women's World Championship, with Wenjun defending the title. But Tingjie seemed like she had chances today in the classical game, and she didn't take them. She went for a repetition.
It was surprising. Viewers who were here saw that we went to the board quickly because we smelled a repetition. Wenjun claimed it with the arbiter because she didn't want Tingjie to change her mind, which just tells you that even she agreed that white was better. White is not better anymore in this game. We're headed toward an equal endgame where, if anything, black is a little bit better, but the most important thing to remember is the board on your left is classical, the board on your right, black wins on a draw. This is Armageddon, and so advantage Wenjun on everything besides the clock right now, David.
Yeah, it's all about the clock. I think that's Tingjie's best chance. Her opening has been far from successful, a Jabava London system. So it was actually Tingjie that switched things up. Maybe she didn't realize how kind of big her advantage was in the first game, Anna, in the classical. And if she did realize, why change?
Yeah, that's a very good point, that she probably thought that she didn't have much, if anything, and we were really happy for what she achieved in the opening. She deviates from it. She plays actually a completely different opening, and she might be regretting it, because in the classical game, her position was a lot more appealing than this, especially when you need to play for a win with the white pieces. So the right board is an Armageddon where white is in a must-win situation. Black starts with less time, but has draw odds.
It's interesting, and I'm unpacking with the motivation here, and I think there really is something to the scoring system that motivates the players to push it toward Armageddon, if I think about it, because yes, she was better, and we liked her position, but if we're honest, it was nominal. It still took play.
Yeah, it was
right?
A slight advantage.
And perhaps from her perspective, she used that point of control, that point of leverage to sort of force Armageddon and guarantee some points. And I don't mean to imply that Tingjie is like afraid of Wenjun in any way or thinks that she's the better player, but maybe there's just a larger sort of thinking about the overall standings. There's risk involved in getting 0 at this point, right? And you know that getting to Armageddon gets you on the board. Otherwise, it doesn't. Otherwise, there's nothing else about it that makes sense. I mean, that's why we're talking about it, because other than the motivation to get those points from Armageddon, you were in control, and it made more sense for Tingjie to keep pushing. But now her time disadvantage is dwindling. Black is in a great spot because it looks like more pieces are coming off the board, and black has draw odds.
Yeah, knight takes knight, incoming potentially knight b4 is a huge threat, attacking the white queen, and then jumping into the d3 square, forking white's rooks. Yeah, I think it's Armageddon. It's the format. It's also the fact there's a rest day tomorrow. Nobody wants to lose before a rest day, as you mentioned earlier, Anna. And yeah, I think the fact that it's still early in the tournament, if this was round 8, 9, 10, then I think we would have seen Tingjie go all in, especially being slightly behind her rival here in terms of points. But yeah, ultimately she's gone for Armageddon. It's backfired a bit, but she's fighting. She's trying to attack. She's going towards the black king now, which does have some holes around it.
I was gonna say that the last few moves, I do like how the game is changing. It's still nothing, of course, for white, but it is already a more aggressive approach. And with the must-win situation, knight b4, the bar is moving, saying that maybe this last move of Wenjun wasn't the best. And that's what I was trying to point out before even seeing the move, that when you start seeing those knights appearing on the king side, the pawn on e5, suddenly things are a lot trickier and a lot harder to always play the best move, especially with just 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's a really crazy type of position. And yeah, I mean, I would be terrified here with black suddenly. Wenjun is a super cool customer, a great defender, but with these knights lurking, even if the blue arrow appears and black's about to win material, there's going to be tricks.
And she goes for it. I can't wait. Now I'm on the edge of my seat. I love that the blue arrow appears. Wenjun goes for it, but Lei Tingjie is all in on the checkmate attack. I'm with you guys. Like, I've only got 4 minutes on my clock, and this is what I'm facing. No fun.
No fun at all. Black has to deal with a threat against the pawn. Yeah, Black's king literally fighting a lone battle against half of White's army right now. Black has nothing on the king side. Can it survive? If Black survives, Black wins. But easier said than done. Maybe h6.
I was going to say, is it just simple h6? White's going to sack on f7, though, and it's going to get nasty.
Ooh, there's all sorts of sacrifices in the air. Ooh, that darned blue arrow, though. Retreat.
To f3.
Yeah, that seems inconsistent, Anna.
So 2 of your rooks are hanging, and you retreat the knight to f3. Yeah, of course, everyone.
How much you want to bet she sacks on f7? How much you want to bet?
But queen takes f7. You're still defending.
I guess the point is, yeah,
knight
she
f3
doesn't have a good sacrifice because of queen f7, right? You don't want to bring that queen into the defense. Or do you see a follow-up there, Danny?
Okay, maybe there's a b4 here instead. I'm just trying to... I don't think she's going to play knight f3. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, initially I thought she would retreat the other knight, actually. The knight back to g4, creating some really nasty threats.
Okay. That looks more appealing.
Yeah, I agree.
But it can be fended off. I guess Black can just add another piece to the defense, rook to h8. And it does feel like it's hanging by a thread for Black, but as long as it does continue to hang in the balance here, then... extra material incoming. Clock's leveling out.
Going back to f3 is just a non-starter, which is why I made that ridiculous bet that then I realized the point I was trying to make is knight f3 is not a move you can play when you have to win and you're in this attacking spot. Although it's funny, now that we say it, if you play knight f3 and the rook is taken and you take back, then knight to g4
she plays knight g4
is actually okay. She goes for it right away. But I was going to say the reason the computer liked it is knight g4 is actually a much stronger threat after you played knight f3.
Yeah,
agreed. That's the difference.
Yeah,
and that's why it's giving double question mark to knight g4. I don't think it's that bad as the computer is saying. I think this is still tricky, and Black still has to defend very precisely. But if Black does find the most precise moves, White has no attack.
And the blue arrow appears saying that Black should push the pawn again. I'm not sure how natural that is. I would be...
What's wrong with rook h8?
Yeah, really reluctant to push it.
She does it, though.
Plays h5.
Wenjun finds the best moves often. I don't know, that was anticlimactic what I just said, but she's just so damn good.
Do you think that's why she's the women's world champion?
Is that why she's the world champion? I swear, like, half the time we're like, this is like the only move, difficult, non-human move to play, and she does it. It's crazy.
Yeah, she's very accurate, very precise.
Yeah, she's got great nerves as well. She's, great at sensing the pace of the game, when to kind of go for the more forcing lines. And I think this is the problem. Knight g4 immediately just lost a couple of tempi, and yes, White's knights look pretty, but actually the pawn on e5 is dropping next move. No matter where you move for the white rook.
That pawn is key to the attack on the dark squares.
There we go. The white rook had to stay on the first rank to keep the white king safe from checks. Black could have taken the e5 pawn anyway, and now huge material deficit. It's the exchange and a pawn. So rook for knight, but Black has an extra pawn as well. Retreat, is that the name of the game? She continues, Anna. Momentum has all been lost.
I want to back up, because speaking of momentum, we just saw Liren. I thought his body language was leaning over and was about to throw in the towel against Alireza Firouzja. We're going to pull up our two-board view just to keep an eye on both. Armageddon on the right will be our analysis focus, but don't want to miss the moment. Liren obviously not super happy with what's going on right now, but all right. Focused on the analysis on the right.
Yeah, we don't want to miss.
No, he moves. He moves. So he was about to move. He wasn't about to resign, from what I was reading his body language in our amazing monitor setup over here with the player cams on the right.
Yeah, and there were no checks. There were no checkmating patterns. We investigated those. White's king safe enough. So Ding decides to remove one of White's attackers, but it cost him a lot of time. He is 2 pawns down. His king is not safe at all. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Firouzja just takes back that rook, even moves the white king. It is a matter of time, a matter of moves. But maybe the case on both boards, where Tingjie also in a lot of trouble. Yeah, one black knight has disappeared, but black's queen now on the right board can swoop. No, Wenjun takes the other knight, and okay, game's still on. She's still fighting.
Still fighting, but unfortunately for Tingjie, it seems that this cannot be enough. At the same time, the time situation.
Yeah, I was just going to say the
She
time.
has 2 extra minutes on the clock, and there is no increment until move 40 is completed.
And look at that move, Queen E5.
Wow.
That's a subtle and F5. I don't know if that was the best engine move, but I'm sure it was. The eval bar didn't move an inch, and she finds it again. You laugh in the face of danger of queen takes e6 check, of knight f6 check. What a move. Again, Wenjun just like, not that anyone needs to be more impressed with her, but I'm just like, she's just, in all these Armageddons, she has been so impressive.
I know, she won every single
She's won all 3 of the Armageddons.
Yeah, every single one of them, and this is going to be the 4th one that she wins.
Yeah, she's the Magnus Carlsen of Norway women's chess this year.
She is.
And I can confirm, Danny, you mentioned F5, the best move. A blue arrow appeared on my screen. It didn't appear on this board, but a blue arrow, by far the best defensive move.
The moment before it was played. Amazing. Yeah. She is en route to winning her 4th Armageddon, as Anna said, of the event, which for the time being would leapfrog Vaishali, who is still playing her game. Her classical game is not done just yet.
2 minutes against 1 minute right now. The problem is, as mentioned, queen takes e6. You would love to grab a pawn with a check, but the black queen swoops to the rescue. We say knights are a king's best friend in terms of defending, but a queen covers everything. And here we go. The white knight enters, but the black king's super safe. You're missing that 3rd attacker. The black queen's just in time. She's going to slide across and keep everything covered. Yeah, I can't see her losing control again. Wenjun, it looks like it might be in its final stages here this game. White's knight trapped.
Yeah, it's only the clock, but she keeps playing fast, so I think even the time situation is getting more and more even. Having said that, now she started thinking a little longer. She's down to 48 seconds.
But like you said, David, is that knight just trapped? It's just trapped where it stands. The knight is running out of squares.
As if it wasn't bad enough already.
As if it wasn't bad enough. And you can play knight g5 check to win the e6 pawn, but that's just so it looks better in terms of the final score. But black will take that knight on g5 with check. White will take the e6 pawn with check, but it does nothing. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a resignation at some point here, because how else do you protect the knight other than that sack that just clearly doesn't work?
Yeah, she tries it.
Okay.
Danny the Prophet. And here we go. It's 1 check. It might be a 2nd check, but the black king will safely hide. So many defenders suddenly appeared around it. It looked like the king was naked the whole game, but just in time, she brought the defenders to the rescue.
Pawn grabbing.
Wow. That's a key pawn.
A key pawn. A key pawn. She tucks the king to h6, which lets her get more aggressive with the rooks on the open files. And Wenjun, I think Wenjun is going to be the clear leader for the moment. As we said, Vaishali is still playing her game as black versus Pia Cromling. That has been a long, very likely drawn rook ending for quite some time. But
it's only the time situation. Wenjun is up a rook, but a few seconds down on the clock, and they are not getting increment just yet. Oh, actually, as I said, they've completed move 40, though the increment is only 1 second per move, so not much for over-the-board chess.
Yeah, it's a good tip for everyone at home. While there's chance, while the game's still alive, why not play on?
Yeah, now you've got a couple of passed pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get mated on the back rank, but hey, let's go.
A rook is a rook, but
let's do it.
Okay, Wenjun captures. She needs to bring the black queen and rook in now. She's playing for checkmate.
Yep. You can't even trade queens, I think. Yeah, she does it because it's just the pawns are just too slow. That's actually, the pawns are literally a square too slow, by the way, but Wenjun knows her endgames, and a rook can stop 2 connected passers if they have not reached the 6th rank just yet. So, Wenjun wins her 4th Armageddon of 2024 Norway Chess Women, is currently in the clear lead, leapfrogging Vaishali Ramesh Babu for the moment. Alireza Firouzja might be leapfrogging a lot of people with a classical victory over Liren when this round is over.
Yeah.
And here's thinking, if we just bring up the board once we get a chance to analyze that game, a few moves have been played.
Anna, I was admiring the arbiter's sleeve. What are you talking about?
I was wondering, is it the arbiter or is it Magnus
it's
again?
Magnus.
My guess
Come
is
on,
Magnus. Today he's really not collaborating. He keeps blocking our camera. I don't get it. He was wearing a chess.com t-shirt at breakfast, so I really thought he knows. He knows
Get
what
it
he's
together,
doing. Man. So, yeah, Magnus's game we will go back to, but it's not as exciting as Alireza against Liren, because Alireza Firouzja seems like he is just a move or two away from resignation. Is Liren going to play on if Alireza plays here the best moves? And what is the best move, David? Tell us what's the best line.
I'm not sure the best line. I guess you could give a few checks here. A few candidate moves spring to mind. You could continue giving checks. I'm not sure which angle you want to use to hit the black king, but you might just drive the black king to a safe squares. I really, really want to get out of any counterplay. We mentioned some checks using the pin as well. Queen to f1 is a bit of a threat for black. So what comes to mind is king c2. I'm just not sure whether you give a check first or not. The reason I would maybe give a check first is because black can hit from a different angle, but as soon as the white rook enters the action, then you resign because your pawn's down and facing an attack. So if Alireza here can play king c2 safely, he wins.
And I think the other reason to play queen g6 check first is if the black king steps to d7, you can just get the queens off the board. Queen g4 check.
Let's show that on the board.
And that's probably the simplest and cleanest.
Yeah.
That would make your job easy. So assuming black has to play king e7, queen g6 check is even more attractive because then now you can consider bishop to g5 check if you want to get the bishops off. Or even if you just like that the queen guards the diagonal, you pointed out, David, b1, h7, no longer available, king c2, easy peasy, then rook d1. So yeah, I think queen g6 check will be played, and then likely your move king c2.
Yeah, black sacrifices don't work. There are no checks. 2 pawns down. By far the weaker king right now.
3 pawns even, right? Or you mean that he can grab
3
one
pawns,
of them?
yeah. I can't count, Anna. Let's never do math again.
No worries, David.
I've been telling you guys.
I think neither of us or none of us
show.
can.
No math
no
on the
math.
show.
No math.
All right.
Wow.
Alireza thinking hard, but knows he's in the driver's seat. Would be a pretty big win for him. Get him right back there at the top of the standings. Magnus Carlsen over there on the left side. This has been this game has been like a flashback to 2018, has it not? I mean, has either player had more than a 10-minute advantage on the clock? Has either player, had any real advantage to speak of at all on the board? And even the pieces are the same. Majors and knights, and anyway.
Maybe they are thinking they are in London.
Maybe they're lost in like a weird space-time continuum, and someone has to get them out. I don't know. I mean, like stranger things have happened. Shout out Winona Ryder. Shout out to Stranger Things. Still don't like the ending, but we're moving on.
Been watching too much sci-fi, Danny.
It's too much sci-fi. Space-time continuums going on here. No, but this is vintage Caruana Carlsen. These two guys at the top of their game, according to Magnus, maybe the toughest players in classical in their generation, right? I think that's probably true, and neither has blinked at all.
And
who did blink is Alireza giving queen g6 check, which we think is the best move, or one of the best moves for sure, after which I think he will play the idea that you guys discussed with king c2 to bring the rook into the game. And if that happens, will Liren resign? Will he still find something to fight for, something to play for? Can he find anything in a position with 3 pawns down?
I think the fact that he keeps kind of sitting down and leaving immediately, I think that's the signifier.
He's the kind of player who always sits at the board also when it's not his turn to move.
As long as he feels he has a chance. Ding Liren is one of the hardest working human beings on the planet at the chessboard. I mean, he just grinds and really exhausts every possible variation when he calculates. So he's not happy with his position and doesn't even want to look at it.
Yeah. In the meantime, I've been looking at the other game, and I think Magnus is getting excited. There are actually some really big tactics in the air. Firstly, Black's queen, Magnus's queen on the left board there, pinning a white rook, all sorts of tricks against that rook. And actually, I just wanted to point out, my first instinct as Fabiano would be to retreat the queen, try and trade off the queens, but whoops, there's a key tactic here. Knight takes h3 is a check, and suddenly queen g3 is a double attack. Black wins a pawn, and not just any old pawn. It's a key pawn. And White's king would be super vulnerable here, and Black with the material advantage. So key moment, actually. I'm not even sure what Fabiano plays. It looks like he's about to lose this pawn at the very minimum. So maybe we're writing it off too soon, maybe influenced by the evaluation bar. I'm not sure how narrow the path is to survival here.
You're right, and I was just observing when Fabi came back to the board, and there's like a little bit of a... You wonder if he missed it or something, you know, if he, or at least underestimated it, because he's now been thinking for just a few minutes, and the answers are not clear. How do you defend e4 if you can't play queen e2? You can't play queen to b1 either, by the way. It's the same problem. Knight takes h3 and knight takes e4, a dual threat. There must be some sort of best defense as a good offense here for White.
I mean, you have to get the queens off, so maybe queen d3?
The computer agrees with you, David, that queen d3, as bad as it looks, is the best move, because once you trade the queens and then lose your e4 pawn,
the endgame
after
is
multiple trades, and you trade one of the rooks on the f-file, then you have a chance to move your remaining rook to e1, attack the knight, and the pawn on e6 is hanging. Now knight can jump to g5 to defend it, but the pawn to h4 attacks the knight and wins the pawn back. It's a very lengthy line, but this is the only way that he can trade the queens and keep the material even, and he played it. He has just played it. I was going to say, like, for Fabi, this is actually not that difficult to find. It's clear-cut calculation.
And he's great at those types of positions where he has to be accurate and technical. And I'm sure he's calculated as deeply as you just showed, Anna, all the way to h4. And Magnus has a decision to make. Because it's funny, David, we talked about, this might be revealing right here. How much of an edge does Magnus think he has? Because you can trade queens, but you can also back up. You don't have to trade queens here. It's kind of an awkward position for White. Oh, but speaking of awkward, we don't want to miss the handshake between Ding Liren and Alireza. We back up because there's been a couple of moves there. It's not a resignation just yet, but we expect it to be over in just a moment.
Feels like it's getting closer. He's just trying to simplify the equation. Bishop's off the board. At some point, the White King will move. First, he gives another check. Maybe finally, next move, next turn, the White King will get out of the pin. And yeah, it looks... Again, Ding just blitzing through his moves. It looks like he just wants to get out of there, unfortunately.
Oh, this is so sad. I'm happy for Alireza doing well, but on the other side of the coin, there's a very, very sad story with Ding Liren. It's a heartbreaking story of how he has been struggling ever since he won the World Championship. Oh my gosh.
Look at that. Oh, poor Ding.
I feel so bad for him, and I think many of us, if not all of us, even if you're a fan of Alireza, I think you cannot not feel bad for Ding Liren. And not just for this game. It's for everything that has happened to him and what he's going through ever since the World Championship match.
It's hard. Honestly, it's hard. Like, I almost don't even want to be talking about it. And that's not because any of it, it's just like hard because we're just like, it's just like, I feel like we're beating up where no one wants to. And we're like, oh my gosh, man. This is not the Ding Liren that took the chess world by storm, was turning heads, winning the 2019 Singfield Cup in dominant fashion. I remember with Robert at that time, there was this moment of like, this guy has arrived. He beat Magnus Carlsen in the tiebreaker, and you just felt like nobody was a better match for Magnus than Ding Liren. Yeah. He plays in the 2020 candidates, broken up by the pandemic, and doesn't get his shot then. And then before you know it, by the time 22 comes, Magnus Carlsen is turning his back on the title. He sort of backdoors his way into the opportunity because of that, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi won the candidates in Madrid.
And Liren was second, and that's how he played.
And he gets there, but it's funny, even that whole time, and you said it earlier, so I'll double down on it. I think both Jan and Ding Liren would say they didn't play their best chess in that World Championship. It was a wild one, but he somehow wins it, and it's almost. I don't know what's been going on in his mind. No one really does, and we of course wish the best to him and his family and to everyone trying to help Ding Liren right the ship. How does Stella get her groove back? Maybe he needs to go to an island with Tay Diggs. What do you think?
What does that mean? I'm just
so
clueless.
You lost me with the lingo, Danny.
Maybe Ding Liren needs to take an island vacation with Tay Diggs. Are you guys kidding me? You have never seen how Stella got her groove back.
No.
My God, I am so glad I am not on camera right now because I am not happy with you two.
We're uncultured. Sorry, Danny.
You're very uncultured.
Ding Liren needs to get his groove back, and
he set up a sneaky threat. If white is really careless here, black has knight to b4 with a check, blowing open the white king. And if that knight is captured on the b4 square, a rook to c8 would suddenly turn the tables. So Ding's fighting right now, and Alireza still a little bit of accuracy needed.
Sorry, I'm just laughing about the Stella thing. It's funny because, anyway, a lot of people have been talking about if Ding Liren ultimately did decide not to defend his title, which is crazy that we're even speculating on that. It would be Hikaru Nakamura, which would be wild. Anyway, we're gonna have a little movie session tonight. Tomorrow's the rest day. We're watching how Stella got her group back. Then you will get it.
And it's interesting, Danny, if that does happen, if Ding steps away and Hikaru gets an opportunity at the world title, I mean, it would pretty much be reverse from the last cycle where Ding beat Hikaru to overtake him to come second in the candidates to get that opportunity. So
full circle on a weird karmatic level.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say karma, destiny.
Multiverse
we don't know. Multiverse, exactly. Well, we don't know if Ding Liren would decide not to defend the title. Of course, we don't know anything about that, but looking at his form and how he is struggling, it's not just the form, it's not just the result, but the pain, the lack of joy when he's playing chess. As many have said, it's as if he's broken, and that is heartbreaking. That is really, really difficult to see, and even more difficult to experience for him. Everything that he's going through. He's here with his mom to support him at the tournament, but can you save him from this situation that he is in? We don't know exactly what he's going through, but it's a lot from what it seems like from the outside.
Yep. If I had to guess, by the way, Ding Liren will compete in the World Championship match. I think it's highly unlikely. I think he'll do everything he can to work through what he's going through, and even if he's not feeling great, I think it's such an opportunity, and it means so much. Just in terms of the career, So I would be shocked, beyond shocked, if he decided to walk away. Of course, at the same time, I say that a world champion walked away from defending their title in pretty recent memory, So
and no one really believed that he would. No one thought that Magnus wasn't just kidding.
Yep. Well, all right. Hikaru is not kidding while converting that game versus Pragg. Looks like he's on his way. By the way, Magnus revealed his intention. I was trying to finish that point. We ended up jumping back out to make sure we didn't miss the final moments of Firouzja, Ding Liren. But what I wanted to say was Magnus is going to reveal how he feels about the position. How much of an edge does he think he has? And he kind of showed it. He played queen to c5 instead of trading queens. And that was the move I was going to suggest as the most forcing way to avoid the exchange of queens. You attack the knight on e5. The players are headed to mutual time pressure. And I think if you had to pick one side, you would pick black, even if you didn't know it was Fabiano versus Magnus, because the white king is a little more open, right, David? And black has some pesky tricks coming. And so I know the eval bar says 50-50, but players don't know that. And so I like that Magnus has kind of revealed that he thinks he might have a little bit of water to squeeze out of the stone here, vintage Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, that's probably what kind of propelled him to world number 1 in the first place all those, 13, 14, 15 years ago. Magnus Carlsen just squeezing water from a stone, and ultimately that's what he's best at. He's lately come out and evolved his style. He took risks. He takes more risks than ever these days, Magnus, but this is the type of position we associate with him, and he's massaging Fabiano here. I'm not sure Fabiano's enjoying this either. He's now attacked the white queen. She has to be careful where she steps. She needs to hang on to the e4 pawn. I'm assuming she drops back to e2, but maybe there'll be some tactics there. Fabi is definitely the one answering all the questions. Magnus is enjoying testing his opponent. And it's a moral victory, right? Even if it's a draw, Magnus will go into the Armageddon feeling like he was the stronger player in the classical.
And that counts a lot. That matters a lot for the Armageddon. And we still need to see whether there will be an Armageddon. I actually started thinking about this game that maybe we called it an Armageddon too early, and Magnus is gonna prove us all wrong, and he's gonna do what he does best, find something in a position where there's nothing.
He's gonna try for sure, and the more we look at it, activity, black, right? Opportunity to blunder also in black's favor because white has a bunch of landmines you can't step on exactly, and you've already been highlighting them, and so. Yeah, I mean, Fabi's been here before. Best play, should probably keep it level. Equal material, equal pawn structure. So there isn't anything concrete. Oh, but...
There is concrete
we
in
have a result.
Alireza Liren. We do have the result we unfortunately knew was coming.
Indeed, we did. And speaking of concrete, there is no longer anything abstract to wonder about this one. Alireza Firouzja gets the 3-point victory in classical over Ding Liren, whose struggles continue. We've talked about it enough. Celebrating Alireza Firouzja for a second. You know, under the radar team, Alireza's having a pretty decent Norway chess, right? I mean, he played really great to start as black against Pragg, a game that we all felt like he was pushing a little bit. He lost on time in Armageddon. Right? Then, you know, he was much better against Fabiano. Yes, he messed it up, but really ended up winning that Armageddon, like it or not, he did, right? And then yesterday's game, you know, I'm just saying I think he's in a better shape than maybe we've anticipated, and here he gets the job done with ease against Ding Liren.
I definitely agree with all of that you said, Danny. He is one of those players that we thought that the standings, the score that he had next to his name before this round didn't reflect how many good positions he had, how he was pushing also in the games where he drew. So this, I think, is a much-deserved win. It's still confusing what happened in the opening, and I would love to hear Alireza's thoughts on that. I hope that he'll be able to join us potentially, because it's crazy that he had the same opening that he had against Fabi 2 days ago, and maybe he's just as confused as everybody else. Why Ding Liren didn't play the exact line? What went wrong? Did he get confused? But kudos to him, and will he be now the tournament leader? How is the scoring? He's got... How many points?
We'll check on that in a second, but go ahead, David, show us the final moments here.
Yeah, just to recap the last few moves and explain why Ding resigned when he did. We last left it after queen to e2. We actually mentioned big threat on the board. If Alireza were careless here, for example, just pushed his pawn forward to h6, there would have been a huge turnaround. Suddenly knight b4 check. If you take this knight, rook c8 check, and the white king driven away from the defense of its rook. And whoops, suddenly Ding would have been the one with a winning position. But Alireza, super accurate till the very end. Here, first he gave a check, and once the black king moved away, it shuffled up the board, queen to e4, centralization, covering the b4 square, so no nasty checks from the black knight, and simply 3 pawns up. Again, if black does nothing here, then the white queen about to trade itself off for the black queen, and this would have been a simple matter of technique. So nice play, Alireza in control from start to finish.
Very nice play, and he's going to be at least second if my calculations are not too off. I think the person that will be leading if he wins his classical game is called Hikaru Nakamura, because he has a winning position against the current leader, Praggnanandhaa.
He likely is going to win, Hikaru. Again, knock on wood for Hikaru fans. But yeah, and I forgot to say, the third round, of course, Alireza did lose to Hikaru in Armageddon. But to complete the point, Alireza has had 3 Armageddons, but in classical chess has played very well. Yes. That was the point I was trying to make. Better against Pragg, lost on time, was outplaying Fabi, it got away from him, swindled a victory, played just fine against Hikaru. Ultimately, a lot of people lose to Hikaru when it comes to Armageddon. And so I think Firouzja should be pretty happy with his form to this point. And as again we've said, probably the last time we'll talk about it today, Alireza Firouzja, in dominating fashion, defeats the world champion Ding Liren. So, okay, should we go back to Hikaru? Again, I love Cromling and Vaishali, two of my favorite players in the whole event in either section. But that game has just, I love that they're playing it out too, but I'm just sorry, I have no motivation to go to that rook ending. Much love to Pia, much love to Vaishali. So we could go check out Muzychuk's game. Because her advantage, I think, was bigger than it is now, just shamelessly letting the evaluation bar guide us. But we could go look at it as both players get to time pressure. I'm open to whatever adventure you'd like to choose, Mr. Howell.
Yeah, let's try that one. Hikaru, that game will go on for a while. He's a knight for just one pawn to the good. He'll try to grind that out, so I think we'll get more opportunities. Like you said, Danny, the rook end game. Cromling, Vaishali, we'll see them again in Armageddon, which is pretty much guaranteed at this point. And this is potentially the most fiery one, or at least it has been for a while, but it feels like Anna Muzychuk has maybe misplayed her attack. It felt like she was doing extremely well a moment ago. I'm shocked to see the black queen on f8, I must admit, because when I last looked at this board, the black queen was out on b4 on a really attacking post, but she's been forced to retreat, and referring to the other Anna this time. What do you make of this? Who's the happier of the two right now?
I think Humpy should be feeling better, at least about what happened over the last couple of moves. We were really worried about her position. Maybe she still is worried because she doesn't have the computer assessing what's going on. She doesn't have the support of the evaluation bar. So it still is somewhat looking like a position where you need to be very precise as white, but there's no longer something immediate like the attacks that you were pointing at earlier, David, that felt like it was really difficult to stop.
Yeah, maybe if we just backtrack a couple of moves to show the trend of the game, because just a few turns ago in this position, it looked terrifying for white. The black queen jumped in, maybe not the best, most clinical way of pursuing the attack, but it looked like, I mean, Humpy here would have to be really accurate just to survive, and she did find the accuracy. Queen c3, rook takes f5. Any endgame is simply good for black here. Rooks just marauding all over the place, attacking pawns. Instead, knight to f4, and I think maybe the moment where things started to go wrong was here. Well, I say go wrong. Still really complicated, but a4 might have been the way to push the attack. But I can understand why she wanted to create a threat first. Now rook b6 comes with ever more power. But yeah, in the live position, she's just given a check, Anna Muzychuk. And I think the one thing to avoid is to kind of keep the queens on stubbornly here, because after a move like king to b2, I was going to say, if you grab a pawn, whoops, rook to a6, the bar doesn't slide, which worries me. But this looks terminal with the queen jumping into a3 next move. I'm amazed that white is surviving here. But maybe queen to d2, and it's all just an optical illusion. White's king can survive, but this is the type of crazy position that I think I would rather have black with the time scramble.
You look at knight c3 check. That's the problem. Is you were calculating to like we're going to show it. Knight c3 check. White can actually just take it, and it's crazy. So I was following the same line you were, and probably just assuming that the attack was fatal, but it's actually not. And okay, but yeah, this is much harder to play as white when that type of pressure is coming at you. I would assume if knight b5 is played after the king moves, that Humpy will not be taking that a5 pawn, but you know.
Maybe she tries to trade queens and seek solace in an endgame. But yeah, this could go either way. 3 results possible, and time scramble guaranteed at this point. She runs with her king.
Wow.
Ooh, this is brave.
Super brave. And I guess she's going to play queen c5, probably on knight b5. Now she'll definitely not take the a-pawn, because rook a6 wins the a2 pawn with check. But you're right, even with that small slide of the bar, this is very much a 3-result position. Again, both sides will be under 10 minutes in just moments. Remember, they start getting 10 seconds of move added as of move 40, which is still 16 moves away.
Very far away. This is a rapid game.
16 moves in 10 minutes. Less than a minute a move, and then some. So this is going to be blunderable territory for both players without judgment. Very hard to play both kings under pressure, because we shouldn't underestimate that Humpy has the rook on the g file, and there are blunders potentially for black here as well. All types of attacking chances over there. There's a knight threatening the e6 square. You got to watch out.
Yeah, got to watch out. And there was a feature chat a moment ago saying Anna struggling to convert her advantage. She keeps getting these great positions, but something the last few months, candidates here, she keeps kind of maybe around move 40, the clock situation, keeps getting slightly nervous, you feel?
Yeah. I must admit, when I read it, I thought I was being called out, and yeah, I do fail to convert. The
Anna,
few times I tried to play.
I bet you're wondering why we called you here. We want to talk to you about your failure to convert on advantages. That's why you've been brought to Norway Chess.
Oh man! And I thought that you guys thought I would be cool as a
but no.
co-host.
In fact, we have a list of hundreds of endgames right here that you're going to study. Twist ending. No, just kidding. All right. Well, speaking of endings, the rook ending between Kremling and Vaishali, again, we've checked it off. I want to go back to Hikaru's game. Maybe we could, well, okay, both Fabi and Hikaru as white are now getting lower on time. And that's one reason I wanted to go back to Hikaru's game, just to describe what the winning path should be, just in case time pressure ensues and Hikaru messes it up, right? Because he's about to run out of room on the clock here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does have the increment now that the two players have passed move 40. Look at Hikaru checking the score sheet. Not sure what he's interested about there, doing the math clearly. But yeah, right now what he needs to do is swap off, trade one set of rooks. Pragg's rook, especially the one on the second rank, is a bit pesky, tying down white's king to the defense of the g-pawn, holding black's weakness as well. And if a second black rook ever appears on the second rank, if you can imagine it kind of lurking and kind of landing itself on the second, then counterplay would exist. So right now, Hikaru is wondering how to simplify this equation, how to just rid Pragg of any last hopes. He drops his king back. Anna, he's not changing anything, Hikaru. He's just, I guess he's just moving his pieces back and forth, looking for that angle, that way in.
Well, we should probably show quickly why it's hard for white to untie here, just for the viewers at home who maybe don't understand. Why can't you just offer a rook trade? Let's just analyze the basics. If you play rook c4, black will trade and then play rook to b4. And now you've got problems. We're simplifying. Everything comes to one side of the board. In fact, you're actually maybe even losing the h4 pawn at the end of it, right? So this is why you can't play rook c4. And backing up quickly, Hikaru double attack on knight and pawn. Hikaru can't play rook c3 either because the trade immediately loses the b3 pawn. And so even in these positions, white is still pushing for a win, but this is not the simplification you're looking for. And so why is Hikaru getting down on the clock? Why is he now under 10 minutes? It's because it's not so easy to convert here, at least not cleanly. And he's struggling to coordinate right now and get the trade of rooks off the board, as you said.
Yeah, and it comes down to evaluating an endgame as well. If the C and B pawns disappeared, if they were to be traded off, probably it's still winning for white, as long as you get the knight back to the right side of the board. But yeah, you, I guess, want to win more cleanly. You don't want to allow that opportunity at all. Hikaru, though, still a huge favorite, and Anna, he's used to this type of situation. Despite the clock, he's surely going to convert.
I think so too, and this is already move 47, so at least both players are sure that there is an increment, not much of an increment, it's a 10-second increment per move, but they can play on forever. He will need to be precise, he will need to be very technical, but those are things that he actually is really good at, so I'm not worried about him. What about, by the way, if we go back to our bird's eye view and check quickly on Hikaru Carlsen, if there's any updates on the game of the world number 1 against the world number 2. Pragg, in the meantime, plays king to f7.
Makes sense, covering some squares. Yeah, white's knight just looks a bit silly. If it was anywhere else on the board, this would just be game over. But Hikaru struggling at the moment to
It really is
recentralize
about the
it.
knight. You are pointing it out so well, David, because, yeah, if that knight was on any other square, would be great, but also if there was a path to any other square, that would be great. You cannot move it to b6, you cannot move it to b2, those are the very obvious ones, and you cannot go to c3 because the b3 pawn is hanging. So it's troublesome that the knight is stuck on the edge of the board, and it's making it hard that you have no maneuvers available as of now. So Hikaru will need to find a way to somehow release some of that tension, but how if there's no good rook trades?
Yeah, we'll have to await Hikaru's plan of action.
I said I wasn't worried about him, but I didn't actually consider that he doesn't have any clear-cut plans.
It's hard to figure out.
Maybe we
if
need
only
help.
we had a stronger player.
If only
we
someone
had a
could
stronger
tell
player,
us.
someone who could maybe help us analyze how white should coordinate and convert on this. I wish we had someone like that here.
Oh wait, we do.
When did you get here, Alireza Firouzja?
Hello, guys.
How are you?
Fine, fine.
Congratulations on your victory.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congrats.
That was a very great game. How are you feeling about it?
I don't know. Normally, I should be happy after win, but yeah, of course, clearly he's not playing his best, and I hope he finds his shape because I didn't do anything particular today in the game, so it was just about him not finding accurate moves.
Let's talk about that because you went right to it. We talked a lot about it, and it's awesome to see your compassion and care for Ding Liren. Have you ever seen anything like this? What would you say you've observed that's going on with him? And as someone who's played Ding Liren before he became world champion and after, what would be your thoughts in facing and the struggles he's clearly going through?
Yeah, I mean, it's very okay. A lot of emotions going on to the journey to World Championship and everything together. So, but I'm sure he will find his shape back. It's just, it's a matter of time, I think. So, yeah, when he gets his shape back, then I don't expect to win like games like this.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of questions we could ask you. We would love to maybe look a little bit at the game, but are you willing to give some quick thoughts on Hikaru's position with Pragg while you're here?
Yeah, I think, yeah, Hikaru is improving the position very well, and I think Rook G5 maybe wins here even.
Yeah, we can have that analysis board up if you want to analyze any of the lines on the right side.
Yeah, Rook G5 wins probably, right? On the spot.
That's very clever. Rook G5, just to put it on the board for a second. Double attack. And what should black try here?
Yeah, take on B3 and then even Knight C5 wins probably. 3 against 2, right?
Yep.
Rook B5, 94
and slowly but surely.
Oh, actually, you take with pawn even. You take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should be.
So he wins material, yeah?
Should be conversion.
Rook G5, yeah.
Do you think he's going to go for it, Rook G5?
Yeah.
Not that much time on the clock.
I mean, he could go King H3 and just improve the position, but I would go Rook G5 because 3 against 2 has to be winning with piece up, so.
Yeah, so even with the same structure that we have now, if the pawns disappear.
Yeah. Should be.
Okay. We were wondering about that, whether that was oh, he didn't play Rook G5, by the way. He played.
Yeah, of course, he could.
Played Rook F3.
Yeah. Not easy, yeah? Because he cannot go Rook C4. I mean, he could go Rook C4, but he doesn't. He will lose the pawn on B3, so. Yeah, it's still some work to do, but I think for sure he will make it, I think, work.
Yeah, perhaps he wants to defend the H4 pawn with King H3 and then Rook C4.
Yeah.
And at the end of that line, then at least he doesn't lose the H4 pawn that we looked at.
Yeah, he should be winning technically. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we wanted to ask if that was maybe harder than it looked, but as you said, as long as he gets rid of the B and the C pawn, the 3-on-2 should be winning. Looks like Pragg just moved there. Not sure what it was. Fans loved that you were hardly paying attention, but you knew the best move the moment you looked at it with Rook G5. You know, you're not that bad at chess. We've been saying that for a while. So, anyway, man. Well, you already kind of touched on, I guess, the most sensitive topic of the day. We were all questioning what happened with Ding Liren out of the opening. He repeated your game against Fabiano Caruana. Obviously, you were probably a little surprised by that, and especially when he played Knight H5 first. But when did you feel for sure? What position did you know that, all right, this looks like I'm on route?
Yeah, I mean, I got the feeling after, like, I played Bishop E2 that he didn't check my game against Fabiano, which is very surprising. And of course, here he's trying to, I don't think maybe he's not looking so much at chess, he's just trying to get in the mood of playing, and maybe he has planned for a World Championship match. So, yeah, but I really hope he gets his shape back, because he was a very strong player. He's still, so, yeah, you cannot, after, there are these kind of periods, of course, that you will have bad times, but yeah, he could easily climb back to 2800.
Was there any moment today that you thought it was ever in doubt, or you were pretty confident from the moment you mentioned that he showed some indecision?
No, yeah, after knight h5, it was very easy actually, I mean, because I take the pawn, it's like 1,000 times better position than I had against Fabiano, so it's like, it was a very easy win after.
And how do you feel about your shape here in the tournament? First classical victory.
Yeah, I played very good chess, but I didn't I think I had to convert against Fabiano, the pawn up position, so that was big missed chance. But yeah, after it was two solid games with black, so yeah, I'm playing decent. I should see how I will end them.
Yeah, we observed the same thing. We were replaying your Norway Chess so far after your victory today, that it felt like you outplayed Pragg for some parts of that game as black, right? You did very well. Kind of got unlucky in Armageddon with a crazy time scramble, right? Then obviously you were much better against Fabiano. It got away from you. You managed to win the Armageddon. A great classical game with Hikaru, just ultimately lost Armageddon. So feels like some momentum in your favor right now, getting better with every game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to be solid here, and if I have to take chances like I had against Fabiano to win the tournament. If I miss one of those chances more, it's very tough to win here. So I have to be very alert.
Yep. Well, we've got action going on with Hikaru in Pragg. It looks like Hikaru has finally protected h4, which means this idea that both Alireza and David suggested of rook c4 is probably imminent. And so I know the fans are watching Hikaru as we're interviewing Alireza. We just want you to know you're not missing anything. Calm down, enjoy it. We've got a superstar here. So, by the way, nice hoodie. Where can I get that?
You cannot get that.
Why can't I get that?
It's the special one.
It's special? Okay. It's funny. I saw your interview with Levy, and he teased you. He said you made the big mistake of mentioning that you liked fashion, and all people ask you now is about fashion. But do you like that?
Yeah, I like a lot. But yeah, now I have to focus on chess. So this is a story after.
It's always a story after. Well, it's fun, and it's fun. I mean, I wish more players were showing their personality with more fashion. So I'm into it. It's fun whenever you bring something kind of wild to the board. So
I like the hoodie a lot. I was gonna say it's a pity if we can't get it, but could you rate the three of us who is best and worst dressed?
Yeah, go ahead. That would be great.
Because we have no idea about fashion.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you're the best dressed, but these two,
we need work.
It's an easy competition. Yeah. She's the best dressed, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. God. You set that up for a slam dunk. Okay, obviously.
No, honestly, I needed that for my confidence.
Yeah, well, it's your confidence, hopefully, soaring high, knock on wood. Don't want to jinx you in any way, but, we've enjoyed watching all your games so far, so thanks for bringing it. And
Can I have one final question?
Oh, Anna's got a final question. Go for it.
Tomorrow is a day off. Do you have any plans? What does a chess player like you do? Do you rest? Do you analyze? Any plans?
Tomorrow I will prepare for Magnus a lot. I have to spend a lot of time checking openings and yeah. But, yeah, I will try to catch some oxygen also.
This sounds like a good plan for
the boat trip at all?
Boat trip, I think I'll go on 5th.
Ah, okay. Norway Chess. Do you like the extra activities that Norway Chess plans around here?
Yeah,
I know that
it's always cool. They had this kind of cooking before, but they don't have it anymore.
So you missed that?
Yeah, I missed that.
Okay, we'll let Benedict and the organizers know. Bring the cooking back.
Yeah.
Would you be keen on participating in that? And they also had farming the other years.
Yeah, because now I'm trying to learn cooking, so it's disappointing that the year I tried to learn cooking, they removed it. So yeah.
What's your signature dish, Alireza?
I make good steaks.
Yeah?
Oh, that's not easy to get right.
You and my son would have a lot of comment because he loves trying different ways to make steaks.
Yeah.
Like he'll do tin foil, he'll do dry
You
freeze.
can be creative.
Yeah, he'll do all kinds of stuff. Okay. Well, I feel like we could just hang. We should start a podcast, talk about fashion, talk about steak, anything but chess. But really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us, and we hope and expect that we'll probably see you again. So have a great event here, and good luck after the rest day.
Thank you.
Good luck
Bye-bye.
for the rest
Congrats.
of the
Bye,
event.
Alireza. All right, well, there you have it. Gets a big win today.
A big win for me as well.
Big win for you with the
I
fashion
mean,
compliment.
between you two,
you
I
set
don't
you
know.
set us up on
I-
that. You knew he was going to choose you.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure because I think I have my own style, but I don't know if it's like fashion-wise an actual style. I just do what is Anna's style, you know?
I'm kidding. It was great.
He caught me on the one day I wore a chess.com.
I know. I was going to say,
I
like,
mean, the
Do
one
you
day I
still
didn't wear a
use
proper
that?
suit.
and you know why you're wearing it
Chess.com.
because it feels great on your skin. Tell everybody how nice the merch is.
Very soft.
It
Very
it
nice.
feels phenomenal, doesn't it? Okay. All right. Well, we're going to dive back into the two-board breakdown. We know that there are two games you care deeply about. Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen on the left. Hikaru Nakamura versus Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa. I read both words at the same time. Praggnanandhaa and Ramesh Babu. I promise you I'm fine. And there you go.
Wow. And
Wow.
wow. Firstly, two very different positions even. The clock, though, going to play a huge factor. Caruana and Carlsen both down under 3 minutes. It's blitz now. They have just got their increment. They've just passed move 40. But Anna, blunder territory.
It is blunder territory, and with a time situation like this, what move did you say it is?
Move 42.
Oh, so
Just
there
passed.
is increment, but the increment is only 10 seconds, which for a classical game is actually pretty short.
Wow. And actually, news on other boards. We will come back to this. Time scramble imminent between these two great players, world number 1 and 2. But I think we have to jump.
I think we have to. I know Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen imminent, and Hikaru Nakamura about to win versus Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu. But Vaishali Ramesh Babu has just completely turned around a dead drawn rook ending. Talk about games we wrote off. She might be about to beat Pia Kramling, get another classical victory, and maintain the clear lead in Norway Chess Women.
How do you outplay such a legend and experienced grandmaster like Pia Kramling in a rook endgame? We didn't go back because it was a dead draw rook endgame.
It was a dead draw 3 moves ago. David, you got to back up and just show us really quickly before we get back to Fabiano Caruana's game with Magnus, which that may have many more moves to go. So don't panic, fans, because Magnus Carlsen has won a pawn and might be trying to grind that endgame. Hikaru is still on path to convert, but what happened here? How did Vaishali get these winning chances?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let's just backtrack. 2 moves ago was the big blunder. It was still level, but Pia Kramling had already lost control. She'd already taken her eye off the ball, and the black A pawn is 2 squares away from touchdown. She actually had to go after that pawn immediately. She had to, for example, bring her rook up. If the pawn pushes, you can swing her behind. And yes, you're temporarily down a pawn, but more importantly, you get your king active. White's rook keeps the black pawn under watchful gaze. The white king will take this pawn or maybe go after the h pawn, and it is a draw. You're just about in time. Rook endgames, when you have an active rook, do have this drawish tendency, but she didn't go for this. She took on e6, and this was simply allowing the black rook behind. Now, there's no way to get, there's just no time. Rook g8, I think what she'd missed is king c5. The king will step across, and the race, black is ahead. And we're going to see something very similar. Rook g5, the black rook blocked, and only now does she start. And actually, this is even better. The live position here is even better for Vaishali because, okay, king f4 was played, but now her rook is on the 5th rank. If she ever goes behind, then the black king steps across, and the rook will block. And
this is the key. It's the Lucena idea, Lucena idea, the bridge. The rook blocks the defender from behind the pawn, and oh my gosh, this is what the more mature, more experienced, the more seasoned veteran does in these games. They grind out rook endings that they had no business winning. This is not what players that are literally double the generations behind do, but Vaishali does it. This is incredible.
She's the youngest participant, and her brother is the youngest participant in the open tournament, Vaishali, the leader of Norway Chess Women, and she's going to be a leader with such a big gap if she wins this game. It's 3 points in classical chess. I thought it was a sure Armageddon, and now I'm sitting here like she's giving us a rook endgame lesson. Of course, Pia had to contribute to it, but it's then up to Vaishali whether she realizes that after f takes e6, suddenly she can play this for a win. And she was putting that much pressure on Pia. That's why Pia made a mistake. You don't just make a mistake because there's nothing going on. There was a lot of pressure already.
Yeah. Pia got impatient. She was defending well, but passively. In the end, she lashed out. She went for this race, and that's a tip for everyone at home. Rook endgames, keep your opponent's rook tied down in front of the pawn, to the side of the pawn. Never allow your opponent's rook behind, supporting a pawn. Rook endgame, yeah, I mean, they're so tricky, Danny.
So crazy, but we had to come back here because Hikaru is down to 22 seconds. And again, all the action is happening. We apologize if we're not covering the game you want us to see. Go to chess.com/events yourself. Magnus Carlsen going full Magnus. They say never go full Magnus, but when you're Magnus, you go full Magnus and you win games. And he is about to squeeze water out of the stone, pushing against Fabiano Caruana. I don't know what kind of realistic winning chances he has, but as you said, he's going to push. But Hikaru has taken a long time to get the move that is finally on the board. Rook to c4. Yes, he only has 22 seconds, but we've been talking about it for a while. We highlighted the idea when Alireza Firouzja was here. The moment those rooks are traded, the c5 pawn will fall. White can finally focus on the king side only, and he should win. So yes, he has 22 seconds, but Hikaru should still be in the driver's seat.
Yeah. It's definitely a long haul ahead for both players. Magnus, I mean, firstly, winning a pawn, huge progress. Secondly, I mean, he's going to be able to torture Fabi for the next 100 moves. And that game is guaranteed, I think, to go on for a long, long time. But Hikaru, he's found the right plan. Knights are short-range pieces. The white knight will eventually gravitate towards the king side on our right board there for Hikaru. Luckily, it's easy to play, Anna. The clock, not a decisive factor here.
Not a decisive factor, and thank goodness there's increment, because up to move 40 the players play with the starting time, and it's only from move 41 on that there's a bonus of 10 seconds per move. They are already on move 55, so they've been receiving that extra 10 seconds for a long time, and that's why Hikaru hasn't flagged. You need the increment to not lose on time. It's at such a late stage of the endgame. The rook trade has happened on c4, and now after rook b4, as we mentioned, the knight and pawn on c4 are hanging, but it's time for Hikaru to activate that knight and capture the c5 pawn, and the h4 pawn is not hanging. That's a big difference between the lines we showed earlier. Here it is just a trade of pawns, and Alireza said this 3 versus 2 is winning.
It's crazy how these top players like Alireza, they look at it for 1 second, they're like, yeah, it's winning. Whereas for most, even very strong grandmasters, you would say, okay, black's trading off pawns now, it's unclear, white's running out of material. But a good judgment call eventually from Nakamura. Boy, he wishes he had that 45 minutes back there.
I was going to say, but even though Alireza is a strong grandmaster, so is Hikaru, and he doesn't look like he knows it's over, that it's easily winning. But by the way, speaking of over, Vaishali Rameshbabu has defeated Pia Cromling. The rook-ending idea that we talked about was executed, a perfect bridge Lucena idea, and the youngest player in Norway Chess Women is the clear leader, and her lead is growing right now. What an impressive, mature, just a performance that is just crazy to talk about. Sometimes games like that are more impressive to win than ones that you dominate or that you win because of preparation, right? Those games are impressive and they turn heads, but when you grind a rook ending and you win a game you're not supposed to win, that's the stuff of legend. That's what Magnus does. That's what the best players do. They win games they're not supposed to win. So I know I'm talking about a game that's not on here, but I am just so impressed with Vaishali, and shout out to her for beating Pia Cromling. We'll talk about it a little more later.
Incredible performance by Vaishali, who continues her very good streak. She won the last 5 games at the candidates just a month ago, and here she continues doing extremely well. She only drew 2 games, and the rest of them are win after win after win. Will her brother Praggnanandhaa survive this game against Hikaru? I think one key factor that we should mention, that if the pawns disappear from this endgame in Hikaru's game, that's a draw. Yeah. Rook and knight versus rook is a draw. You can try to play on, you can try to trick your opponent, but that's a draw. So that's why it's a bit of a technically you still need to be very precise because you cannot allow the h4 pawn to be traded, even if you win the other 2 pawns of black for it.
Yeah. Hikaru, he needs to keep that pawn intact. Wow, he's getting up and away from his board with only 20 seconds left.
What is he doing?
Hopefully he's not going to the confessional.
I mean, talk about risky business. If Hikaru Nakamura ever visits the confessional booth with less than a minute on the clock, I will do something. So, one of his fans make a dare, and I will do it, and it'll get to Hikaru. But okay, Hikaru not messing around right now. He's playing instant chess.
Wow.
But go ahead, David.
Magnus is going for it.
Yeah, he is.
Only one move now for Fabi to stay in the game.
Only one move.
Otherwise, he's lost on the spot.
What is it?
He has to take black's pawn. Queen takes g7. It's maybe the most obvious move, but it's just the fact that the black king is walking in, and he has to judge it with less than 2 minutes left.
He's walking into e3 and threatening checkmate on d1. It's certainly something not so simple.
And by the way, he has under 2 minutes. Yes, Magnus only has a minute, but Fabi is under the gun here to calculate an only move to hold this position. I think Hikaru getting that knight to g3 is okay. He did indeed do it, and that is finally likely enough because the h5 pawn will fall. Although, wait, it's not so simple. The rook will come back to a3 for Pragg after the king moves.
Yeah, and then there will always be tricks that you sacrifice on g3 once the rook takes on h5.
Okay, Fabiano does find it. The only move is played. Doesn't mean he's out of the woods, though. Magnus Carlsen is still pushing for the win here.
And only move territory again now after this last move. Checkmate is threatened, as Anna pointed out. Queen down to the first rank would end the game. So Fabi, only move? He has to run with his king to the corner.
No way.
No way.
That's the only move?
The blue arrow has appeared on my board.
No
OMGs or snap.
So queen g5 check is a mistake because of queen f4, trading the queens. And you take back with the king.
Oh my gosh, so any check on the diagonal, queen h6 and queen g5 both fail to queen f4. You have to run... Oh my god, he's about to touch his queen.
He's about to make a mistake. He's about to blunder the game away. Not that it's easy.
And he just shook his head. He just saw it, I think. I think he might find king g1 now. He just saw it, shook his head.
He stopped.
Magnus on the verge of doing Magnus things. We don't see him do it as often anymore in classical chess, but it's still there. He is trying to grind a dead-drawn endgame to a win against one of his longest-standing rivals.
Oh, Fabi, just that instinct. It stopped him from making a losing mistake.
Almost did it.
26 seconds, though, and it's such a difficult move to just ignore everything and run with the king.
King g1 only move to not lose the game, and he's got 17 seconds to play it.
And he finds it.
Oh, he found it.
Clutch
what is that instinct that stops a chess player from making a train wreck of a move? I don't know, but I don't have it. Never did.
I don't have it
but he does it. So Fabiano is still holding on against Magnus Carlsen. Finds the only move in the position. By the way, Hikaru Nakamura pushing on, gaining time on the clock as well. Still trying to grind out the victory versus Pragg. Shout out to Praggnanandhaa with the defense, by the way. Regardless, he has been losing for a long time. And even if Hikaru gets this one, Pragg made him earn it.
Yeah, I thought he had to resign like an hour ago, but he's proving me very wrong that there is a lot to play for, and he's trying his best to defend. This is now after queen h6 on the Caruana Carlsen game, still equal.
Oh my God!
But
still
it's
terrifying.
terrifying with the
It's equal,
on
but
e3.
forget you, Engine. I almost dropped a different F word, but that's like this is so much harder for Fabiano right now than it is for everyone else. He's one move away from that eval bar, giving everybody a heart attack.
Yeah, he probably has to find only moves for the next 50 moves right now, Fabiano. He has to keep checking that black king. The black pawn, though, is so close to touchdown.
And if you check, the pawn will push. So, like, do you check on the second rank to force that the pawn is one square away from promotion?
The only move, Anna. Otherwise,
and he only has 10 seconds to find that.
He
only
didn't.
Move. He has to find it. If he doesn't,
he moved
he's going to lose.
He's getting checkmated.
Oh my
Fabiano
God!
Caruana
It's queen d6. Queen d6 check, and it's checkmate.
Queen d6 is covered. The square is covered.
Queen d6 is a Botas gambit.
Oh yeah.
Don't.
No Botas gambit. He plays e2.
Fabiano resigns.
And you hear the Norwegian TV
Oh my God! You hear the
celebrating.
live crowds in the room. Fabiano Caruana resigns. Magnus Carlsen wins with the black pieces, getting his first classical victory at Norway Chess in more than 2 years. It's been since 2022 that he won a classical chess game. He gets it done with the black
There's a
pieces.
smile on his face because this was a job well done. This was classic vintage Magnus. Magnus at his best, squeezing water out of stone against his arch nemesis, Fabiano Caruana.
Longest standing rival. What better way to break the curse, to get back on the right track here in his home country? Magnus Carlsen wins with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana, a man who beat him last year when he was black. So, OMG, but we're back to this game. Hikaru has still not found a clear path to convert this extra piece endgame.
Yeah, they've been going round in circles for what feels like eternity now. For the last 15 moves, there have been no pawn pushes, no captures. And Hikaru, he's kept his own pawn alive. Anna, you mentioned that's the most important thing, but he needs to get the white king, white knight, white rook coordinated. This is not easy at all. Hikaru visibly nervous.
And he's trying the head bopping to give himself maybe a bit of boost of confidence, but is that in one of the which Hikaru faces?
I can't even
Danny?
translate Hikaru in the position he's in right now. It's we could be in never before seen Hikaru territory right now. I'm not gonna say it just yet. What a rare find it might be. By the way, Anna Muzychuk does win with the black pieces over Humpy Canero. So this is the last game going in round 4 here in Norway Chess.
We will need to replay that later.
We will, for sure. Anna Muzychuk gets her first win of the event, and in great fashion, too, with the black pieces over Humpy Canero. But all right, those are the results as you see them. Only Lei Tingjie and Wenjun were Armageddon today. We got what we've been waiting for, which is decisive results in classical chess. Will we have another one?
That's crazy. Potentially 5 out of 6 classical decided games.
Wow.
Calm before the storm, we were thinking, with a rest day incoming, but yeah, it looks like the players were out for blood, throwing everything, all their energy into today. Note how white's knight here, stopping the black rook from giving checks. Hikaru's found a really nice setup, but he's still struggling. He's still found no way forward.
Wait, what? Wait, rook a4 check? Oh, the endgame is, the knight ending's winning. Oh my god, I had a panic attack there. I was like, you just allowed the rooks to get traded, but it's a winning endgame. The king gets to f5, but white gets to f3 just in time. Okay, so if rook checks and they trade on f4, white can actually take with the king, and you could also take with the knight and actually still be winning as well. Okay.
Yeah, very important, as you mentioned, Danny, that the white king is still within touching distance of going over and protecting its pawn if the rooks come off the board. But right now, Praggnanandhaa, has he built a fortress? That's the big question. That's the one thing that computers sometimes underestimate, the fortress effect. Does he just wait with his king, for example? Does he wait with his rook? Okay, not on c6, somewhere on the 6th rank. Oh, he waits.
I don't think this is a fortress. I think that what we're going to see is Pragg under time pressure really for the first time. It's been Hikaru who got way down on the clock, had to use the bonus time, 10 seconds per move, to get himself back here. But now Hikaru will be getting Pragg under time pressure, which should help.
Okay, he offers a rook trade. Black has to say no right now. The white h-pawn still exists, so black has to dodge this. The white knight might be reaching the f4 square. Maybe this is the dream, just to kick the black king out to the corner. Okay, he's making progress, but very slowly here, Hikaru.
He needs to be careful not to repeat by accident. Praggnanandhaa is looking at the score sheet.
The last capture or pawn push was on move 60, so we've made 20 moves without any progress. 30 more moves, it's a draw. Hikaru has to win a pawn by then.
How do you break through on the 6th rank? This is... I know I said I didn't think it was a fortress, but I'm eating my words. I don't see exactly a clear path. If you could get the king to d7 or something and get around, there would be a way to sort of outflank the f6 pawn. But
if the white king could come up, maybe chances, but no. Okay, what has Pragg played? He retreats. Yeah, maybe you could get the rook to b6 just to break the 6th rank blockade, but you have to be kind of really good with your timing there. Rook trades, you have to make sure that they don't allow black to draw on the spot. He's coming round from the side. He's tried other angles. This
move immediately threatens knight f4 as well, and don't walk into king g6.
The black rook needs to move.
This is tough. Now you have less than 10 seconds, and Pragg doesn't know how to deal with knight f4. It attacks the rook and the pawn on h5.
He's going to fly. He made a move with 3 seconds.
This is so hard to defend. He's done so well to get even this far, Pragg, but he needs to keep it up. Hikaru head bob going.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. Pragg has to move. He does so with 1 second on the clock. But he doesn't have much time now.
He needs to keep his rook safe. Pragg, he's really living life on the edge.
Oh no, 3-2.
He gets checked.
He gets checked, but here comes knight f4 check. No?
Ooh.
It's still not a clear win. Pragg is still defending with seconds on his clock. He actually gets back to 22 seconds with those back-to-back moves.
And watch out, knight f4. King will shuffle to h6, and there's stalemate ideas on the board.
Stalemate
Got to
ideas
be really
indeed.
careful.
Oh, wow.
Got to be super careful here.
King h6. Pragg looks over at the camera. Hi, Pragg.
Okay, he's got to move his king to h6, though, otherwise he drops a pawn.
3 seconds. You got to go to h6.
He goes forward.
Wow, what in the world?
But rook h7 is checkmate.
Rook h7 and then rook h5 next move. Oh,
Oh
Hikaru
gosh,
sees it.
and he
Oh my
sees
gosh.
it, and Pragg
And he
knows.
plays it slowly.
Pragg knew it as soon as he played the move. He realized it as soon as he played king to f5 that he made a huge mistake after such a long defense. It's move 86 where Hikaru Nakamura takes the win against Praggnanandhaa after such a tenacious defense. Oh my gosh.
Wow. That was the tension visible on both players. Hikaru jumped out of his seat. He's just relieved right now. He knew he was winning most of the game, but for it to end like that, just incredible. Just the tension, the drama in that room.
I know. Can we bring back the board and show what happened there at the very end? It happened so quickly that I think we would need to rewind for everyone, including ourselves, to take it in. What exactly happened there in the final moment?
Let's go to the bird's eye view too at some point. Just remind everybody, so many games finished. But yeah, the final moments here. Let's show this. So king h6 was needed.
King h6 was strictly the only move to keep the game going. I think he was reluctant to play this because after rook to f7, the blockade is broken. I was afraid of stalemate. For example, after f5, if white is careless and moves the rook along the 7th rank, then suddenly the kamikaze rook, black can give up the rook and aim for stalemate. This type of idea might save the game. So he needed to continue like this, but after f5, unfortunately, a move like rook f6 check, driving the king away from squares, would have picked up h5. So the game was lost by this point. Hikaru had broken through, but instead of struggling on, Pragg fell on his sword. King f5, rook to h7 was the final move, and that's because checkmate is incoming. Rook takes h5 will trap the black king, Anna.
Honestly, that's at least some kind of a relief, I think, for Pragg himself too, that even if he had found king h6, it's still lost. He has been playing a lost position for a very long time, but this was the moment when Hikaru was gonna actually convert it into an even bigger advantage by winning the h-pawn. So
amazing.
It's been a huge fight. He has put up such a defense. As lost as it was, he was lost like 2 hours ago, and he kept playing, he kept fighting. That's what a true champion does. He never, ever resigned, even in a completely lost position.
Completely agree. It was tenacious. It almost worked out. Praggnanandhaa almost defends a lost position, as Anna Rudolph said, for hours. But we're going to break down everything that just happened in this last round. It's round 4, not the last round, but so much to look at. We've got Anna Muzychuk's victory over Humpy that we want to break down. We're going to remind you of all the results, make sure there were no other brilliant moments we may have missed in this massive scramble. A day that only gave us one Armageddon, 5 decisive results in Classical. Don't go anywhere. We may have more interviews. We're definitely going to get some game review and breakdowns of the moments we missed by Grandmaster David Howell. And I've just been told we have a couple confessionals by Hikaru Nakamura that we missed. He visited the booth before that time scramble got crazy. So throw us your Prime subscribers. Enjoy this content at the break. We have our final moments of round 4 of the 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women when we get back.
All right, everybody, so we're back. Yeah, I used a lot of time in the last one, probably like 15 minutes, my entire time advantage there. And the reasoning behind it is that my initial instinct was to play this knight d6 move, but then I started looking at all these other lines, and I just couldn't work it out whether to go for what I think is going to happen in the game with a long endgame, or whether to go for something which keeps pieces on the board. One of the long lines I looked at was knight h4, queen takes b3, knight f3, and then black goes rook e7, not rook d5 except for queen e2. I think white is winning, but he has rook e7, rook hb1, queen c4, and I simply didn't see a way to break through. I mean, maybe there's something that's really good that the computer will show when I look at the game afterwards, but I didn't see it. I spent a lot of time looking at this knight h4 move. I was looking at knight g3, queen b3, rook d1, rook a8, and again, I bet the computer probably gives some magic win after rook takes a7, c4, and something, but it's getting very messy with the c3 move, and ultimately I decided to go for this line with knight takes d6, because I believe that it's going to lead to a forced endgame, where he's going to go queen b6, knight c4, queen f6, king g1, rook e2, rook f1, rook d2, rook f6, rook d5, rook f3, rook d1, rook f1, rook d3, knight a5. And I think in the long run, because I'm keeping the b3 pawn on the board, I think that I'm probably winning that endgame. There's no risk as well. So ultimately, I'd rather go for the concrete endgame than go for something different. So that's why I use all this time. So now that we're in the endgame and only 15 moves to go, no time pressure at all. But that's the main reason. Is knight d6 was my initial idea, and then I looked at every other line, and I didn't see anything really conclusive. And I think this endgame, if my calculations are correct, should probably be winning. Or I missed something else, like the queen d7 move, although queen d7 allows rook a6, for example. So I think I'm in very, very good shape here. But we'll see what happens and whether I'm right on this endgame or not. But I use it all the time because I was looking at 20 lines and I settled on the endgame that should happen in my game. So we'll see. Okay, I came back, not so much to talk about my game, but more to sort of muse at how insane Magnus seems to be. So first of all, on my game, I got exactly what I thought I would get. I got this endgame with knight a5. Like I said, I spent 40 minutes. This was my initial intention, and then I spent probably 30 of those minutes just looking at other lines before coming back to this, because fundamentally, from a technical standpoint, I think this endgame, if we get, say, 3 versus 2, where he's fgh, I have g and h, but my king is on like h2, technically that should be winning. Now, it doesn't mean that I'll win it, but technically that should be a win. So textbook, it's a win if I play well. If I can't play well, that's my own fault. I don't deserve to win. But from a textbook standpoint, it is winning. So that's why I assume this endgame should be winning eventually for me, but we'll see what happens there. Now, as I was starting to go before I got sidetracked, it looks to me like somehow Magnus has turned this around, where now I think if anything, he's better. I actually, if you were to ask me right now what I think is going to happen, I think there's a good chance he's going to somehow win this game. I'm sure it's still completely fine for Fabiano, but it's getting a little bit dicey here, because somehow D's knights are much better placed for Magnus on f6 and f7. The knights for Fabiano on d2 and h2, e4, e3, c3, some weaknesses. I mean, again, I'm sure it's fine for Fabiano objectively, but it's starting to get in that danger zone where it's like you feel like Magnus is trying to outplay Fabiano, and I'm just amazed because, as I said earlier, it looked to me like Fabiano came out with great prep, had an advantage, and in typical Magnus fashion, he's been able to be very solid, defend, and slowly a couple wrong moves by Fabiano, and now I think, I think Magnus has a very good chance to win if he can keep the pressure alive. I'm sure it's still a draw, but it's going in the direction Magnus wants. The Norwegian fans should absolutely be thrilled with that development. Alireza, I think, is also winning against Ding, if I'm not mistaken. Still messy, but it looks very, very good for him. So all in all, it's kind of, it's looking like a day of decisive games, most likely. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. But I feel very good about my game. Zero risk, all the time in the world. I can drink my coffee, just chillax, and just go on with my business. So we'll see what happens. But that's just the update for right now with those games. Haven't really looked closely at the women's games in a while, so those will take a bit. But it's just nice whenever you're playing to be able to just relax, enjoy yourself. And here, like, I can use all my time. We're near time control. We're in an end game. Extra horse. Actually, it kind of reminds me, it was very, very different structurally in this game, but there was an end game in the glory days for the U.S. Chess Olympiad team, and by that I'm talking back when I played with Gada Kamsky and Alex Onishuk, and I remember, I think it was in the Turin Olympiad. It was Turin or Dresden, but I think it was Turin. There was an endgame where Gada had white against David Navarra from the Czech Republic, and Navarra had I think he had like 1 or 2 pawns on the queen side trying to push against Gada, having like a rook and a knight versus rook. Gada was able to play it precisely and win the game, and it's obviously very different from where the pawns were placed, but it kind of reminds me of that game for whatever reason from like nearly 20 years ago in Turin. But anyway, just some little musing, so I'll get back to chess.
Round 4 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women is in the books. And what a round it was. 5 decisive results in classical, only 1 Armageddon, and perhaps no win bigger than Magnus Carlsen's victory with the black pieces over Fabiano Caruana. Magnus, this was your first victory here at Norway Chess since 2022 edition in classical. How did it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing, of course. Going into today, I thought, let's try and get away with the draw and, you know, still be ranked #1 in the world and sort of try and get the tournament going after the free day. But, you know, as the game went along, sort of my appetite grew as well. I started getting ambitious. I could feel that he was nervous, and when you have this rapid play phase towards the end, then these endgames are really, really hard to hold. So it wasn't a surprise for me that it went, but of course it's extremely satisfying.
It's funny, and confession time for us, because I'm glad you said you thought you came in today looking for a draw, because we didn't give your game a lot of attention. There was a lot of craziness going on some other boards. And so every time we checked, we're like, okay, we think these 2 guys are headed toward Armageddon. So it was vintage Magnus there toward the end. You were pushing a game that really maybe you shouldn't have won, but you did. So when was the moment that you felt like, all right, this is the time to go for it?
No, I thought the game was very interesting. I mean, it wasn't swashbuckling tactics from the start, but strategically, there were a lot of nuances there. I think my position really got going when I managed to get b5. I thought he should have gone a5 earlier to sort of to prevent that. And after that, I was already feeling that I didn't have any problems. Yeah, I thought after that, obviously it's not the most interesting position in the world. And
let's pull it up here, because he just said b5. Go ahead.
Yeah, and a lot probably would have to happen for this position not to be drawn, but that doesn't mean that there's no play, there's no intrigue. So I won't blame you for not paying too much attention to this game, as there was so much going on in the others. But it always felt very, very interesting. And yeah, a lot of things happened, of course, after here. Typical of him, he went for a very concrete solution at some point, which worked. Yeah, knight f3. This was nice. I'd sort of underestimated that, because I thought people don't really play this way, but it was a good practical solution for him, and I think it's still equal here. And yeah, I mean, I have a lot of tactical tries here, but I don't think any of them work. So we go on. Still, you know, the position is drawn, but you can see that the time is ticking down a bit, and it's not so easy to force it. So I still had some ambitions here. Knight h5. Yeah, queen c1.
To be fair, at this point, we were giving you a lot of attention, because we also felt the same way. We saw that there were tricks coming, and the ambition was there.
Yeah, and I was very happy to see knight takes g5, actually. I thought probably knight e5 was a better move. Apparently it's not, but okay, yeah. At least after what he did, I have a bit of a target. Rook f2, queen g5, and it's getting quite shaky for him. Knight g3 was really nice. I'm actually not threatening anything, but he's almost in zugzwang. I was thinking about e5 for him, and then my idea was to go king h8 and ask him what to do. And I couldn't, I mean, at least with limited time, I couldn't see a clear answer. So I thought he might have to go king h2 here as well, but then rook d2, and we get the same thing. So yeah,
okay, here this was of course very, very pleasant.
What kind of winning chances did you give yourself when you first went to this?
It's hard to say. I would say probably around 50%, like maybe a little bit more. Also, I'd won a similar end game against him in Zagreb last year in Blitz. It started the day when I went 9 out of 9.
Okay.
So I had some good memories there. But yeah, Queen A7, that was I think not a great move. I think once I get H5, H4, I'm starting to get pretty optimistic. Since now his king is really weak. But yeah, we can just fast forward. I'm sure there are still ways to draw, but now it's extremely unpleasant.
Yeah, there was one moment, Magnus, where we saw on the camera Fabi nearly touched his queen here and took it back, his hand, before playing the only move, King G1.
Yeah, but at this point it's already gone, practically speaking.
Yeah.
I really don't think such a position is held very often, even with plenty of time. I don't even know what is. This position is a draw?
Apparently
there's one line.
Apparently Queen A2 only move, but this is, as you
what,
said,
what is the idea?
I guess just checks to drive the white.
And then F7?
To drive the black king in front of its own pawn, but...
Okay, I couldn't imagine that this position was a draw.
I think...
Yeah, I think in practice you win this all the time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, okay, that's interesting. It's definitely something new for me as well. I thought, like, with the central pawn and the white king not participating and also quite weak and, like, vulnerable to checks, it should be an easy win, but...
Very nice. Magnus, sometimes as commentators, we say that not all victories are equal. There's victories where you win maybe because of prep or your opponent plays badly, and then there's games like this where you had to work the whole time and you grinded out a victory as black. Is that so for you, to feel like getting a game like this and winning in that fashion is a really great step, especially before the rest day and building momentum?
Yeah, I think it's extremely satisfying. Since I had to work so hard for it, and I think I really did all the right things in order to try and win. And sometimes it's really hard to win at chess, but you can still do it, and that was one of these days. And if you grind out enough, if you try and grind out enough of these, you'll win some of them. And yeah, this one was especially big.
Worked out.
You mentioned
Grind like a grandmaster. Sorry.
Sorry, I think we all have so many questions.
Hikaru.
Of course, no, you need to plug it more. I was just wondering, you mentioned doing all the right things. What did that mean for you since yesterday's game? Obviously, everyone was celebrating Praggnanandhaa's win over you, but on the other side of the coin, that was a really difficult game for you. How do you deal with a loss like that, and what was your mindset going into today's game? If you can walk us through, what does Magnus Carlsen do after losing a game like that yesterday?
Yeah, the game yesterday was, of course, quite upsetting. Even though I had completely misevaluated the position at times, like I thought I was much worse to lose, and then that I'd actually come back in the game just in order to blunder it away. Well, it turned out that he was winning all the way, and he just played brilliantly, which I didn't understand. So that was a bit humbling, I would say. After that, no, I didn't have a lot of positive thoughts, to be honest. But I had a good meal right before the game, so I was in a decent mood, and yeah, I just tried to be solid today. And I didn't have any particular ambitions. Maybe that's why it went well, because I only started to play for a win when it was when all the danger was out. But I don't know.
Is that
I don't think like I did anything particularly wrong or right. It just, you know, when I get my positions, I can still play well. That's all I can say.
Is that going to be your strategy for the rest of the tournament now, Magnus? Just solid and wait for chances when they come?
I got 2 white games coming up, so I'll try and push in those, of course. But yeah, apart from that, this was a huge win, of course, especially with the scoring system here. I'm not in bad shape at all, so yeah, feeling really good now.
Alireza said he's going to use the rest day to prepare all day for Magnus. What are you going to use the rest day for?
Oh, I don't know. I have no particular plans, but the weather is going to be beautiful, so I'll try and use that somehow.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us, man. This was awesome. It was great to see. Congrats on the victory, and we hope to have you again.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. See ya. Enjoy the rest day.
Good luck for the rest of the event.
Magnus Carlsen holds on to that world number. Oh, wait, let me ask you about that. You mentioned the world number 1 spot. Sorry, we're bringing Magnus back. 1 second. We're bringing Magnus back. You mentioned the world number 1 spot. Was that in your head at all?
Yeah, it was in my head before the game, but that was more part of sort of a negative spiral where I felt that I was playing really poorly and so on. So, but I didn't think about it during the game, of course. Like,
yeah,
I'm just focused.
It feels good to get that win and get the padding back a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on that as well. Sorry for that. You mentioned it. I wanted to ask you.
Follow up on that. If
okay. Well, I guess we have one more. Go ahead.
What does it mean for you to hold on to that spot? Because you've had it for so long. We were looking up the stats on like, when was it actually that Magnus started and never lost the world number 1 spot? And what does it mean to you to hold on to that spot? And how long do you think you will have it if you can predict the future?
Well, I haven't played classical chess in a long time, and I don't play a lot of classical chess because I don't particularly like it. But as long as I play, I want to be rated number 1 in the world because I still think that I'm the best player in the world. So
it matters.
Yeah, it matters.
Okay, nice.
It's
all
good
right.
to know.
Great question. All right, thanks, man.
Good luck
Appreciate
for the
extra time,
Magnus.
All right, this time we will actually let the world number 1, still world number 1 for sure,
David
and perhaps for a long time to come. Still, Magnus Carlsen gets the dub with the black pieces, no less, over Fabiano Caruana, and you see there, he jumps up to 6 points overall. Hikaru Nakamura, the clear leader, with the victory that he earned over Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who drops all the way to 4th. We skipped past Alireza Firouzja, who was with us earlier in the studio. If you missed it, that was also a really great interview. Awesome interviews by the guys, Alireza and Magnus, by the way.
Like everyone is such good guests.
They're just such good guests. It was amazing. So, and Fabiano, despite an amazing victory yesterday, ran up against a motivated, a vintage, in gear. He said it was the type of position that he can grind at, right? He ran up against the kind of Magnus Carlsen that people have nightmares about today, and he ultimately loses. As we've said, Ding Liren's struggles continue. But wow, what a day it was. Let's back out here real quick and throw it over to David Howell, who is going to take us through the final moments between Humpy Canero and Anna Muzychuk, a game that didn't get the love it deserved because there was so much else going on. David, give us the quick game review breakdown. A lot of colors over there, a lot of moves that were excellent, a couple of blunders there as well. What happened?
Yeah, it was a crazy, breathless finish between Humpy Canero and Anna Muzychuk. We missed the latter stages of this game. Actually, in the middle game, Anna Muzychuk with black was doing extremely well, but she let the advantage slip. And here, it's only white in charge. And this is a good tip for everyone at home. If you have strong pieces, here white has a beautiful knight on an outpost, protected square, and beautiful stacked up pieces. If you have superiority here, especially in activity, don't start trading off. This is where Humpy Canero lost the thread. She was already low on the clock, and maybe a wish for simplicity here backfired. She traded off her most active rook for black's piece here, now walking into a trade of knights as well. If white had just kept the tension, she would have had the advantage. But this endgame should still be relatively safe. And if we continue down the line, it looked safe for a long time. White still in full control. Nothing too much going on best play should be a draw, but just as we saw with Pia Kramling making mistakes against Vaishali, rook endgames can be tricky, and it was in this position a few moves down the line where I think she started going wrong. It's all about activity. She should go behind. Rook to h8 keeps the balance. She can actually start nudging the black pawns, and this would have given white very good chances. Instead, opening things up, but double-edged decision here. She gives her opponent a very strong pass pawn, and it's this pawn which does a lot of black's work over the next few moves. It starts advancing, and here we see black gets the open file, huge threat, and the decisive mistake. This is really tricky already, trending in black's favor, but she needed to create a passed d-pawn here. The d-pawn is the hardest one to stop for black, and this would also create a nice path for the white king forward. Instead, she pushed her e-pawn, and suddenly there was no way back. A check, a skewer, winning the a-pawn, and black suddenly with what we call the trousers, 2 pass pawns on either flank. 1 a-pawn, 1 g-pawn, white overstretched here, cannot defend against both of them. And we saw here the final mistake. King f4 was needed to go after the black g-pawn. The king stepped back, a bit of a strange move, but no time on her clock at this stage. And here we see the black king able to step across, a bodyguard, preventing white's passed pawn from doing any work. And here we go. The final position, rook to f2. No way now to prevent rook f1, unless you slide across with the white rook and give up your pride and joy, the e-pawn. Black about to go 2 pawns up, and Anna Muzychuk took the victory. Humpy losing control.
Takes the victory, and with it, she takes a tie for second place, along with women's world champion Wenjun, as we jump right into the Norway Chess women standings. But all roads seem to start and end with the youngest player in the field, Vaishali Rameshbamu. Vaishali, the Destroyer. I'm making the nickname official. She is destroying the competition. It's a
2.5 point lead.
It's a 2.5 point lead. She's almost out of classical victory striking distance,
Yes,
which is pretty crazy.
Here. We said 3 points for classical win. That's the format, and that's why we keep saying anyone can leapfrog anyone. You can go from the bottom of the standings to the top, but this is already a 2.5 point lead, and it doesn't feel like she's in any danger of losing, at least not in classical. She has been very solid, very, very determined to hold even when she was slightly worse in some of the positions, and her streak continues. 5 wins
continues
at the end of the women's candidates a month ago, and here, how many points already? She only drew.
She's
twice?
won 2 and drawn twice. She's 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4
and
in
5
classical.
from before, so 8 points. Oh, my maths is terrible. 8 points out of 10.
Yeah.
Her last games in classical chess.
Out of 9, I think, even.
9? Oh my god. Okay.
It's crazy.
Send me back to primary school.
It's okay.
God.
It's been a long day. I tried not to answer the question. I was just giving you softball, but no, it's wild. And again, it's the poise that she has at the board, the maturity. I talked about it. Again, it's not just because of the dynamic between Vaishali, the youngest player in the field, and Pia Kramling being the oldest player in the field. It wouldn't matter who she just ground down. She went Magnus in this game. Magnus won a game that, maybe he stole a victory from a game that should have been close to equal. But as you can see, it's easier said than done when you hear Magnus analyzing. Vaishali did the same thing, David.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the battle of generations. This is just what the youngsters do now. I mean, back in the day, we would say youngsters, take them to endgames. They don't know what's going on there, but I mean, she was the grinder today. She did everything right. She asked the right questions, waited patiently for her moment, and killer instinct, it's just there. She's on fire. It's incredible.
Amazing. All right, she's on fire. This event is on fire. We get our first rest day ahead, but before we go to it, let's remind you of the schedule because you also get a rest day tomorrow, fans. Lucky you. Take a look, take it in, enjoy your Friday, TGIF, wherever you are in the world. We are back here on June 1st. It's round 5, round 6, and round 7, back-to-back fashion. As you can see, this event will roll on when the weekend starts. So enjoy your rest day tomorrow. When we come back on Saturday, we will have the pairings that we're going to throw before you right now. You already know the matchup we kind of previewed. Alireza Firouzja is going to be taking on Magnus Carlsen. So let's run through the rest of the matchups to make sure you know what you're looking forward to on the weekend. There you have it at the top. Carlsen, Firouzja, it's a 4-0 score in favor of the #1 player in the world in terms of classical victories. Ding Liren and Hikaru Nakamura have not played as many classical games as you would think, honestly, between those two guys. A deadlock all across the board there. And Praggnanandhaa, Ramesh Babu, and Fabiano Caruana. Fabi has a good score against Pragg historically, although not that many games. And there you see Vaishali. I would say the competition gets tougher, but it's not. She's already played everybody. Now she plays Lei Tingjie. What's she going to do there? We're going to find out. Wenjun taking on Humpy Canero. A good score there for Humpy. And Anna Muzychuk taking on Pia Cromling. A 1-0 score in terms of the decisive games in favor of Anna. All right, well, final thoughts here before our first rest day. David, what are you doing on the rest day?
I thought I was going for a hike up the mountain with Magnus, but he said he'd rather enjoy the sun. So we'll see. I'm just recovering, Danny. It's been such intense action every day. It's been a lot of fun, but I mean, I can only understand how the players are feeling. Rest days for rest.
Anna?
Rest day is good. Also, crazy how many decisive games we had today in classical chess. It kind of feels like it's reversed day 2, was it? When we had one classical win by Vaishali on day 2, and every other game was an Armageddon. Now it's the reverse of that. Almost every game decided in classical chess except for one.
Yeah. It was how wild was that, right? I asked you what you were doing on your rest day, though, but you went full Pragg on that. You went back and gave me a bunch of chess breakdowns.
I'm still in chess.
I was wondering what you were doing
this
on your rest day, but there you go. All right.
I think I'm recording a video.
Oh, that's
with
right.
Anna Cromling
That's
tomorrow.
right. We're going to talk about that. We're going to tease that, but that's right. We got content. No rest for the weary. We're doing content tomorrow. Okay, that's right. Well, all right. Now you know what we're doing on our rest day.
What are you doing?
I think I might take one of the boat rides.
Yeah, I recommend it.
Maybe I'll do one of the boat rides and then join you and Anna Cromling for the content and some other stuff. So, all right. So much fun. The first 4 rounds are now officially behind us in 2024. Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. What an event this has been so far. What an event it is shaping up to be. We hope you enjoyed it. On behalf of everyone who's been working hard on this, enjoy the rest day. We've got plenty of chess coming ahead on the weekend and still many more rounds ahead. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you around on chess.com in the meantime.